with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show 'em what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Palafin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
All around the globe, trainers have been immersed in the world of Pokemon, competing throughout the 2024 season. Here in Indianapolis, Indiana, that season wears thin, and the pressure is on for our players to mark their legacy in the history books of Pokemon. You're joining us here on the Trading Card Game stream. I'm Shelby Boo. I will be your host this weekend, and I am so excited to get into all the action we have planned for you. Of course, I am here with resident Pokedad Chip Ritchie, as well as Pablo Meza, competitor, caster extraordinaire. It's going to be a great time this weekend. How are y'all feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. Our penultimate tournament of the regional championship circuit. Players are, really trying to lock up those last championship points they need to qualify for the World Championship tournament later on this year. A lot of pressure in these last couple of events.
Yeah, definitely. If you're getting close, you really want to get a good result here. And of course, we're hitting all those thresholds, right, to activate the most amount of championship points for every tournament. But this is a pretty big one still.
Yeah, the season is definitely wearing down for sure. We're kind of in the end game now here. It's been a long season, but the atmosphere is still very tense here in Indianapolis. Let's take a quick look at our events that we have been going through this season. We're right at the end of that graph here in Indianapolis. And what's interesting is something that this graph doesn't even show on here is that the following weekends, leading up until NAIC, there's going to be a Pokemon event, whether it's a special event or a regional championship, somewhere in the world happening. So, of course, our North American events are listed here, but there's still a lot more Pokemon to go. What do you think about the atmosphere, Chip, competing this late game in the season?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line, right? Players trying to get those last few points during their Worlds invites. Of course, players also competing at the top level, fighting for a spot as a Tier 1 invitation player, a Tier 2 invitation player, those players who earn travel awards, travel stipends to the World Championships, and of course, at a Tier 1 invite, getting yourself that Round 1 bye at the World Championships. A pretty nice advantage to have if you're able to finish in the top 16 in North America.
Yeah, definitely. That Round 1 bye could be a big difference. Means you need one less win overall to make it to the day 2 of the World Championships as well, where we have the big money payout as well. So that Tier 1 invite looking pretty good, and there's very little time for players to get to that point.
It's going to be a beautiful World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii as well. Speaking of championship points, championships in general, let's take a look at that breakdown for our players. Over here on the left, you're going to see what championship points our players are awarded, but I also want to note that if you take first place at a regional, you get a guaranteed Worlds invite. So if somebody is out there just trying to do a one and done here at this regional event, that is very possible here in Indianapolis. So you can see our Masters division that we're going to be showcasing on stream here today for NA needs 600 championship points to get into that World Championship.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point about the fact that first place just gets an automatic invitation. You could show up to one of these last few tournaments and have 100 championship points, 50, even 0 championship points, and still get an invitation to the World Championships. So there's still something to play for.
Yeah, definitely. And we already saw that happen this season, right? Alexander Flatus showed up, played in Sacramento, won the event, ready to go for Honolulu.
Yeah, and it's possible out there this weekend. But, you know, speaking of all these events that have happened, we just came out of Orlando recently as well. In the Sunshine State, we definitely had a lot of Pokemon action. Let's take a look at what happened.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here to talk about the heat our trainers brought to the Orlando Regional Championships. This was the biggest regional of all time, as well as the first North American regional post-rotation, and only 1 week after EUIC. Was that enough time for our players to adjust to the metagame? Or was Charizard EX going to continue its reign in this monumental tournament? Sure enough, we had Liam Halliburton on Charizard EX against Jake Ewert on Ancient Box in the finals. In Game 1, Liam, despite going first, was able to naturally find all of the crucial Pokemon needed, as well as 2 instances of Rotom V's Instant Charge, which translated to a full setup of evolved Pokemon. Jake was able to respond by running through their deck enough to hit big numbers, taking key KOs on Bibarel and Pidgeot EX. But the crucial moment was Liam's Iono, which disrupted just enough for the Ancient Box to miss key attacks, leading to Liam taking Game 1. For Game 2, Jake adjusted their playstyle by benching more Roaring Moon and making it easier to chain attackers. However, Charizard, with the insurmountable 330 HP, made it impossible to knock out, even with almost every card in the discard pile, leading to a 2-0 win, crowning Liam Halliburton as your Orlando Regional Champion.
All we have to do is have Jake say the words, and Liam Halliburton wins the Orlando Regional Championship.
There's still a ton of Pokemon action to come on the road to Worlds, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along, and you too could be the next Pokemon Master.
Liam Halliburton taking things down there in sunny Orlando with Charizard EX, which on this graphic is leading here. It's not just leading in Orlando or probably in our field today, but it's leading all over the world. What do you think about this meta lineup, Chip, that we're seeing here? And were you surprised Charizard EX came out on top in Florida?
Definitely not. Not only was it the most popular deck at the tournament, it was also played by a ton of amazing players, and Liam Halliburton definitely fitting into that category. A former world champion in the seniors division back in 2022, so no surprise to see him get a massive win here in the Masters division.
Agreed, and Charizard EX, I think, will only continue to rise in power. In my testing, I haven't found anything that can easily topple it. So I really think it's a great choice for a lot of players to default to, no matter how much testing you've done or preparation you've done to the event. It's very powerful, it's very straightforward as well in many instances, so an amazing pick.
Yeah, that might be why we see so many people going back to that deck. It's so powerful, there's so much behind it. But there are a lot of decks on this draft. And speaking of lots of decks out there, we're actually going to be starting a Twitch poll here very soon that you all will get to vote to see what you want to see played on our stream in our very first stream match of the day in our Masters division. All right, let's take a look at our champions so far this season at our regional events for NA.
Only 2 more opportunities here for players to get their face up amongst the stars here with tons of amazing players. You know, multi-time regional champions up here like JW Krewall, Azul Garcia Griego, and then tons of amazing young players, Vinny Fernandez and Ryan Antonucci, Liam Halliburton as well.
Yeah, even former world champions, right? In Andrew Estrada, Jonan getting that first win finally after so many years of trying. So
yeah,
really cool to see. And I can't wait to see who ends up as our Indianapolis champion this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only 2 Reggie Steels there left on the graft. Who's going to take things down, both in Indianapolis and Los Angeles. We're about to close things out for this entire season, and that is a huge feat. Let's take a look as well at our EU regional champions. You know, NA is not the only place that has events. We have equally talented players over in our European region as well. And wow, we've seen a lot of variation here, but not down there on that bottom graphic there with Owen Cameraman taking both a special event and a regional there, but still 2 events left over in EU as well.
Yeah, 2 more opportunities. Stockholm Regionals is actually just next weekend, and there's a decent amount of players who are competing in both Indianapolis and Stockholm. I know there's a few European players that have traveled over to this event, but then also likewise, a few Americans are making a 2-week trip out of this, back-to-back doubleheader tournament setup heading over to Stockholm next weekend.
Yeah, very exciting. If you're like at the very top trying to get to that tier 1 invite, it's really nice when you have these back-to-back events, right? And then you get to compete in a whole other region against probably a lot of these champions.
Yeah, I mean, the field is stacked out there for sure, and I'm expecting no less here in Indianapolis. I want to pose a quick question to our viewers. Have you ever been sitting in the position where you sit down to play a game of Pokemon and your opponent flips over somewhere on their board a cute little Charmander, and you think, what am I getting into with this match? It's because Charizard EX is one of the most powerful decks that we have here in our TCG meta so far. Ever since rotation happened, it's just been winning back-to-back events. Chip, I'm gonna propose you this question, first of all. Why is Charizard so powerful? Why is it winning events in London, the Philippines, Orlando, Perth, and Sao Paulo as well? Every single event after rotation. What do you think?
I mean, it just does everything as one single card. It has a lot of hit points. It's very difficult to KO. It does a ton of damage already with its attack. It's very energy efficient, only requiring 2 energy to use that attack. It gets more powerful as the game goes on, dealing more and more damage the deeper you get into a game. And then also it accelerates energy with that Infernal Rain ability, pulling energy cards out of your deck. One of the most powerful effects in the entire game is energy acceleration, and the fact that it pulls them straight from your deck, thinning your deck at the same time. It's super good, and it's really all supported by Pidgeot EX, one of the most powerful cards in the format as a support option, letting you quick search for any one card every single turn.
Yeah, it's got all the stops, and you see that every time it's on stream as well. Pablo, versus what can bring this deck down? What counters Charizard? What techs are we going to see out in the field trying to defeat Charizard here in Indianapolis?
I mean, the big tech right now that we are seeing is Iron Leaf EX, solid grass-type Pokemon that can 1-KO Charizard EX. People are preparing by playing Heroescape in Charizard EX to even try to bypass that, but I think Iron Leaves, if we're seeing a one-off in some decks, we might even see 2 Iron Leaves start to pop up in decks that play Grass Energy. And then we have whole decks that have a solid matchup into it. Giratina, Chinpao, and Gardevoir. I think those 3 are solid decks overall that can go toe-to-toe against the overall power of Charizard. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see a few Cobalion teched in there in some decks like Ancient Box especially.
Do you think it comes down to more often to either of you guys? Do you have to pick a deck that does really well against Charizard but then doesn't play very well into the rest of the field? Or is there some deck out there that can kind of do both?
It's really difficult to find a deck that does both, right? I mean, I think if we did see that deck, it would definitely be a bit more popular on the meta share, right? If you can take a solid matchup into Charizard and a bunch of the other decks. In reality, though, you have to pick your battles when choosing a deck for a Pokemon TCG tournament. You're not realistically going to find something that can handle everything, so you have to try to figure out what you think is going to be popular in the meta, maybe what are some of the tier 2 decks that are going to slip down a little bit in meta share, take a loss there. Like if you think Lugia is going to be a little less popular, you can take a loss there, stuff like that.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. You have to pick your battles. You can't beat everything with a single deck. If you could, then that would be the most popular deck by far. So you have to pick your battles, but the one battle you have to be up against is Charizard EX. You have to at least have a chance against that. Yep. Everything else, you can decide and predict what you're going to face and the popularity, but you got to have a good chance against Charizard.
Okay, here's a better question. Let's say you want to take a deck into this event, but it doesn't have a great Charizard matchup. Would you advise somebody to play that deck?
Probably not. You want to, I mean, you can maybe take a slightly unfavored matchup, like a 45-55, but I wouldn't want to take much worse than that, because not only is Charizard popular, it's going to be played by a lot of very good players. Yeah. You can maybe come away with a win against a lesser skilled player. You know, if you're playing a deck that has a bad Charizard matchup, if you have practiced it a lot, you know what your chance to win is, you play to that line really hard and give yourself that opportunity. but most of the really strong Charizard players are going to be able to pounce ahead of that pretty quickly and try to shut down those lines.
So you're saying if you want to make it in the long run of this tournament, definitely play something that could be the Charizard deck.
Yeah,
'cause we're
at
gonna see a
least
lot of it.
50-50 into the deck for sure.
Gotcha. Well, we talked a lot about Charizard, but we're going to talk a little bit more about it. There is a hot discussion of the lists that we've seen of Charizard. What are the different A-specs that we have seen in Charizard? You have Prime Catcher. It's a very popular one, sort of a well-rounded card. Hero's Cape, as well as Maximum Belt. So those are our 3 hot pick A-specs, but which do you prefer in the deck, Pablo? Let's start with you. And which do you advise players to bring or play in their decks going into Indianapolis?
So all 3 have their merit for sure in different situations. I think depending on how you build the rest of your Charizard deck, for example, if you play Prime Catcher, you can play Defiance Band or Choice Belt, which help you get extra damage, which Maximum Belt does, right? They're all situational. They cover different type of Pokemon cards as well, but it depends on what your predictions are for the metagame and how you build your deck. Hero's Cape, for example, if you feel the metagame is going to be very hostile against Charizard, you can build this like super Charizard with Hero's Cape and Mist Energy, which allows you to have so much HP and not affected by things like Giratina's Star Requiem V-Star attack, which makes one single Charizard very difficult to take down. And so far we haven't seen too much Lost Vacuum being played, so I think the tools are a good call, but the raw power of Prime Catcher is also very powerful. So I think it all goes in tandem with how else you build the rest of your Charizard deck to really determine what the best A-spec is for you.
Gotcha. Chip, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think Hero's Cape is actually pretty good for this weekend. We did just see Pedro Pertusi winning a regional championships with the combination of Mist Energy and the Hero's Cape, like you were mentioning, Pablo. I think it's a solid play in the format right now. It's not great in the mirror match because one of the few decks in the format that does play Lost Vacuum is Charizard, so you do lose a little bit of percentage points there. But I actually think the Charizard mirror match is a pretty skillful one, and the better player ends up coming out on top most of the time. Different than some of the mirror matches we see where it's whoever just kind of gets ahead first. There's a lot more comeback opportunity in the Charizard mirror, so as a good player, I think you can take a little bit of a percentage hit in the mirror match in order to improve basically every other matchup with the Hero's Cape.
Yeah. Well, I think we can all decide one thing that, which way you go, you have a 1-copy A-spec card, and all of them are very good. So you can't go wrong there putting an A-spec into your deck. All right, we have enough Charizard conversations here in the lounge so far. I want to jump to another deck that's very different from Charizard. We're talking one prize Pokemon. We're talking Ancient Box. It got 2nd place in our Orlando Regional Championship. And are we going to see it repeat that success? Pablo, why do you think that deck was able to see the success it did in Orlando?
So I think Ancient Box, as you mentioned, Boo, the single price factor is a really big deal because it can trade very effectively against the other decks around Charizard. Charizard's HP is a little too high sometimes for Ancient Box, but 280 HP of Giratina's and Arceus, the weakness of Gardevoir EX makes it very easy to 1-KO with Roaring Moon. You also have the 220 HP Qianbao, so Ancient Box has a really good matchup against everything that tries to have a solid matchup against Charizard, so that's a really, really big deal. And I think if you manage to, in the end, Charizard is the most popular deck, but not everyone is playing Charizard, right? You are going to play a variety of decks, Lost Box, all sorts of decks throughout the day. So Ancient Box, if you assume you're not going to play too many Charizards and you can still go toe-to-toe against them, you definitely have a very good matchup against everything else, which is very appealing.
Yeah, Chip, what do you think are the inherent weaknesses of the deck itself?
Yeah, just the Charizard matchup, really. It's not a great Charizard matchup. Really just echoing what Pablo said. It is super solid against basically everything else in the field. The consistency can be a little clunky sometimes. The fact that you're forced to play more mediocre supporters as far as draw options go. You're not playing Iono and Professor's Research every turn.
They're ancient, Chip. They're ancient.
They are ancient, but those supporters...
They're behind the times.
They may draw you, they may draw you a few less cards, but they have very powerful effects, right? Sada's Vitality, getting you extra energy cards into play, Explorer's Discovery, Explorer's Guidance, throwing extra ancient cards into your discard pile to fuel your Roaring Moon's attack. Yeah, it's a really fun deck to play for sure, and I think there's definitely a little bit of, shiny new toy syndrome going on with the deck as well. It's kind of the new thing on the block right now, and I expect it to be pretty popular this weekend, even though it doesn't have the best Charizard matchup.
It's the ancient mechanic. They all synergize within each other, but, we've talked a little bit about decks. I want to see what y'all picked for this weekend as far as your forecast. What is going to succeed this weekend? I'm excited to see the choices from our casters here.
Yeah, I went back-to-back with something I picked last weekend or a couple weekends ago in Orlando. Sticking with the Pidgeot EX. It's great in Charizard, obviously, but more so this weekend, I think that Pidgeot Control could be very well positioned heading into this tournament. Control is kind of a deck without an identity at the moment. There's not like a clear-cut way to play it. A few different options out there, a few different variations. So I expect to see some of our better players picking this deck up and coming out with it to bring it to this regional championships.
How about you, Pablo? Defend your picks here in Indianapolis.
So I do think that people are getting tired of seeing Charizard at the top, and they're going to really try to get an edge, predicting that it's going to be the most popular deck as well, no matter for the top players or everyone else. So I think people are going to go hard on their counters, and Qianbao has a really, really good Charizard matchup, I feel. It's probably one of the few decks that can say they're a little favored against it. And then Giratina is just solid overall. It doesn't have any overwhelmingly good matchups, but also it doesn't have any overwhelmingly bad matchups either. And it's raw power against Charizard, and the fact that it can play 2 Iron Leaves because it has the grass energies available, and it's good against Control, which is predicted to be a little better this weekend. That makes Giratina, I think, a top pick this weekend for me.
Wow, well, great insight from both of you. I'm really excited to see what ends up succeeding here at this event. It's funny, Skarzig has Charizard EX and then the counter to Charizard EX. So either way, something's
covering his
happening.
bases.
Yeah.
Same for Kyle.
Yeah, and then for Kyle, of course, covering the bases of just what are the most two-played decks here. So we have some nice coverage overall for all of our casters. But you've heard from us here from this event. I want to hear from you all as well. Make sure to keep track with us online and also post things and hashtag play Pokemon, because we love seeing your posts. We love featuring your posts here on the stream, and it's always a fun time to get everybody involved, whether it's your watch parties, whether it's you at the event here. Let us know how your rounds are going if you're playing. We want to hear from every Pokemon fan out here today in Indianapolis. Well, it's been great chatting with you all in the lounge. Thank you so much for joining me. We are going to be tossing things over to the desk now to jump into the Pokemon action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the casting desk. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson, and we are going to be opening things up alongside Kyle Sablehouse. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. It's so good to be back. Of course, I get to represent. This is the home state now. Been here for, what, 7-8 years now, and I love whenever we have a tournament here in Indianapolis. It's going to be the biggest one ever. We've been saying that a lot.
What can I say? The players love Pokemon. It's been a great time to jump into the game thanks to the new rotation, thanks to the new format. Players are having a lot of fun, and I know our viewers at home are also looking forward to a lot of fun this weekend. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, we've got a lot of great action coming up, of course. A lot of interesting decks. We saw the meta share already. Expect Charizard, expect the counters. We'll see which of these players is going to start getting that edge in the opening rounds of the tournament.
And I guess before we get down to business, I want to go ahead and refresh the memory of our audience. Go to a nice format recap so we know how things are going to go down this weekend before we head down to the table.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And now don't forget, this coming match was picked by community choice. So I know our audience is really excited for the showdown between Andrew Hedrick and Spencer Schneider.
Yeah, we didn't tell you which players we had, and I'm sure this is a nice treat to see Andrew Hedrick starting things off here. Of course, we've seen a phenomenal run from Andrew over the previous year with the back-to-back championships at the regional stage. And it's gonna be piloting the Dialga, your favorite. It's here.
Go! This deck got a huge buff with the new Metang for this format, and players have finally started to kind of break the ice and experiment with this build. There are some vicious rumors out there that it could be the secret to answering Charizard, but going up against another of its pretty good matchups in Chen Pao.
Yeah, the metal is going to be an interesting counter that maybe Spencer wasn't expecting this time around. You often don't see that typing weakness come about, but sure enough, there is the Dialga on the other side. You can take knockouts for what, 2 energies potentially?
Good budget metal blast.
We'll see how that works out, but Spencer certainly has their work cut out for him. There is some interesting back and forth, though. We do see, of course, Chen Pao, when it runs hot, it can beat just about anything. Has that Radiant Greninja that could maybe knock out some Beldums. So we'll see how that works out. Maybe these prize cards will tell us what we're in store for.
Yeah, ironically, both decks play at a similar speed in the early game, but two bosses orders in the prizes for Andrew. You need these in order to make your Start Chronos combo turns that much more threatening, so already going to be losing a lot of that potential.
Double Origin Form Dialga V also in the prize cards. There is 1 remaining in the deck for Dialga to even have a V-Star to attack with, to work in the Star Chronos and try to take double knockouts. This is tough.
Now, whenever you think a matchup is going to go one way, you've always got to consult the prize cards first, Kyle.
That's
they
right.
always need to have their say, and this is already looking to be a pretty spicy one. Both decks, as I was saying, are going to focus on getting set up very slowly. Buddy Poffins, getting some Stage 1 Pokemon in play, some basic Pokemon that need to evolve before they can get their abilities and really start opening this game up. Andrew starting with Beldum in the active, and Spencer with the Iron Bundle in the active.
Yeah, the ultimate equalizer. Those prize cards will be something that Andrew's going to find out about pretty soon here. Of course, Buddy Poffin, you're not looking for the Dialga for the boss's orders, but you have this opening turn to get as much information as possible.
Oh, I saw the hesitation there. I saw the hesitation. This first Dialga, hopefully, maybe we can get the Dialga V-Star, Metal Blast, 2 prizes off of Chen Pao. Pray for the next Dialga to keep the chain going, but this is already looking pretty shaky, Kyle.
Yep, we'll see the double Beldum off of the Buddy. That is the general strategy. Of course, it's basically the only thing you're looking for with this Buddy Poffin in this list. But the importance of having that Pokemon established for the turn 2 Metang to start accelerating energies, it's vital to the deck.
Now, and this version that Andrew Hedrick is on doesn't have the technical machine evolution to just get those into play immediately. So these are going to be perhaps a little vulnerable to some early Radiant Greninjas if Andrew does not get set up quickly enough.
Yep, I would just put a frowny face in there when you start to mark what your prize cards are, because it's a dangerous spot to be in. The opening Pokegear when you're on turn 1 usually is a bad sign too. Trying to just thin out a supporter that you won't even be able to play on the opening turn is where Andrew's at right now.
The first hurdle, trying to get established with Dialga. So many players have said this deck is great when it gets set up. If it gets set up. Spencer also on the cheeky one of Iono tech, maybe spots this Pokegear, wants to just use that Iono to kind of reset things.
Wow, finds the Professor's Research. He gets a hold on to that, and then we see the Ultra Ball in hand too. So the one Dialga certainly should be found in this instance. But after that, it's pass over the turn and hope that you get a little more utility out of this going to, on the second turn now.
Yeah, Ultra Ball for Dialga, Professor's Research ready to go with 1 Metang, and that research has to come up big. Another Ultra Ball, something to find that next Metang, get that Metal Maker ability going. But Andrew can also just attach and pass. Doesn't want to pull the trigger on the Ultra Ball just yet. Maybe he top decks it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how the hand plays out. You could go for the double Metang and then try to find those additional Pokemon. But we know how important that Dialga is. Just having the one of, you want to evolve it quickly, and hopefully it sticks around for a little while.
Yeah, some sort of forbidden single prize line, just using Metang as a attacker. You go fishing for the Zamazenta. We'll see.
I'm sure you've been there on your TCG grind.
Every Dialga player has had to definitely experience this despair before you get to see the heights of the turn 2 Star Chronos. But Spencer, now with opening Nest Ball, just going to search through the deck, take a look at his prizes now. Kyle has Bidoof, and this is a pretty thick line. Running the 3 Bidoof, wants to make sure he has access to that draw engine a little bit more consistently than normal.
Yeah, this is a new benefit that we see from the Chien-Pao players. Having, instead of the Battle VIP passes of old, the Buddy Buddy Poffin and the Nest Ball's just a really thick line. It leads to you finding a full bench on the opening turn, especially going second when you have access to cards like Irida. We're going to see just the double Nest Ball to start things off, but instantly Radiant Greninja is a big piece of that. Starting to burn through the list and find the right pieces is going to be nice. But you mentioned the 3 Bidoof. It comes at a change. You have to switch it up, and there's only 2 Chien-Pao EX in this list.
So both players for this game, and I suppose for the rest of the match, can be pretty thin on those key attackers. But fortunately, Spencer has this additional threat of early Radiant Greninja, maybe sniping a Beldum or 2 if Andrew can't come out of the deck with the Metangs to take those out. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, going to be the supporter for the turn. Put 2 cards if you're choosing on top. Beautiful combination with the concealed cards to get those in hand immediately. Did you get a glimpse at what those picks were, Kyle?
It looks like Spencer's thinking about next turn with the Irida. Did not see the other card in combination, but the Cypher Maniac is so interesting in this deck. We've seen players draw into it with the Radiant Greninja, draw into cards with the Bibarel, or you even use the Pokestop and throw a bunch of items on top.
Oh,
We've
yes.
seen some wild combos, and that's why we see it as a 2 of inclusion, and basically it's one of the few decks that ever sees this supporter played.
And for a deck like this that values its early turns and its setup so heavily, it's massively important. I'm glad that Spencer's taking full advantage, already prepping for next turn. Here comes concealed cards to draw those immediately. Irida and a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, can't blame you there. It's a double Friggy, double Bidoof is likely the line here. Just make sure that nothing's going to be knocked out on that opening second turn. That boss's orders can really disrupt if you remove the only draw engine, or of course the only way to get those energies accelerated in this game.
And things are actually getting pretty awkward, it looks like, for Spencer. Just going to go for the Friggies.
Wow.
Has this Iron Bundle still very awkwardly in the active spot. No Chien-Pao coming down this turn.
This is Spencer identifying the matchup and going, all right, I know the way that we lose this. it's that Star Chronos double knockout on Friggy / Baxcalibur, and then I have no way to accelerate energies. If I have 3 in play, then I just got to hold on to 1 resource, and maybe I'll get to accelerate energies later on.
And then just attaches the Lightning Energy for turn into a manual retreat to put the Frigibacks into the active spot, and now Iron Bundle's Hyper Blower ability will be activated. Maybe try to get some fancy switches down the road. It's back over to Andrew, gets Super Rod off the top. Not really what he's looking for this early in the game, but still has Professor's Research.
Yep, it's going to be a sacrificial piece of that Ultra Ball. And, I mean, you can go for the high 5 at this point. Looks like it's going to be double Metang along with the Research. Draw as many cards as you can and start to get a little bit of a setup here. And there's not much pressure on the other side. You look at Spencer's board. I'm not worried about any of these Pokemon if I have Metangs in play, because Radiant Greninja is the only true attacker in this spot. There's no Chien-Pao knocking me out.
And Andrew almost evolved the Beldum in the active spot. You don't want to do that. You want to retreat this Beldum potentially first, because that retreat cost does get increased after the evolution. There is always the chance this Professor's Research is going to find that Dialga V. We'll see it here now. Nest Ball's looking pretty good. Radiant Greninja, that's a great pickup. Mew, this is all the rest of his setup he was looking for, Kyle.
Yeah, you see some really nice pieces. The Radiant Greninja for some additional draw. If you find those metal energies, you also see the Mew that potentially works in an interesting attack. Once in a while, we'll see that Pokemon get into the mix and take some prize cards. So be wary of that. And then the one single prizer, that Zamazenta, is a real nice piece to take some knockouts and pivotal spots.
Great for the mid-late game. Functions a little bit like Radiant Charizard does in other decks, right? Later on in the game, it's just a great way to put a very, very important single prizer in the active spot that can hit for very substantial damage.
Yep, sometimes that's the Pokemon that makes the prize exchange a little awkward, turns it into a 7-prize game. We know that's going to be difficult this time around. There's just not much Dialga, and we will see a little bit of medal making going on here.
And Andrew Hedrick did opt to evolve the Beldum in the active spot, is going to use this Metang for the attacking potential, looks like. 2 energies found and attached, 60 damage on beam. Looks like it's going to be a solid KO after everything is said and done.
You're a beam gamer, is what you're saying.
It seems desperate. I run Metagross in my version personally so that this doesn't hurt you as much in the long run, but if you're in an awkward spot like Andrew is, where only 1 Dialga V is available to you until you start taking knockouts, you got to find those knockouts wherever you can.
Yeah, I mean, this is... It's an awkward spot, but it also makes a lot of sense. Andrew is going to go on the aggressive and attack in, take that knockout, and you have a little bit of a threat there in the active spot. Is it enough to ignore Dialga? We'll see.
Oh, I know. Pulls 1 prize. It's not a Dialga V. And Spencer, because he didn't put down Chen Pao, doesn't really have that, aggression right away, but because of Super Cold on Excalibur, the Chen Pao can come down and get powered up immediately, depending on what the rest of the hand is looking like. Concealed cards to open things up. Buddy Buddy Poffin and another Water Energy.
And of course, the Irido was the grab last time off of the Cypher Maniac, which means that you have Candy Excalibur ready to go this turn.
I wonder if Spencer will just let her rip, go for the Moonlight Shuriken, put damage on the 2 Metangs. They'll still survive with 10 HP, but it forces Andrew's hand. He has to pivot immediately into Dialga V-Star if he wants maximum value out of these Metal Makers before it's too late to say, you have to take out this Radiant Greninja or else your engine is completely done.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. If the cards line up, maybe Prime Catcher would be an opportunity to knock out the Dialga V before it becomes a major threat. We do see the Chen Pao is in hand along with the Superior Energy Retrieval, but that's a lot of energies you have to commit to the board before drawing with the Bibarel to find even a little bit of help here. If Metang's the knockout, so be it, but Radiant Greninja does not line up as a great attacker here.
Mm-hmm. And Spencer really has to think about this line. It's incredibly tempting, I would say, Kyle, to take out the Dialga V and say, well, I don't care about 60 damage beam on the Metang. I can deal with Zamazenta pretty easily. Because you have to evolve into Dialga V-Star, you're buying yourself so much breathing room to maybe take over the tempo of the game for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where you're looking for Iron Hands, an opportunity to knock out this Pokemon, gain an additional prize card. Instead, committing the energies to the Radiant Greninja and just drawing it into a bit of fodder at this point. These are cards that aren't helping in this situation.
And there's the Shuriken. 1 prize, taking out the Beldum. Where does this damage go? Soften up Dialga V, soften up Zamazenta. I maybe like just putting the damage on a Metang, but is saying these aren't threatening. I'm going to just focus on your attackers instead.
Yeah, there's not much that you can find from this spot. This does discourage Andrew for going after an additional Beldum in this opportunity. If a Radiant Greninja comes back into play, you can knock out the Zamazenta and the Beldum. That's the only reason to not go after the Dialga V in that spot. Otherwise, I mean, you're just placing damage because it's part of the attack. It doesn't truly matter here.
And Andrew going for a Metal Maker first, getting some of these energies out of the deck potentially before setting up the Radiant Greninja to draw more with concealed cards. There are a couple energies in hand, of course, to get the attach return and the concealed cards. So things aren't over for him just yet. Yeah, second Metal Maker now.
Yeah, we saw the
big
double
one
found there. And there is a Prime Catcher in hand. This is a huge opportunity for Andrew to go after some relevant Pokemon in this instance. Maybe you can knock out that Excalibur and put a lot of pressure on Spencer to go for another Irida Rare Candy Excalibur this turn.
I like that Andrew is being very conservative with just attaching tons of energy to the Dialga V. He doesn't want to call attention to it, saying, this is just a little guy. Please don't worry about this. I'm going to put Zamazenta in the active, because now its Retaliate ability is all ready to go because Beldum was knocked out. It's going to deal additional damage. Boss's orders now coming through. And before he makes the decision, consults the discard pile and wants the Excalibur. And this is the strategy that you pointed out. Kyle.
Yeah, we saw the Frigibacks already knocked out on the previous turn by the beam of Metang. You see the hand a little bit clogged, so going after the Bibarel maybe doesn't line up just as clearly. So you take the knockout on the Baxcalibur. It's that one Frigiback's ready to go. And this is where Andrew's in a great spot. Didn't have to use the Prime Catcher, was done with the boss's orders. So if you do want to go chain together some attacks with the Dialga V-Star, you can easily clear off any potential Frigibacks.
Once you're able to hold on to boss's orders or Prime Catcher, you know that Andrew's already making the calculations, looking for this Star Chronos now. Just has to grab one more Ultra Ball to find that evolution. Metang still pretty healthy, and a lot of energy, if I'm being honest, in play currently. So the next few Metal Makers are going to be a bit more nebulous.
Yeah, this is where Super Rod is such an impactful card. Just recycling those energies back to back. You're thinning down the deck as you're playing cards, and we've even seen players go after that Pokestop. Just burn cards so that the rest of your deck is just gas. You want boss's orders, Prime Catchers, and Metal Energies, and figure it out from there.
And that's exactly why Spencer hesitated to play the Pokestop last turn. Just left it in his hand, didn't want to give any help to Andrew, and it seemed he was in a very good spot. Second Cypher Maniac code breaking coming through does mean he has access to all these key cards he needs for the matchup. And what two cards are the best for Spencer at this point?
Well, if you want to attack this turn, it's got to include Rare Candy Baxcalibur. We saw the Rare Candy grabbed, and I believe the other card was the Super Rod, which means there's potential to not only shuffle in a bit of that Frigibax Baxcalibur line, but maybe even bench another Frigibax, which is the bare minimum that you can do in this instance. You have to play down some assistance there. Look at that, finds the Ultra Ball to go along with it. That's an additional
That's a beaut.
friend to find.
And there's Rare Candy Baxcalibur. It seems like Spencer's really going to hold on to Chen Pao for the coup de grace, which you like to see. Super Rod now putting some more Pokemon back in the deck. Baxcalibur going in, and a Frigibax.
Yeah, there is one more Frigibax that you can go after, and there is the Ultra Ball to search this Pokemon back out. Didn't see if the Buddy Buddy Poffin was available, but that would be perfect in order to set up two of these Pokemon at the same time. That gets you out of that awkward double Star Chronos situation. We'll see if Spencer's able to draw into anything like that. Of course, still has Bibarel to go along with it.
And this is still game one. Both players really contending with the awkwardness of the matchup and the awkwardness of their prize cards, but playing very quickly, playing very confidently, gets rid of an Irida and a superior energy retrieval.
Wow. Yeah, that Ultra Ball. I don't know about that. There's still
wait, no. Oh, it was the other way around. He got rid of the Ultra Ball for the superior to get the water back.
Yeah, but losing the Ultra Ball here, you're going for the barrel for 3, and you're trying to find some pieces. You need to find Frigibax. There it is.
Oh, never punished.
But you still only got 1 in this spot. And Andrew, he's in a bit of an awkward spot with the boss's orders prize, but if he finds them both, it's gone.
Moonlight Shuriken takes 1 knockout, gets a little bit more damage onto Dialga V. But this could seal the deal if Andrew can get the right card off the top. Needs an Ultra Ball of his own to bring Dialga V-Star out of the deck and get that online.
Yeah, big turn here. We've seen both players really focused on those single prize Pokemon in the beginning of the game, trying to find the setup. And look at Andrew counting out the deck in the middle of the game. Just shows how important it's going to be to find the right energies.
Yeah, the math around Metal Maker as well can get so deep and awkward depending on how many energies are potentially left in the deck, how many Super Rods you have access to. There's still a lot of metal in play, plus an attach for turn.
With this metal attachment, likely means that the supporter of choice will be the Professor's Research, not using that as a way to dig with concealed cards to find a different supporter.
Prime Catcher first. Here comes the Baxcalibur.
Oh, we're committed. Here we go.
Fortunately, he only needs 1 attachment to just get Temporal Rupture, so it's not the end of the world. Going to draw 7 off Professor's Research. A lot of metal energy
Where's the
in
V-Star?
the top here.
Double V-Stars, the last 2 cards, though.
There was so much metal energy in the top of the deck. I was wondering if he would Metal Maker before the research.
Ooh, double Super Rod found. You can
It's
absolutely
all coming together.
flood the deck at this point with metal energies.
This is what he was looking for. He was
yeah.
going to draw all the cards first, thin down the deck as much as possible, knew these Super Rods were coming, still has access to Pokestop. All the deck is going to be made of metal, and then Metang will take over from here.
Yeah, it's a great point. Honestly, the Super Rod, or the Pokestop at this point, you already know boss's orders are prized. What do you care about in the deck? I would just
put all that energy back in, shuffle it real nice.
It would have been a good situation maybe to use the Pokestop, burn useless cards, and then go for these additional 6 energies. But you have to expect that this situation could find you at least 2 energies made off the Metangs.
Absolutely well done, especially with the Professor's Research drawing 2 Dialga V-Stars. Those are safe in your hand now. No worries about those getting discarded by the Pokestop. So let's see the metal be made.
All right. There's one.
Okay. Attach it to the active. And I believe there is still one more boss's orders in the hand to really make this combo turn pop off.
No, we saw one used earlier, and there's 2 in the prize cards.
Okay.
I think this is a list only featuring 3. Yeah, so
gotcha.
Finding that prize card off of the Beck's Caliber knockout will be huge.
Oh,
what
no!
in the world?
Oh, after shuffling all that metal energy in, comes up a little bit short, already attached for turn.
Oh no, this is a no Chronos situation.
I'm very surprised he's just going to go for the evolution here. Does give this Dialga a little bit more HP, still forcing the Chen Pao to come out and play. And then you have that monstrous threat of the Star Chronos to just take 2 or 3 more prizes to close out.
Yeah, at this point, you already have the other Dialga V on the bench. You'll evolve that Pokemon. The prize card is the boss's orders, which is nice. If Star Chronos is available on the following turn with some really lucky metal making, then maybe you've got a situation lined up, but that was not ideal for Andrew.
Hisui and heavy ball for Spencer Schneider. And take a look. I don't think there was anything important in there, but you can see he's backed into a corner now in order to hit the damage that's required. Looks like Chen Pao will need to come out. And that is certainly what you don't want to do. And especially with this Origin Form Dialga V-Star having 4 out of 5 energy attached for the Star Chronos needs to be dealt with. There is no more gust around it, try to take knockouts.
Yep, the number 1 situation, got to have Rare Candy Excalibur in the spot. You'd like to bench another Frigibax if you have access to the final Rare Candy. If you don't have access to that, then you have to have all the energies committed to the board this turn. It would be double Chen Pao played onto the board, upwards of 7 energies, take the knockout, and have the Prime Catcher knockout for the Dialga V in play. You line up your 4 prize cards in 2 turns when your opponent has 3 remaining. That's the math you're looking for, and that's the window that was available because the metal making didn't hit.
With that second metal making full whiffing, right? Not seeing any whatsoever. The next 2 potentially are going to be massive. Potentially just going completely from 0 to 5 on the second Dialga V here.
Well, this is the issue with playing 2 Chen Pao. If the plan was to play down both of these Chen Pao and have them ready to go, regardless of Excalibur, you got to get pretty lucky off the barrel.
So after the retreat, Chen Pao EX does come into the active. There's a Shivery Chill, finds 2 water energy from the deck, comes directly into the hand. And now Spencer just evaluating the resources, trying to calculate that line, put together the play you mentioned, Kyle.
Plenty of energy to be found. Prime Catcher still in the deck. Where is the additional Chen Pao or Frigibax? One of those 2 has to be the play. You're worried about boss's orders from Andrew in this situation, but you can also try to set up game on board.
And then Spencer has successfully gotten all of the energy out of the deck. Just has to find superior energy now. Is there any more room for Iron Hands to maybe come through and sneak some prizes? It's going to be really unlikely, but yeah, I think the ball is in Andrew's court, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, play down all the energies, draw up with the barrel. You could even use Pokestop, try to find the Ultra Ball, but we're going to see the 4 cards, and there's Iron Hands. So there is the bailout button. If you need to set up that Pokemon as well, you can do that, and then Prime Catcher could knock out Pokemon like that Metang for the win.
Concealed cards, getting 2, sees an Ultra Ball.
Okay. That's the cleaner approach.
and now Pokestop.
So many resources.
And this is what Chen Pao is known for, being able to, if you sequence well, you have so much counterplay, so many different strategies you can use to stay in the game, even in a matchup like this, where it's historically pretty bad.
Dangerous spot, really dangerous. Yes, you get the knockout. Baxcalibur removed from play in this turn is virtually game over. So not seeing those additional energies played, the superior energy used, means that the energies on board to close out no longer
Wow,
gonna be
I'm
an
surprised you went for
opportunity.
concealed cards there. After the two Metal Makers had the Metal Maker had whiffed, there was a really high chance that the next few cards were going to be all Metal Energy, and that's exactly what happened there, Kyle.
Yeah, you hope that you would find item cards or something that could help you thin out, but you also don't want to remove the triple Iono from the bottom of the deck. You want to draw into those Metal Makers, so a lot of going on here in these last turns of the game.
Yeah, only gets 2 attachments off of both Metal Makers.
It's
What
all
a
you need.
heartbreak here.
It's all you need, though. We've talked about it, the weakness on that Chen Pao. Who cares?
There's the attached, decides to bring up
There it
Baxcalibur.
is, yep. That is brutal to see the boss's orders. The knockout on the Baxcalibur. Spencer waves the white flag. We're done here. We're going to move on to game number 2.
I'm looking for that Star Chronos, Kyle. What can I say?
There's some questionable stuff going on there. You can't blame Spencer for trying to find the lines, hold on to some of those resources, but that is a spot you know that you can't find another Baxcalibur. Flood the energies onto the board. Hopefully Star Chronos isn't in play. If it is, you already lost. So let's get those energies in play. There was potential to just have a checkmate ready to go and just chose not to go for it.
You can see both players wanting to focus down each other's energy acceleration engines. It's just Spencer doesn't have the leeway in this matchup when the Dialga's threatening and getting powered up, and Andrew is going to go after Baxcalibur. That's your first order of business no matter what deck you're playing.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how we got here in game number 1. This is not the Pokemon you like to attack with. Radiant Greninja started things off. 90 just doesn't line up into this board very well, and Andrew knew just that, started to get aggressive, using the Metang in the beginning, then the Zamazenta, and continually targeted the energies accelerating from Spencer, and it led to more awkward situations. Just more Radiant Greninja attacks, and no big knockouts. And that's how you get into a spot where it's 4-4 prizes, but this miss right here was basically
Brutal.
Yeah, this put Andrew in a horrible spot. Yes, you get the knockout onto the Baxcalibur, but you don't have the backup boss's orders into the Frigibax to close the game out. Spencer found a situation where if we saw a few more energies in play, maybe another Chen Pao, we'd have a way to close out. But
That is
boss's
true.
orders was found, and that's gonna be game 1.
So Spencer had an idea for the matchup, kind of knew that you could go for the single prize idea, save the Chen Paos for later on in the game, maybe try to dismantle those Dialgas before they come online, but just didn't come together. And now he's got another chance to take us to a game 3 and try this strategy once more. Andrew starting with Dialga V in the active spot, and Spencer has Radiant Greninja ready to go. Nest Ball, looking through the deck, evaluating how many Frigibacks can I get into play realistically.
Ooh, and this is also something that's debated a lot by the Chen Pao players. Going first is dangerous. Of course, you set up the deck list so you have opportunities with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, with the Nest Balls to find those resources, but no turn 1 Irida can lead to some really awkward situations.
The way that he's setting up the cadence is very interesting because you get your Frigiback set up this turn. Andrew Hedrick's on a TM Evolution, so there's not really a huge punish by letting the Dialga player go second to immediately Evo and get established. And if it comes right back over to Spencer, then the Moonlight Shurikens are hitting Beldums and not Metangs anymore. So that's going to be a huge point of tension in these opening turns.
Yeah, this is huge risk, huge reward if available. If you can have the turn 2 Moonlight Shuriken onto the Beldums, then yeah, you're in a pretty phenomenal spot. But at what cost? We see this is a pretty good hand. So throwing away Ultra Ball makes you surely expect that there's going to be a little more going on as far as basic Pokemon here. But if you have the Irida for next turn, Radiant Greninja looks ready to go.
Still hasn't used concealed cards, Earth and Vessel, getting those water energies out of the deck. You love to see just the thinning and the sequencing, maximizing your draws for next turn. And Spencer on the 2 Cypher Maniacs code breaking can always flex into those missing pieces if he finds that key supporter.
Time to find some additional resources. Ultra Ball in the hand, but these are not Buddy Buddy Poffins, which is what you'd like to see. You have to throw away so many resources in order to get one additional Pokemon, and Spencer might not think it's worth it at this point.
Oh, and only one Frigibax. The Gambit doesn't pay off. Tries to go first to set up something. And now Andrew can just respond very safely, get the Dialga V set up, and start trying to hunt down the Frigibax, potentially.
Yeah, I'd argue the Water Energy isn't even a good play at this spot either. You want to throw that away with Ultra Ball next turn and then get full effect out of Superior Energy Retrieval. It's just one additional card that you don't have to lose while you're trying to set up this board.
But Andrew Hedrick with Buddy Buddy Poffin gets double Beldum and benches a Radiant Greninja. Another great card for Dialga to draw some extra cards because of the advent of 4 Super Rods. You don't mind losing so much of your Metal Energy early. You can just put them back in when the time is right.
All right. There's no additional Beldum. There is a supporter that isn't Professor's Research, so you don't have to lose all of these evolutions for next turn. But do we just throw them away anyways? We play a pile of Super Rods.
With the Dialga V-Star, it's very tempting, right? You've got with the V-Star in hand, maybe you hold on to this hand, just wants to go for Iono instead. And with Metal Coating, you do get one more attachment onto the Dialga V, which is nice.
Finds the Beldum.
Wow. I love it when the supporter of choice that you decide to play just works out.
Looks like along with the Ultra Ball, so if you really wanted to commit, you could go for all 4 and try to go for double Metang if Radiant Greninja were to take the knockout, but 1's probably enough, especially when you get to accelerate these energies by way of Dialga V, get that additional energy in play, and you're threatening knockouts next turn.
And so Metal Coating, once again, you can attach up to 2 energies from the discard pile, but there was just the 1. Now it's back over to Spencer. Has Nest Ball. Frigibax still very safe right now, has Rare Candy Baxcalibur in hand, needs to find a little bit more. This is a great opportunity to threaten this Dialga V. If you take Star Chronos out of the equation, your Chen Pao's still going to be weak to the Zamazenta, sure, but without the threat of those 2 turns happening back to back, it gives you so much more leeway to respond to Andrew's plays.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to go about this. Either you remove the main threat right here in the active spot, or you sense weakness. This is the reason you went first. You go after 2 Beldums. You can remove those from play. You're only dealing with 1 Metang potentially for the rest of the game. That's a spot I want to be in. Oh, well, do we have a mystery card situation? Okay. Making sure there wasn't a card that fell out of the deck here into the hand.
Okay, good. Because this is the window of opportunity. This is the moment of truth for Spencer. Just needs to get the water energy in hand. Has already used 1 Earthen Vessel. There is a second one in the deck. Maybe you just grab a Chen Pao, do some switcheroos.
Oh boy, yeah, this Pokestop needs to find some friends. Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, something to keep the ball rolling here because there's no Baxcalibur yet. No dice.
The water energy goes away. Superior just for a couple more.
Oh, this is so awkward. If you want to continue to draw, if you want to find the energy for the Radiant Greninja, you have to retreat into the Chen Pao to continue to draw.
And then Chen Pao is just stuck in the active, and now you have to commit even more energy to take out the Dialga. This is taking the Moonlight Shuriken against the Beldum's line out of the equation now.
Right, you're at this point, you're full send onto the concealed cards, finding Baxcalibur, and taking the knockout with the Chen Pao.
Right, that Iono ended up being so clutch for Andrew to take this play off and keep the Beldum safe.
All right, we'll see if the risk is worth it here for Spencer or if it's going to be a slower approach. You've got all the Pokemon in play that you wanted on the opening turn, but this hurts if you go for it. Retreating into the Bidoof.
Yeah, just taking an in-between waiting play. I need to draw just a little bit more, see what my options are. The rest of the hand is too good to use the superior energy. Needs to wait for Baxcalibur to come through.
if I'm Andrew, I'm licking my chops. this is exactly what you want to see.
Exactly.
Your opponent set up nothing. Turn 2, no Excalibur in play, and you have the potential to draw all the cards. Seen some resources with the Radiant Greninja. Of course, accelerating with the Metal Maker. Got 2 primed Pokemon ready to go in the Zamazenta and the Dialga V to load up.
And this is so early in the game. Andrew has gotten so many Pokemon in play, has the Matangs now with the Ultra Ball, uses Pokestop, thins down another energy, gets a Nest Ball, and I dare say the rest of the deck is mostly energy at this point.
Your opponent hasn't done enough for the strategy that you typically go for. You want to make the most out of those bosses' orders, target down either double Bidoof, double Frigibax, whatever it may be. Take away one part of the engine, either the draw power or the energy acceleration, and go from there. But it feels almost too early. You're taking those 2 prize cards, you're using your big V-Star for the game, but if you leave your opponent with no Frigibax in play and you're up 2 prize cards, I think you win.
And Andrew is going to play it slower. Metal Maker for 2 energy, puts it on the Zamazenta, doesn't even care about Star Chronos at this position. So sure, I'll take a knockout on the Bidoof. Maybe I could bring up the Frigibax.
Yeah.
Ooh,
make your opponent use the resources at this spot. Once again, another full research for 7. Finds plenty of resources to continue on. Just take a knockout with an awkward Pokemon your opponent doesn't want to deal with. Worked last game, let's go for it again.
You're threatening with Dialga V-Star now on the bench, potentially getting set up with Metal Maker with Super Rod combos. You know that in order for this Pokemon to go down, Spencer has to bring the Chen Pao into play that you can just strike back on for weakness.
Yeah, Chen Pao's the only Pokemon that removes the Dialga. Zamazenta's lined up in the active spot with all the energies, and go ahead, use every resource you have to avoid Star Chronos, but I'm going to get the 2-2 prize exchange with this Zamazenta ready to roll.
It can knock out all these great single prizers, and if you try to knock out anything else in response, use your Moonlight Shuriken like you did in Game 1 to take out Beldum, then I can strike back for even more to threaten your Radiant Greninja or a Chen Pao easily.
Yeah, this is looking very good for Mr. Hedrick. Plenty of energies to go. When the situation finally aligns for Spencer, you see the rare candy back Excalibur, this Dialga is going to be ready to move into that spot and start taking those knockouts. Sit back, relax. You're up a prize card in Game 2.
And even with the matchup being so favored for Andrew Hedrick, you can see the mastery and the sequencing and the decision-making, not overextending to just go greedily for the Star Chronos, even when it seems like a great play, knowing that the match is in your hand and you can wait for your opponent to scramble and sweat a little bit more, waste some of their resources, and then put them in the ground.
Resources like Cypher Maniac and Irida
Oh, no.
thrown away with a Pokestop?
That's what I'm saying. You turn that powerful stadium against your opponent. When they're forced to press that button and spin that stop, there's always a risk that some of their important cards are going to go to the discard pile.
Ooh.
And has to Ultra Ball away the Chen Pao.
Where do we go from here? Double rare candy in hand, double superior energy retrieval. Even if you go for rare candy back Excalibur, you throw away a rare candy and a superior energy retrieval to attack for a prize card on a Beldum?
I'm trying to remember if Buster Tail is a knockout here on the Zamazenta.
It's not. There's the ability on the Zamazenta is going to prevent it from being knocked out.
Absolutely
but
terrible.
But even attacking with back Excalibur sounds terrible.
I know.
There's no right answer here. How about we throw away our whole hand and knock out a Beldum?
That seems to be the case, and this is the issue. Normally, Radiant Greninja could actually take a hit from the Zamazenta. Its Retaliate, a bonus damage, is only active for that one round, but if you knock out the Beldum, you're reactivating that additional damage. Then your Radiant Greninja draw engine is also leaving play.
Andrew smiled during that sequence, and I feel like he always tries to keep like a calm demeanor. But when you see your opponent throw away 2 of the best cards in the deck for the matchup, rare candy's very vital to this matchup. You only play 3. That means 1 potential back Excalibur is not even available, and your opponent can do what? They're taking a knockout on a Beldum. Please,
yes,
go ahead.
And the Dialga V-Star deck is tailor-made to bring up key cards, key supporter Pokemon from the back line. Because Star Chronos only hits for 220, normally you are taking out a support Pokemon and then revving up for a monstrous Metal Blast to then smoke your opponent's big main attacker, leave their board in shambles, and win the game through that V-Star power.
Potential for a disastrous turn here for Spencer now. Andrew has an opportunity. Could thin this hand down and try to draw into a card like that Prime Catcher, go after the Baxcalibur.
And this is the perfect setup. Now has another Dialga V on the bench, ready to go, ready to receive energy. There's just too many threats now all at once. Metal Maker just for 1 energy. So cheeky, just setting up where this Metal Blast knocks out a Chen Pao. I don't even need to go for Star Chronos. Andrew Hedrick not giving the people what they want, but he's playing the matchup so smart.
Yeah, you don't have to extend for this. The Baxcalibur's a pretty simple knockout to achieve at this point. You saw your opponent already throw away a rare candy. There's one more for that final Frigibax, and after you take that knockout, no energy acceleration the rest of the game.
Yep.
Who cares?
There's
Prize
just a
card. Yeah, what can you do here? Of course, the Ultra Ball, one of the better cards, but you already had one in hand. Finding the barrel in the spot, you have to find it. Industrious Incisors to draw, get something going with this hand. But, I mean, we need what? Silene to really continue to find rare candy Baxcalibur from this point?
Yeah, Super Rod into Silene, get the rare candies back. That's the only way. Even if a barrel draws the Shen Pao, all of the water energy is out of the deck, basically. That's not going to be able to attack. You can maybe take out a Zamazenta. How many energy? 3. And then you're just Star Chronos, 2 prizes, 1 more prize. Yeah, Spencer's really painted himself into a corner here, Kyle, and it's just the pressure that Andrew has had him under this entire game. Not saying, I'm going to go all in on one big Dialga V-Star, go for Star Chronos. I'm just going to spread my energy around, have multiple options to attack.
Oh, boy. No. That's what, almost every water energy in the deck, and now in the discard pile. We've already thrown away 2 superiors. There's 1 in hand.
I think that Iron Hands was in there somewhere. Maybe you Iron Hands to take 2 prizes, look in your prize cards for some outs. But with the Lightning Energy already attached and no way to switch out, that's going to be off the table too, Kyle. Every time I try to think up a new line, it just doesn't work. It just leads to a dead end.
Well, cards are flying. Maybe, I mean, there's not much else you can do at this spot. We see now you've got an opportunity with the Iron Bundle. Maybe your opponent sends up a Metang and you buy yourself a few turns. I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, bundle, just bring up the Radiant Greninja, just 1 retreat cost, or maybe not. Why not give up a little Dialga V?
Is this bait?
This is actually a psychological effect, isn't it? Where you're so far ahead in a match, and then you have to make a choice like this. Is there something I'm not seeing? Is there any way for me to throw this by accident?
I'm going to send up this Dialga, and if you can work something out, then cool. It's Iono time.
And that's 1 more energy attachment for this to be Temporal Rupture.
Superior energy retrieval now down to the bottom. There's 1 remaining for an attack with the Chen Pao.
Oh my lord, the Iono just gave him the Prime Catcher and a boss's orders and an energy. Just put him out of his misery, Andrew. You played this game very well. Played the matchup in a way I wasn't expecting, certainly. It wasn't just bada boom Star Chronos. You can see this very methodical style that a lot of high-level players adopt. Even when you're winning, don't just immediately go full-heartedly ahead to close out the game.
Right. When your opponent is not finding the big plays, when they're not drawing into the right resources, it's sometimes optimal to play with inefficient Pokemon, to attack with Metang, to attack with Zamazenta previous to a Pokemon knockout. You don't have that in play, so just use these Pokemon to get these single knockouts, and it leaves you with a board like this, where your opponent is attacking with a tackle.
You just power up so many different Pokemon and strengthen your setup. Have infinite options to pivot into at any moment.
This has to be Chronos time, yes?
You have to do it
Give the people what they want, Andrew.
Just because you're playing Dialga V-Star and you're on stream. You're contractually obligated at this point.
Yeah. It's time.
You've got boss's orders, Prime Catcher. There it is.
It is.
I can hear the audience in chat right now hooting and hollering for the Star Chronos to come through. Long have we waited for the time. And there's the V-Star power. Star Chronos takes one knockout and one prize. Spencer gives up the Baxcalibur. And there is the handshake for a clean 2-0. Dialga versus Chen Pao.
Big respect to Spencer for promoting the Baxcalibur at the end.
Didn't he want to give them the satisfaction of playing the boss's orders or Prime Catcher?
There's not much you can do in that instance. Spencer goes first and tries to find the big turn 2 opportunity to knock out the Beldums. It's not there. It's just not there. And that's, I mean, you take those risks, you go for it. We're going to look back on what could have been for Game 1, of course. There were opportunities to set up a huge board and maybe take that opening game. You have to believe that that could have led to a different series. But right now, Andrew Hedrick just showing off the potential of this Dialga deck in a very unusual way.
The potential not just to run hot, get the big turn 2 Star Chronos, all the metal makers in the world, but to play it more like Arceus, right? Of just getting so much energy in play, so many different attacking options that your opponent never is able to throw you off of your game, throw you off of this chain of threat to take prizes. And the longer your opponent waits and the more prizes you take, the more threatening Star Chronos becomes to close out the game entirely.
Yep. I mean, we're think if Metang had 90 hit points. Like, this matchup completely flips on its head. Manaphy has to be an inclusion, and then it gets all wacky. There is no clean Pokemon to knock out for Spencer in the opening turns without a Chen Pao EX attacking, which is not where you want to be. It's devastating to walk into that Zamazenta, potentially the Chronos, whatever it may be, and you see spots like this where Spencer's just trying to find anything to hold on to, and it's so difficult. You have no resources left after all the Pokemon you have to go through on Andrew's side.
The only realistic thing I could say is try to pull off an early knockout with Iron Hands, take 2 prizes, and you have to use the Chen Pao proactively.
You have to tech Halucha.
Oh, very true. Yeah, you need that extra little bit of attack power and a little bit of damage.
we need to see evolution to this matchup, but I don't think that Dialga is the deck that Spencer's looking for. Obviously,
yeah, Chen Pao is not prepped for this at all.
He wants to see the Charizards. They're not there. It's going to be the Metal Maker getting it done, Mr. Hedrick.
Yeah, the Dialga V-Star, not just a great deck that's gotten buffed, but its position in the metagame, doing well against Chen Pao, the second most popular deck, everybody's first draft pick to take down Charizard. And, you know, there are some rumors out there that Dialga is pretty strong into Charizard itself, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of that down the road, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has to go right, but that's the answer for everyone playing against Charizard, because it's busted. It's tier 0. We know that there's really not a lot that competes with it. Chen Pao is going to be one of those decks, but Spencer is going to go down to 3-1 now. Still a great record to compete and potentially see this player in day 2. Andrew Hedrick, though, with a full head of steam, metal making his way to 4-0 and potentially running into some of those non-Charizard matchups that have looked pretty well so far.
Yeah, Dialga is a great example of a deck because it's built on trying to play solitaire, you know, go for Star Chronos, just completely blow your opponent off of the board, so to speak, where you don't need to do as much deep research the way some of these other top matchups do, like the Charizards, where you have to learn the lines that counter your counters, and Dialga is great for running against a lot of these other rogue ideas players will be looking towards to counter the meta as well.
Yeah, I mean, the opening setup of the deck is really is what you're talking about. You're just playing solitaire, trying to set up as many metang and thin the deck down as much as possible. And then it gets down to this one huge turn where you're trying to use Star Chronos. And that's where matchups are vital. You have to have that information. You need to know which Pokemon to target. Do I need to go Prime Catcher along with Iono and then a boss? How do I incorporate all of these pieces that I have to set up my opponent in the worst possible situation that only losing a turn can do? And that really is what flips a lot of matchups on their head.
Dialga V-Star can fall victim to pilot error, certainly. But now we can go to the lounge, actually, and hear a little bit more about Andrew and his thoughts on the deck here in Indianapolis.
Thank you so much, Skarzig. I'm sure you're very happy to see that win on stream. Of course, we just wrapped up our Swiss round 4, and Andrew Hedrick coming out on top as the Dialga champ. Andrew, how are you feeling after that match?
I don't know, feeling pretty good to be 4 with Dialga. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, okay, let's just jump into this. Why Dialga? I mean, you're putting this deck on the map here with that stream game.
I feel like the deck's been pretty underrated. I've actually been testing it for a while. I didn't get to go to EUIC or Orlando. I had some exams in school to take care of, but I've been practicing it for a while, and I feel like it has much better matchups than people think, and also everyone hasn't played too many games against it. I've had a few opponents already tell me they haven't had too much experience, so that's definitely an advantage as well.
Yeah, it has not been out there on the field because it's been hiding behind the scenes with Andrew Hedrick here, but coming out into Indianapolis and doing so well with it. What are the matchups you've faced so far today?
I've hit 2 Chen Paos, a Charizard, and an Ancient Box.
Wow, okay, so you're playing against the meta here and you're succeeding so far. Do you want to go into details about how back and forth it was? Was it easy games for you? How did they go?
His deck definitely didn't draw the best. I got to go first game 1, which first matters a lot against Chen Pao in general, so that's definitely a pretty good thing. And then game 2, he didn't get the best setup, but you know, I was able to target down his Excaliburs and take the win.
Yeah, Champao, I mean, that's definitely something you want to hit for sure. And yeah, as we saw on stream, didn't get to go too well. I mean, we saw the Frigibacks with the tackle. That was wild to see. I was like, whoa, I don't think I've ever even seen this before on stream. But how did you bring down Charizard with Dialga?
You have a bunch of different strategies. It's a really interesting matchup. I've played it a lot of times. It feels super close. If both people, you know, are making the best possible plays, but you can pull stuff off that's pretty annoying for them.
So do you think having that slight edge with people not having practice against this deck has made like a huge difference?
I think it's definitely a benefit for sure, because they don't exactly know like what my deck is capable of, how well I can, you know, pull off different plays. So it's definitely an advantage. They're like kind of guessing what I can do, and I have a better feeling of what I'm gonna be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, even in that game 1 for you, you didn't even have to start Chronos in that game 1 and was still able to take it. And you actually fought through some really awkward prizing. I mean, getting that boss's orders as well, right at the last minute you needed it was amazing.
Yeah, my prize in game 1 was definitely pretty awkward. I think I had like 2 boss and 2 Dialga Vs in there, I think.
Wow.
So it was, yeah, and it wasn't great, but you know, I was able to, I attacked with Zamazenta, you know, and it worked out.
Yeah, Zamazenta for the win, for sure. Well, how many hours would you say you've been putting into this deck? And is this like an optimal list that you would send players to go play?
I definitely think the list is pretty good. I've been working on it for a while, since before EUIC, and then I saw Drew Kennett do well at Orlando with a similar list to the one I've been playing, and so I took a couple of card choices from his list as well and kind of put it together, and I feel like my list is pretty good at this point. I've played it for a lot of time, so.
Incredible. Well, what matchups are you hoping to face off for the rest of this event?
I'd like to avoid Chen Pao, to be honest. If I go second, that matchup doesn't feel too good. It's pretty close, but you know, hit some Charizard. I think Ancient Box is a pretty nice matchup, so I'd be fine hitting some more of those.
I think there's definitely a lot that I've seen out in the field, so maybe hoping for some good times out there today in Indianapolis. Well, you've been doing great so far. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any playtesting group you've been practicing with?
Yeah, shout out to Gabe Smart and Michael Davidson, who are playing a similar Dialga list as me. Shout out to Drew Kennett, too, because I talked to him about the deck, and shout out to Dead Draw Gaming.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Andrew Hedrick, for not just giving me this amazing interview, but also bringing Dialga to our stream. I appreciate it a ton, and good luck out there in the rest of our day today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw it back to our desk here, but stay tuned. We have a lot more Pokemon action coming up.
Yeah, that was just incredibly insightful, what we were kind of touching on as well, Kyle, where you're taking advantage of your opponent's lack of familiarity with your deck and also trying to play it as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, it's something that's overlooked a lot. That's why a lot of big-name players chose to go with control in this tournament, because I didn't waste time playing against that. I've got real matchups like Charizard to worry about over here. But I mean, that's it, theoretically you feel like you have a plan against Dialga, and then it hits you in the mouth with a Metang. What do you do? It looks like Chen Pao did not have the answer.
Yeah, with Chen Pao, there was always a little bit more play in that first game because of the very, very bad prizes for Andrew, but we know that Chen Pao is a deck that can get to higher heights, and as the day goes on, we might see that matchup flip on its head. That's what I always look forward to, but another thing I'm certainly looking forward to is more community votes. We had our viewers, our audience vote on what they think is the strongest tool card. We've got the first stage of the bracket going on, and for this matchup, it was Technical Machine De-Evolution and Rescue Board. What do you think of these two tool cards, Kyle?
Yeah, we've seen both cards being used in the standard format. Of course, the Devolution Spray, or the Devolution Spray, TM Devolution. We've seen it in many forms throughout Pokemon. It's such a vital piece to a lot of Charizard variants right now. Just going against the mirror and removing a player who gets a little ambitious, uses 2 rare candies on that opening second turn, rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard. Get rid of those and do it again if you can. And we've seen players really start to tech against that, try to include Charmeleon and Mist Energy, whatever it may be, to set up a little bit of a defense against this card. And on the other side, Rescue Board. It's included in a couple fringe decks. We've seen it attached to some Comfeys here and there, but has it reached its potential yet?
I think the players might not be as reliant on the switching potential as yet. I was a bit worried that with the loss of Escape Rope with the rotation and the advent of Prime Catcher, we saw this very early on in the format. Every deck was running Prime Catcher, everybody had Counter Catcher, and it was a major plan to just stall your opponent out. And I thought that Rescue Board would see a little bit of more play just as a generic card, but it's still a Lost Zone staple, still great for Giratina, of course, certainly. And I think that just a card that enables your archetype rather than being tech that goes in and out depending on the matchup and the metagame might be a little bit better, but we'll have to see what our audience thinks.
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like there's opportunities maybe down the road where we'll see this card used a little more, but you can't argue about the effectiveness of that TM Devolution. It is so vital to a lot of pieces, a lot of decks. And I mean, you can leave a Pokemon, a deck just completely disrupted. Double rare candy back Excalibur, you overcommit because you see the cards in hand, boom, you're destroyed. You have to Silene to get out of this mess
and
now.
I have such great memories of Technical Machine Devolution in Iron Valiant. That was always such a fun line to take. Just the dopamine rush of winning games with that card, taking 2-3 prizes sometimes with that big purple disc. But I think our audience is also going to side on the side of Technical Machine Devolution. It's a great card. It's super fun to just be able to search out with Arven and use it at just that perfect window of opportunity where it deals maximum damage to your opponent.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for Dragapult for it to take prize cards, but you don't have to wait for prizes here at the Regional Championship. We have a lot of great prizes these players are trying to strive for. And look at this, $10,000 up top, and that goes along with a trip to Honolulu. Not bad.
The players have been fighting tooth and nail all season, trying to not just get their World's invitations, but the increased prize money we've enjoyed this season for these regionals as the player numbers have swelled has been great to see. The top players putting in all the time and effort. All of these testing groups we're constantly talking about, Kyle, they're studying around the clock, trying to innovate on the metagame, and all of that time and energy being rewarded with nice 10 grand.
Yeah, and you can't forget about the bottom half of that too. Players that are reaching that top 16, top 32. That's enough to continue to strive to go to more events, more regional championships, and have an opportunity to eventually get that first place you're looking for, or continue to just build up on the championship points. Find your way to Hawaii, and all you need is a chip and a chair. You get in there, you can win the whole thing.
Pokemon is a game for anyone. There's so many resources now for newer players that want to kind of get their feet wet to go to their local leagues, and so many different ways to learn the game directly from high-level players online. And it's a great opportunity that, as you said, for these players to get a nice return on investment early on to build the foundation of their competitive journey.
Well, we see, of course, what the players are working for. They've got to rely on their decks in order to get to that point. And we've seen a lot of players going after that Charizard. It's been the big ticket item of almost a quarter of our field is on that deck. Of course, you saw that you have your meta predictions and how you feel about this this meta and how it's breaking down. Are you worried about Charizard? Do you think that it might be time for the Charizard gamers to get up to a 5-0?
The Charizard deck, after all of the other, very represented Tier 0 decks I think we've seen in the past, Charizard is in a position where it's actually pretty fun to watch, I would say, because it has so much play and counterplay, searching out these key resources, really rewarding to not just use the quick search every turn because it's strong, but do you know what card you actually need? Yeah. Is it going to have the impact that you desire? And we're getting into the position now, Kyle, where all the Charizard players are starting to branch off into these different fringes, these different families of Charizard thought. Of how do you build the deck? Do I tech for the mirror? Do I try to just beat down on everything else even harder and not worry about it? And I think that the potential for innovation within that top archetype always keeps us guessing, and I think it is pretty healthy.
Yeah, we honestly might feature mirror matches, which is something we rarely do at the regional stage, but that matchup is chess. It's dangerous. Of course, you have a little bit of an opportunity to get an advantage, get a little bit of an edge in the deck building, like you mentioned. We've seen players play all sorts of different cards that give them an advantage. The damage amplifying, which A spec you choose to go after a heavy Turo line.
Yeah, that's a huge debate right now.
Stick around, play that mist energy for the Devolution, whatever you're trying to accomplish. There's plenty of opportunity there to make sure that you have that slight edge in percentages going into that mirror. But it is a pretty fun one to watch when you got two talented players on each side.
Yep, you're going for execution, knowing, okay, here's my setup. I only have one Charmander, one Pidgey. Do I want to get Bibarel in the mix? Do I need it in this position for my hand? And then players have to have studied that line, just like a chess match, right? Oh, okay, you have the potential for Rare Candy Pidgeot. Am I going to use my Prime Catcher early to bring up Pidgey? Is it okay for me to just attack with Charmander here to set up for some plan in the late game? The Heat Tackle was monstrous in EUIC, right?
That's right. Well, we'll see if one of those fabled cards of the Charizard list is able to win in our poll that we have here for you players at home and all the viewers, and it looks like TM Devolution is moving on to the semifinals.
Can't say I disagree, Kyle. Technical Machine Devolution, already a great card, was a great card previously, is positioned to maintain its meta presence going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Rescue Board had a fair shot. This is a true 1-8 matchup where Rescue Board just, it's not featured enough. Sure, it's okay, but we've seen better versions of this card in the TCG. Devolution is always going to be something that you have to worry about. Some matchups, yeah, it's not going to be an important card, but you just thin it out real quick with an Arvid, throw it away, and move on.
Yeah, just prove us wrong. Put the Rescue Board in your Charizard deck, and then you don't have to worry about stuff getting stuck in the active. Galaxy Brain it. I believe in you.
All right, well, if we see that, then maybe we'll flip that over and get something else in the semifinals. Until then, it's going to be TM Devolution moving on. And, we'll be following along with that throughout the entirety of the tournament, so be sure to give us your votes. We'll argue our points and see how it all plays out.
Yeah, of course, the audience at home is always going to be the final arbiter of what the best cards in the game are. Surely we have no say, Kyle, but I'm always looking forward to their opinions, their posts. Don't forget to use those hashtags as well so we can share them. And I'm looking forward to more Pokemon gameplay here shortly.
Yeah, and we will have it here shortly, so be sure to stay tuned. Round 5 action is going to be coming up. We've got some good Pokemon coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
To remember. It was the first tournament with the standard format rotation and also the first one with the electrifying Temporal Forces expansion. In the Junior Division Finals, Peter Shapkin and his Lugia V-Star faced off against Johan Kote and his Lost Zone Gudra V-Star deck. Unfortunately for Peter, a lone Luminian V start in Game 1 and a single Archeops in play Game 2 wouldn't be enough, and Johan's Gudra V-Star was able to roll its way to an IC title.
And a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion.
The Senior Division Finals featured Benny Billinger squaring off versus the reigning world champ Gabriel Fernandez. In 2 games straight, Benny's Charizard EX deck was a bit slow to get going, which swung the matchup heavily towards Gabriel's Ancient Toolbox deck. In the end of each game, Gabriel was able to perfectly map out a path to victory, ensuring he would become the champion.
Let's see if it's there. It finds both the Counter Catcher and the Dark Energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
The Masters Finals lineup was one that would ensure an exciting match. 4-time international champion Tord Reklev aimed to add another trophy to his already impressive collection, while Isaiah Bradner was seeking redemption after falling short at NAIC 2022. Would this finally be Isaiah's time to claim this coveted title? A lone Shuppet start in Game 1 would leave Isaiah scrambling for a potential win condition. Though he eventually found a Colress's experiment, it did nothing but draw the game out for Tord's eventual victory. In Game 2, things seemed much more promising, but in the middle of the battle, Tord played an Iono and attacked with Radiant Charizard. Isaiah's hand after the Iono was not very strong, and he could only muster up an attack with Cramorant, not even taking a prize card. This was the turning point, which ensured Tord would win the prize trade and also win his 5th IC title.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout, Tord Reklev, the 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
EUIC set the stage for an incredible final stretch with NAIC on the horizon and Worlds in sight for many trainers. Make sure you continue to tune in at Pokemon.com/compete so you too can be a part of the journey.
And the journey does continue here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, our largest regionals to date, something that I don't think we'll ever get tired of saying. My name is Chip Ritchie, excited to get into our next Swiss Round 5 battle, joined here in the booth by Pablo Tablemon Meza. Really excited to see how this tournament shapes up. Just a couple of tournaments left here in this format, and compared to the previous format, a lot less tournaments, a lot less time in the current one. How does that affect what players are doing here with just a couple more on the clock?
I mean, definitely less time to try to innovate with something that completely breaks the metagame. There's also so many events happening, right? Within that short time frame, we have special events happening alongside the regionals all over the world. So I don't know, Chip. I don't know if there's anything that can actually topple Charizard from its throne.
And that is the big question that our players have found themselves trying to find the answer to in this current format. How do we overcome the amazing power of Charizard EX? Tord took down that first IC, and it has just continued to win event after event all over the world, winning in Orlando, winning in Australia, winning in Latin America. And honestly, what's going to stop it from winning here potentially this weekend in Indianapolis? That's the question players are trying to figure out.
That is definitely the biggest question. I mean, you have Chimpao, you have Giratina, you have Gardevoir. I think those are the deck's best position to try to take that throne away, at least for one weekend, right, from Charizard. But they've been there in the other tournaments as well, and they haven't been able to yet.
4 rounds of Swiss already done today. Not even halfway through our tournament day here for the first day of competition. Let's look at the players who have gotten to 4-0 at this point, the players who find themselves atop our current Swiss standings. Plenty of recognizable names up here. Of course, we just saw Andrew Hedrick take down a Chienpao deck with his Origin form Dialga V-Star. Jose Marrero, a former regional champion. I believe he's actually also playing Dialga. No, I think he might be playing Golden Ghost. One of the other metal decks out there, and plenty of other recognizable names up here as well.
Indeed, the duo, the double Grant Manley and Grant Shen at the top as well. We have our very own Ethan Heggie at 4-0 with his beloved Gardevoir deck as well. So yeah, a lot of, and I mean, this is the biggest tournament, right? So there's so many other 4-0 players as well. Even though we're at round 4, like there's still so many undefeated people out there.
Yes, still tons of more 4-0 players. And it feels great to have that start at a regional championships. Obviously, the best you could possibly do to this point would be to have 4 wins, but you have not completed the job just yet. You have not locked up a spot into day 2. There is still tons more tournament to be played. You have to get to that record of 6-2-1 to make it into day 2 of the competition here. Another 4-0 that I remember seeing was Andrew Mahone, definitely a fan favorite, great member of our community, you know, one of the biggest content creators in the game. He's sitting at 4-0 as well, just to name one other person who finds themselves at this spot.
And as you mentioned, Chip, 4-0 is at this point a third of the way there, right? Like realistically, in order to make it all the way to the top 8 on Sunday, you should be able to make it with 12 wins and 3 losses. So 4-0 is a third of the way there, but as you mentioned, still plenty of Pokemon to play for.
Well, Pablo, I'm very excited to see what Swiss round number 5 has in store. We've definitely got an interesting deck lined up to feature. Let's get down to the table as our players are preparing to kick off Swiss round number 5.
Chief, we have a very, very good matchup here. We have Meowscarada EX making an appearance to hopefully bring some of its magic to the table.
Yeah, we'll see if it can bring the magic to the table in probably the premier matchup for the deck. The main reason you would want to consider Meowscarada in the format is because it is a grass type and it can hit Charizard EX for weakness. We'll see what Carter Smith can do with his Charizard deck to try to navigate a probably more interesting matchup, perhaps something that he has not played very much against. And Gavin, you know, on the other side of the table with Meowscarada, you have to imagine that this is the matchup Gavin has practiced the most coming into this tournament.
Yep, the main reason you bring Meowscarada is precisely to deal with that Charizard now. Unfortunately, Meowscarada has that pesky red symbol in the bottom left corner. Being fire weak does mean Radiant Charizard can 1KO it, maybe not immediately, but very important to have that in mind as Charizard has all its bases covered, even against its own weakness.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this deck in action. It's made a little bit of a splash in the Pokemon community these last couple of tournaments. There was a player who got top 32 down in Australia at their regional championships. I believe one also had a solid day 2 run in the Latin America regional championships a couple of weekends ago. And Gavin trying to make a deep run with it here in Indianapolis, showing that this deck is something that players are maybe underrating at this point in the format.
I mean, with a flawless start, yeah, gotta be feeling good against the #1 matchup you want to face. definitely in a fantastic spot. And we'll see if we can see that Meowscarada magic happen.
Prize cards going out for both of our players, Rotom V and Forest Sealstone. On the right side for Carter Smith, not the best. Gavin having prized 2 Arven, also double Turbo Energy, a Florigato as well, the one single copy of that card in this list. Really not loving the prize cards for either of these players.
Yeah, both players with some very key cards. The TM Devolution for Carter definitely is a good thing for Gavin, right, as the Florigato is prized, but Carter does play 2 copies of the Technical Machine Devolution, so we could be in for some very awkward situations in the early game with both players having key cards prized right now.
Well, here we go. Swiss round 5, ready to get underway. The fist bump. And these players are opening up with their Pokemon. Gavin Nees starting with that Flutter Mane, attaching a Grass Energy. Looking at Carter Smith's side, we do see the Charmander. And Gavin will kick things off with Lumineon V being placed directly onto the bench using that Luminous Sign ability. Able to search the deck for any one supporter card, adding it to the hand. Of course, here on turn number 1, Gavin is unable to play a supporter card. But I think I did notice the Forest Sealstone in this opening hand. So even though he can't play the supporter card, he wants to put this Lumineon in play, get yourself the supporter, and then I imagine we'll see that Forest Sealstone get a pretty powerful card this turn.
For sure, Chip, that Forest Sealstone will allow you to grab the Buddy Puffin and get you a very solid start. Now, that Flutter Mane, a very interesting choice for Gavin as a tech card. There's no Cleffa instead. We have this Flutter Mane, which can be very good against certain decks, stopping Chien-Pao's Shivery Chill, stopping Comfey's Flower Selecting, and potentially stopping Charizard EX's ability if Carter doesn't attach an energy beforehand, could actually not allow him to power his Charizard in a single turn.
Yeah, it definitely makes things very awkward. It forces Carter to not be able to use this Charmander in the active spot effectively. Gavin flips the V-Star marker after Forest Sealstone is attached. Star Alchemy being used as this ability, allowing Gavin to search the deck for any one single card and add it to the hand. Perhaps our most powerful card in the format being this Forest Sealstone. Probably grabbing another pretty strong one, and it looks like indeed Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin is the choice, getting a couple of 70 HP Pokemon directly from the deck straight to the bench. And the cat's out of the bag. Sprigatito has hit the field.
Now, very key to mention, it's 70 HP or less, right? And that Sprigatito actually has 60 HP, so a boss energy attached could actually immediately allow Carter to take a knockout on that Pokemon.
You did not just put that out into the universe. We'll see if Carter has the pieces to make it happen. Draws for turn is that Hero's Cape, the A-spec of choice this weekend. And Carter will have a pretty solid start with that Buddy Poffin. Once again, able to find a Pokemon with 70 HP or less, a pair of Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and putting them directly onto the bench. Now, what do you think of Carter's A-spec choice? I know we talked about this a little bit in the opening with Boo in the lounge. Going with the Hero's Cape for the tournament this weekend, what are your thoughts?
I was about to mention that, Chip, and ask you exactly that same question.
Well, you're first.
The Hero's Cape, I believe, does put the Charizard EX out of range of the Scratching Nails attack. As long as there's a double turbo attached, the total damage would be 200 times 2, that's 400.
Yep.
But Charizard would have 430 HP, so even with a Bouquet Magic, damage counters on the bench, and then moving them on to Radiant Alakazam, Charizard EX would have 420 damage on it, which is not enough to knock it out. So we could actually see how the Hero's Cape helps you cover the things that try to counter Charizard EX.
An excellent point here, and it's absolutely something we could see come up. I will say this hand does not look the strongest, and Ultra Ball, I think, is going to be the bailout here for Carter, able to go find a Lumineon V from the deck, most likely using Luminous Sign to get his own Arven, but it won't be quite as strong as Gavin Nees' Pokemon V being put into play, because we know Carter has prized that one copy of Forest Sealstone.
Indeed, without Forest Sealstone, there won't be that free search, essentially, but Carter will be able to utilize Cleffa at this stage. I think that's why he was debating what to discard with that Ultra Ball, because he does have that energy to potentially retreat into the Cleffa and draw extra cards this turn to aid in his setup.
I mean, if he's got the energy, that means he's got the play lined up for the boss's orders that you mentioned, but you have to wonder if that's worth it.
Exactly.
The early prize card versus getting your board more established. What do you think, Pablo, in this position? Is it better to go after the Sprigatito when you know your opponent only has one in play, or do you value your own setup a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the rest of the cards in your hand, right? There's no single right answer. I think based on Carter's very weak hand, I would have really liked him to see not go for the Boss's Orders play, even though it is possible. Now, I'm not sure I love this Iono because it's random cards, right? I really would have liked to see the Cleffa hit the field. However, Cleffa does have 30 HP, which is perfect for Bouquet Magic to take a prize card later down the line.
Yeah, the Iono honestly is maybe a little bit stronger when you know your opponent just grabbed Research out of the deck, right?
True.
You know that they've got a pretty solid turn lined up. Now, you are still going to give them 6 cards, so it's pretty likely Gavin will still have a solid turn, but that is something, I suppose, worth noting here. Carter is going to put an energy in play onto that benched promo Charmander and plays the Iono. Both players shuffling their hands, placing them to the bottom of the deck. And since we are at the early turns of the game, both players will yield 6 cards from this supporter.
And why is that promo Charmander that you mentioned, Chip, very important? Because it has 70 HP. And therefore, 2 Bouquet Magics do not take a prize card. Meowscarada's best asset is being able to take extra prize cards or set up knockouts with its own ability, but you are able to deny this if you have just that 10 extra HP in some situations.
Pretty solid hand there for Carter off of the Iono. A pair of Rare Candy, a Charizard EX, and an Ultra Ball. So Carter will have a pretty solid turn lined up for the next turn of the game. Let's see what Gavin Nees has on the other side. Off of the Iono, does find the Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we can see a few more Sprigatito hitting the bench, and Pidgeot EX brought to the front of the deck. Does that mean Gavin has the pieces to put that powerful Stage 2 into play already?
I do believe he has an Arven in his hand, but I couldn't see the rest of the cards. So I'm not sure if he already has like that Rare Candy, the Double Turbo to start being aggressive. So let's see if we can take a peek here at his hand. But
yeah, there's an Ultra Ball.
All right.
Has the Meowscarada as well, so...
And the Arven as well.
Is going to discard the Meowscarada to the Ultra Ball. I think maybe the missing piece here was there was no double turbo energy.
Yep.
Can't quite pull off the attack with the Meowscarada, which I feel like would be pretty strong if you can just go aggressive in that way. But Rare Candy will be found from the Arven, Pidgeot EX from the Ultra Ball. And now we can see Quick Search be put online, grabbing Gavin any 1 card from the deck every single turn.
A big deal here is that Floragato is prized, so you can't search for that to really set yourself up for the future. And the problem Gavin has now is he needs a double turbo that he just grabbed. He also needs a Rare Candy. He needs a Meowscarada as well. So he needs all these pieces. And he did keep the Nest Ball. He did keep the Ultra Ball. So I wonder what he's going to be doing with the rest of his turn.
Yeah, I do believe we saw the Quick Search finding the double turbo energy, which means we can actually see the Fluttermane get in with an attack. Thanks to that energy attachment on turn 1, Hex Hurl will deal 90 damage, minus 20, of course, thanks to that double turbo energy. Still enough to knock out Charmander, and also places 2 damage counters on your opponent's benched Pokemon, however you like.
Yep. Where will the other damage counter go?
And that's exactly what Gavin is debating here. Damage placement, very important with this deck, right? Meowscarada is kind of a pseudo-spread deck at times, so, you know, what does Gavin need to do to keep in mind where the energy, or the damage counters, I should say, are being placed to set up for some powerful energy discards later on?
Yeah, he needs to keep in mind how much HP the basic Pokemon have, especially if they're not going to evolve anytime soon. Now, interesting to note, we have what you mentioned at the start of the game, Chip. We have the Rare Candy Pidgeot right now, but Carter was close to promoting the Charmander, which wouldn't have allowed him to use Charizard's ability to get extra energies. Now, that is 2 energies hitting the discard pile, so running a bit low here for Carter.
Yeah, there is only 6 energy cards in this list. It's kind of become the norm, 6 basic energy at least. Carter does play the 1 mist energy in the list as well. Now, with this sequence here, thinking twice of things, thanks to that Midnight Fluttering ability of the Fluttermane, we can see the Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. You cannot use Quick Search right now, but Carter already has Rare Candy and Charizard in the hand. So you can Rare Candy into this Charizard, pull the energy cards.
Nope. Cannot use
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Exactly. First, need to retreat.
Yeah, and can still use the Charizard, though. Has the pieces. Use the Charizard first, then retreat, then use the quick search.
Ooh.
Let's make sure we sequence this correctly, though.
It is a little bit awkward, right? Because Carter might want to Super before to put energies back, though there isn't really anything else to power up. Though Pidgeot is not a bad attacker against the Pokemon you're weak to, but going for that choice, and yeah, we could have seen a slight misstep there because he also considered retreating into the Luminion.
Yeah.
However, that would have prevented Carter from getting a return knockout here.
Yeah, I think overall this is still going to be just fine. You can at least get off the attack. You can still get some other Pokemon in play, and then you're forcing Gavin to find some pieces next turn. Rare Candy, Meowscarada, plus a double Turbo Energy.
Yeah, which off of the two-card hand that Gavin has right now, I think you're feeling pretty good about your chances.
And now, with the retreat of Pidgeot EX, Quick Search can be utilized. Carter can grab any one card from the deck. Has not played a supporter card just yet. So, wonder what we'll see him go for. There's no research or anything like that in current Charizard builds. And this is the type of time where a research would be really powerful. You don't need anything specific. You just want more cards. You want more options moving forward. So is it worth it to go for an Iono and just refill your hand? Or do you just go for the Arven, which may be a little weaker?
I mean, the Iono is stronger than your Arven, but I think factoring in your opponent's actions, your opponent's current board state and hand, and what they did last turn is very important, right? And with Iono, you're going to be replenishing your opponent's hand. And in the end, what does Carter need at this moment in time? He needs more basic Pokemon, a backup Charizard, a backup Charmander to be able to evolve into those. And Iono is not guaranteed, but an Arven into Buddy Buddy Puffin would rarely be punished in this situation.
It will be the Iono grabbed and played now for Carter, and that is actually the second Iono, and there are only two in this list, and I'm not noticing a Pal Pad here, so that means there will be no more disruption for Carter for the rest of this game. And he did find a Bidoof, but in this hand, Pablo, there's no out to Charmander. This is a huge opening for Gavin. He'll have an opportunity to KO Carter Smith's only attacking threat.
Certainly will be able to take two prizes instead of one. The Flutter Mane definitely not the biggest threat anymore, but as you mentioned, Chip, there's only one Charizard in play. Where are the other Charmanders?
Not here at the moment. Gavin discarding the Luminion after it is KO'd, able to pretty easily promote that Pidgeot EX with free retreat into the active spot. Let's see the hand here. It doesn't look the strongest, but a Professor's Research top deck. All right, what are we doing here, Pablo? What's the move? Quick search,
Gavin,
research, a lot to think about.
Yeah, I think as Gavin, you just have to go for the research, right? You get a fresh 7 cards. You know at the bottom there isn't anything too significant or impactful either. You will lose a lot of energies, but if you get Rare Candy, Meowscarada, and a double Turbo, that's a Charizard that's going to be gone, and therefore you have nothing to fear in the next turn because there isn't even a Charizard to power up a potential Radiant Charizard to knock you out. Radiant Charizard would still need 2 more energies to attack.
Gavin here is going to use Quick Search and actually grabs the Iono, maybe worried about discarding those energy cards in the hand. Gonna opt for the shuffle into the bottom of the deck option as opposed to having to discard some solid resources. The Prime Catcher is also in the hand. Maybe that's part of the consideration here as well.
I think that's so key, though. As like sometimes you can't think of what you're losing with the research, but rather what you are going to gain.
I don't know about this.
Ooh, not even gonna try and knock out the Charizard EX, playing a more stally sort of choice here.
Honestly, I think this makes some sense for Gavin. You kind of need a lot to pull off the attack here. You have to Iono into specifically Rare Candy plus Ultra Ball or, you know, Florigata or Meowscarada, and also find a double Turbo Energy. It's a lot to find. So go for this play, bring up the Bidoof, and you can still get a prize card this turn with the Flutter Mane.
It is a lot, I agree. Yeah, three very specific cards. But if you don't Quick Search beforehand, right,
and use the
then you only need
instead.
2 of those. So I think I would have liked that risky play because what you stand to gain is just so powerful, right? Your opponent has quite literally nothing behind this Charizard.
Ultra Ball will discard, I believe, the Lost Vacuum and the Sprigatito. Lost Vacuum, something that could have been pretty nice for the impending Hero's Cake that we know Carter Smith has. And I think Gavin shaking the head here is just now realizing that that Florigato is in the prize cards.
Indeed. And now that Sprigatito discard could be costly. Is he just failing the search, not grabbing
Not even getting a Meowscarada.
A Meowscarada. All right, so we're just going to see a knockout of the Bidoof, placing damage counters on the other Pokemon. I think it makes sense to put the Luminion in range of being able to be knocked out, but also trying to stack a little bit of damage on this Pidgeot so that eventually can be in range of getting knocked out by scratching nails.
And that's exactly where Gavin has placed the damage, tying the game back up 4-4 prize cards each. Carter Smith still with just one Charizard EX in play. That will be the Pokemon promoted to the active spot. Drawing for turn, is able to find an Ultra Ball. Of course, does have quick search online. Gonna take a moment to survey Gavin's discard pile. Both of these players keeping track of the resources played by their opponent thus far in the game. Carter Smith has plenty of options this turn. Obviously, with quick search, you have access to your entire deck. What would you say is the #1 priority? Obviously, an attack this turn is already lined up. You've got Charizard. You don't need to find any rare candy Charizard pieces. In those situations, what are the important things to find?
Carter absolutely needs a backup attacker, right? He took the risk last turn. He was not punished for the risk he took with the Iono. You absolutely need more Charmanders. There's plenty of space on the bench, and you need your backup attackers ready to go. So a Buddy Puffin here for double Charmander. But no, it seems like Airy is being contemplated here. A further attack on Gavin's 3-card hand.
It's so interesting with Eerie in the format. When is the correct time to play this card? Carter doesn't have any knowledge of Gavin's hand, but there are only 3 cards in it currently. So a really solid hit on the Eerie here could be pretty decent. Now, you should know your opponent doesn't have a rare candy in their hand, right? They played an Ultra Ball, failed the Ultra Ball, so it's unlikely that they would still have a rare candy hanging around, unless maybe they specifically took it off their prize cards.
For sure, that would have been the best play there for Gavin if he had access to that. However, as you mentioned, Chip, the timing of the Airy can be very crucial. And of course, the more cards your opponent has in their hand, the more likely it is that you'll end up hitting something valuable. But even in this situation, if you hit, hypothetically, 2 rare candies, there's still another one left, right? So I like this more conservative approach. Just go for the Buddy Puffin, establish your Charmanders, because if Gavin is able to go Rare Candy Meowscarada double turbo, you're in so much trouble. So backup Charmanders is definitely the priority right here.
Finding the Buddy Puffin and the Technical Machine Devolution means Carter will be able to pull these pieces out. Super Rod being played can put back a Charmander that was KO'd, a couple of energy cards. Also could bring back the Bidoof. Nice thing to establish alongside another Charmander here, prepping for potential disruption later on in the game. Of course, that 1/1 Bibarel now becoming the standard in these Charizard lists after Tord Reklev's win. Every single Charizard list since then that has won a major tournament has had the Bibarel in there as well.
Yeah, Bibarel, a key player now for Charizard. There was a lot of debate, right? Should you play Bibsard? Should you play Charizard with Pidgeot? And turns out the best play was both of them.
Why not both? Buddy Puffin finding 2 Pokemon from the deck with 70 HP or less, Bidoof and Charmander, the 2 grabs, placing those directly onto the bench, prepping for a few options here, a backup attacker for the future turns, also having some draw support options if you can get Bibarel established into play. There's also an Ultra Ball in the hand, but yeah, Carter really just doesn't really need much else here this turn. I think he'll be content with just attacking and taking the knockout.
Now, there is one hypothetical, Chip. Yeah, hypothetical where Gavin is able to get both Meowscarada EXs into play and is able to use Bouquet Magic to place 6 damage counters on this Charmander, and then is able to 1 KO this Charizard EX. It requires so much, right? And it's incredibly unlikely, but by going for this Bidoof, you open the door to that possible play. And I think in this stage, when you're getting so far ahead, you want to play as safe as possible to make sure that even in the situation where something very unlikely does happen, you're still fine, right? You're still protected.
I guess the question is, what's more likely, that your opponent is able to pull all of that together with double Meowscarada in play, or that they Iono you and knock out your active, right? Which one is more likely? It's probably the Iono plus knockout active, right? So you would maybe in that instance want Bibarel to be an option. We'll see, though, if Gavin can pull together the miracle turn, and that may be what it takes from this position here to come away as the victor in this game. Nestball able to get that Radiant Alakazam set up into play.
We do see the first of 2 Meowscaradas necessary for the best possible turn. We also have Iono in hand for Gavin. Now, because he's been able to be aggressive with the Flutter Mane, his Iono will not be as fantastic as he would like it to be. Only 4 cards instead of 6. Can he do the impossible? Rare Candy, Meowscarada, double turbo, and grass, and then quick search for another grass. It's not 0% chip.
Definitely not 0%. Now, I didn't know, I'm not sure if quick search actually was used or not to get that Meowscarada in play. It wasn't.
Oh, maybe it was, actually. You're right.
And I don't think Gavin even found an energy card.
Yeah, no double turbo, no grass.
So I think the quick search actually may have already been used. Collapse Stadium will be put into play. Gavin does have the ace spec in hand of that prime catcher. I think we're going to see a pass. Gavin not able to even muster up an attack this turn.
Yeah, we haven't seen any sort of aggression from Meowscarada. Flutter Mane has been the key Pokemon so far. We do see Radiant Alakazam using its Painful Spoon's ability to distribute a little bit of the damage, make sure that that Charmander is ready to go when it evolves to be knocked out by Scratching Nails, but we haven't seen that yet.
And sure enough, that quick search has been utilized. Gavin will not be able to attack this turn. And you have to wonder, at what point do you fall too far behind? Are we nearing that point here for Gavin Nees?
I definitely think so. Once Carter goes down to 2 prize cards, even if Gavin finally gets that double turbo, finally gets the KO on your Charizard EX, as long as you play it safe and you establish the Radiant Charizard in play, which Carter can't do with that Nest Ball in their hand, you're perfectly fine. Now, the issue being the Collapse Stadium is blocking that 5th bench space right now, but you can easily quick search for your Lost Vacuum, remove that, bench the Radiant Charizard, and you're ready to go. You just quick search for the energy once your Charizard EX does go down.
Yeah, I'm actually not 100% sure if I see the Lost Vacuum in the deck. Oh, okay, it was there. So that is a play available. Also, I think has Arven in hand, so that could be the supporter card for turn to grab that. And I think it would be nice to see the Radiant Charizard be established here. Go ahead and get everything into play so that even if your opponent disrupts you, you have plenty of options. This is another option, though. We do see that Technical Machine Devolution, with Gavin having already put a couple of Stage 2 Pokemon in play through Rare Candy. Could this be really strong?
It could be a good option for Carter right here. It would delay whatever Gavin's planning next turn. He knows that Gavin has struggled to even get anything into play. And he probably has an inkling that the Floragato might be prized as well because of that failed Ultra Ball at one point. So the TM Devolution, a very strong card at this moment to deny Gavin's setup. But the question is it really necessary, Chip?
Yeah, is that really the safest play, or is it better to just take the prize cards? That really is going to be the question here. You do still ultimately need to take all 6 prize cards to win this match. But sometimes, you know, if you know your opponent isn't going to have a good response, maybe Gavin had to discard another Rare Candy or something like that earlier in the game, you could capitalize.
Yeah, we are going to see that Devolution, that very cool mechanic, which has shown up in the history of the game a few times.
Yeah.
It was very dominant back in the 2004, 2005, 2006 era with the ancient technical machine. Now we have the more modern technical machines, if you will.
Yes.
Doing the same thing, but a very powerful tool that it's probably in Carter's deck for the Charizard mirror match, but hey, it definitely helps against anything that plays Rare Candy at this point.
That Devolution attack being utilized from the technical machine puts those Stage 2 Pokemon back into Gavin's hand. Quick search no longer online. A couple of Arvens being prized as well, let's remember, for Gavin, so there may be no access to Rare Candy as of now. Super Rod will be played, shuffling up to 3 Pokemon and basic energy cards from the discard pile back into the deck. Basic Grass Energy and Sprigatito being the choices at the moment. Gavin thinking through the rest of the options here. Getting a check of the cards in hand for the opponent, Carter Smith. Looks like the answer is 5. Gavin Smith will use this Super Rod to put back a basic Grass Energy, Sprigatito, and the Meowscarada EX.
Yep, the Sprigatito, probably not as crucial as the Meowscarada EX at this point, but I don't see anything too powerful, so we might have to resort on that Rotom V to draw extra cards this turn, which, when there's a Pidgeot in play, putting something like that as a liability in the middle of the match, probably gonna be a game-losing play as well. It's like you get 3 extra cards, but at what cost, Chip? At what cost?
That is the ultimate question. It almost makes you wonder if Gavin needs to go for the Prime Catcher stall play. We know that Prime Catcher is hanging out in the hand. Force Carter to have multiple things, right? A switch card plus a boss's orders. If you just put the Rotom in play and don't do anything else, your opponent is going to have the play pretty easily lined up to take that Pokemon out. And we will see Instant Charge drawing 3 to end the turn. Now on to Carter Smith's side. Has plenty of options available. Quick Search getting any single card from the deck. Will it be the boss's orders to take the 2-prize turn?
You have to imagine that's going to be the choice here, Chip. It's a pretty safe play in theory, right? However, Gavin does now have 7 cards in their hand, and we could see a Rare Candy Meowscarada KO finally happen on the Charizard EX. Now, if that does happen, will Carter have all the pieces necessary to get the Radiant Charizard out? I do believe he has. He has Rare Candy Charizard and the Nest Ball to just search for that, so Gavin needs to take a KO and potentially disrupt Carter's hand if he stands to make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, it does still need to get rid of that Collapsed if he can. The Arvin last turn found the Ultra Ball. Didn't go put the Bibarel in play, however, which is pretty interesting. Maybe didn't want to get rid of one of the 2 Rare Candy in the hand. I think at this point in the game, you're kind of fine to lose one of those 2 Rare Candy. This actually could be a little risky. 2 prizes here for Carter Smith, but there's no Bibarel in play. There's just that Pidgeot. So if Gavin can knock out the active Pokemon and combine that with an Iono, we could find ourselves in an interesting spot.
Yeah, exactly, Chip. Rare Candy, Meowscarada, Double Turbo, Iono is a possible combination that Gavin could have here in order to take down this Charizard EX, and there's really nothing great to support. I mean, Pidgeot gets you any card you need, but it doesn't get you everything you need. And with Gavin being at 2 prizes, even Charizard EX wouldn't be able to 1-KO Meowscarada back. Now, can Gavin piece all of that? I'm not so sure, Chip.
Yeah, and I think the draw for turn was Professor's Research, which Gavin can use, but it would discard 2 Meowscarada and a Pidgeot EX. And that's a lot of stage 2s to be hitting the discard pile at this point in the game. Now, I do believe there is an Arvin actually in the hand, so we can see 1 stage 2 being put into play, and then another stage 2 being put into play with the Rare Candy found off Quick Search, but still no energy cards, still no attack. Gavin Nees sees the writing on the wall, concedes this match, concedes game 1, and we're heading to game 2.
Indeed. We really needed to see that research early on, Chip. If we had gone for that research, we get the knockout when Carter's bench was completely exposed, no Charmander in play, nothing to back up the active. I think that was the key turn, and I really can't emphasize enough how sometimes you just have to go for it. Don't think about what you're losing at that moment, but think about what you can possibly gain.
I definitely think that end game could have been played a lot better from Carter Smith as well. He did come away with the win, so you can't really fault him too much, but why not go put Bibarel in play? Also had Rare Candy Charizard. Maybe didn't have any energy cards in the deck, but even if you don't want to put Charizard, the Bibarel in play, at least put Charmeleon in play from your deck. Like, get some of those Pokemon in play to make it easier on yourself if your opponent Ionos you moving forward.
Gavin started off pretty aggressively with that Flutter Mane, taking a few knockouts, and I think this is the turn, Chip. This is the turn where Gavin could have gone for that research and eliminated that single Charizard EX. Instead, went for the more conservative boss KO on the, or counter catcher KO rather, on the Bidoof, denying that potential Bibarel. But I think if you're a grass deck, your avenue to beat Charizard is definitely just take down your opponent's Charizard.
Yeah, especially when they only have the 1 Charizard in play. So definitely feels like that was the turning point in the game. Gavin Nees not going for the aggressive route, playing a little conservative, but perhaps a little too conservative. Comes back to bite him, and we actually never even saw Meowscarada use its Bouquet Magic attack, our ability. We never even saw it use its Scratching Nails attack. Just really not a great game from the Meowscarada. We'll see if things can improve in game number 2.
Hopefully Meowscarada doesn't suffer from his Spathra syndrome, where Spathra just cannot seem to beat Charizard on stream. And so far Meowscarada is down 1 game against the deck that you want to face, the deck that on paper you're really good into.
Weakness is one of the most powerful tools you have as a Pokemon TCG deck builder to try to answer whatever the meta is, whatever the popular decks are in the format. If you can find a way to hit for weakness against multiple types or against one specific type, if it is the most popular deck, that is one of your best paths to finding success at a big tournament. Gavin Nees is trying to do that here with the Meowscarada, hitting for weakness into Charizards, but we haven't seen that swing happen just yet.
Yeah, Meowscarada, a pretty good call on paper if you expect so much Charizard, right? Which is the case in this tournament. But it doesn't just automatically come into play and you win, right? There needs to be a lot of support around it, and Gavin definitely has all the tools necessary to accomplish this. The question is, can he get them in the right order as we see the Fluttermane and the Luminion hit the prize cards for Gavin?
Yeah, a little awkward, both one of Pokemon being in the prize cards there. Over on Carter Smith's side, we see one of those TM Devos, the Mist Energy, the Eerie, some tech cards. Nothing too bad. Perhaps a boss's orders being up at the top of the prizes could matter. You do want to be pretty aggressive with your gusting in certain matchups as Charizard. And speaking of aggressive starts here, Carter has opened up with the Cleffa, only 30 hit points. So there's a chance Gavin could capitalize with a quick prize card there, although it is a pretty solid opener with that Grasping Draw attack.
Now, very interesting decision by Gavin to choose to go first, right? We were talking about both players' lists, and Gavin's deck is essentially a Meowscarada deck with Charizard's current engine being fit into it. And I think it's pretty well established that Arven-based decks want to go second, so you have a much higher chance at finding your Arven or your Buddy Puffin and get a solid setup. So
yeah, I think it's a little less true in the current format than it was like pre-rotation. I think there's definitely several matchups in the current format where Charizard does still want to go first, you know, because that Buddy Puffin can be utilized throughout the game. Compared to VIP Pass, which could only be utilized on turn 1, you wanted to have those 4 extra outs to finding VIP Pass through the Arven available to you by choosing to go second. But yeah, in this like stage 2 matchup, it feels like whoever gets set up quicker is going to have the advantage as opposed to whoever attacks quicker. And so since you want to set up better, I feel like going second would have been a solid call. I totally agree with you.
Yup, going second, and that's going second or first. It's always an interesting decision, as you mentioned, Chip. There's many things that factor in, and especially
and it changes between the matchup you're playing as well.
For sure, especially because when you sit down, usually you won't know what you're up against, right? So then you have to make that choice essentially blind. Now, Carter will choose to Nest Ball for a Rotom instead of a Charmander. Does he have another way to get Charmanders into play?
I actually don't think so, but I think his hand is just really not very good. He would have had Rare Candy Charizard next turn, which is, I guess, the bare minimum, but he's thinking he needs a bit more. Even though he won't get a Charmander in play, it's kind of, again, what we were just talking about. What do you value more, attacking first or getting a better setup? And it seems like the answer for Carter Smith is being the one to have a better setup. Even though there's no Charmander, he wants to establish his board.
Now, both of these cards seem a little redundant, I would say. Both Rotom and Clef are there to draw you extra cards. If you establish your Charmander, I don't know how many cards Carter
yeah, that's
has
the problem.
exactly.
Carter has no cards he can thin out of his hand. He wouldn't have been able to draw hardly anything with the Cleffa, which is exactly why I think he's going this route.
Well, I disagree. There's a Radiant Charizard you could have benched. You could have played the Collapse Stadium and immediately lost Vacuum Away. Perhaps you value the cost of those cards, or the value of those cards. But I don't know. Not getting a Charmander here feels a little counterintuitive, right, to your Charizard deck.
So will be the instant charge. Drawing 3 for Carter Smith. Gavin Nees kicks things off with the Rare Candy right into Meowscarada. Already things looking much stronger than in game number 1. I do see an Arven, so this can get a few different things out of the deck. We could see Nest Ball plus the Forest Sealstone to get whatever you want with the Rotom potentially. Let's see what Gavin goes for here. Getting any item card and any tool card from the deck.
No backup energy, unfortunately, for Gavin means no attack, as you can get the Forest Sealstone, but there isn't a Pokemon V to really utilize that.
Yeah, I mean, he could Nest Ball plus Sealstone, right? And that gets it?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Nest Ball plus Sealstone does get the combination. We did see that little minion was priced, but the Rotom is available.
and that will get you started, and we will finally see Meowscarada do 80 damage to start us off.
And you know what? We're going to count this as a win, especially when your opponent just didn't really do much on their first turn. No Charmander in play. You know your active Pokemon's not even going to be hit this turn, so, you know, take the KO, be a little bit of the aggressor. Most of the time you want to value the setup like we talked about, but sometimes there's opportunities where that game plan may change, and this definitely is seeming like one of those.
Yeah, when there's no Charmanders in play, you can try to rush your opponent, because by the time they have set up their Charizards, it might be a little too late. Now, we'll see if Gavin's backup cards in their hand are enough, right, to really pull through. I think there is another Arven in the hand, or it might be an Iono, I'm not too sure. Thinking about what to force Seal Stone for. I'm guessing it's either he's deciding between a double turbo or a... No, not using the Force Seal Stone. All right.
Valuing the setup.
The setup,
Once again, okay. Both of these players playing a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. I don't think we can really call Charizard a mouse, but, you know, we got the cat on one side at least. Now, Carter Smith here does have quite a few more options thanks to Instant Charge. We do see Ultra Ball in hand with that Pidgey that was put in play turn 1. Rare Candy into Pidgeot will mean Quick Search is online. But what can he discard with the Ultra Ball, I guess, is the question.
I mean, realistically, I like the discard of the Radiant Charizard. There's not a lot of pressure or opportunity to use it right now, rather. And
you
can
plenty of
Super
time to
Rod
get it back.
Exactly. Now, we talked about the prizes for Carter. I do think that Super Rod at the very top could also be very influential. There are 2 copies, and usually that second copy is very, very crucial. So that could play a factor into... You can access it whenever you want, right? But by having 2, it's more likely that you'll find it when you need it just naturally, instead of having to quick search for it, as usually you have to quick search for something that you got back from the Super Rod.
Ultra Ball does find the Pidgeot EX. Rare Candy in hand means the Stage 2 Pokemon will be cheated right into play. No Stage 1s necessary here. And Quick Search will be available. Any one card being able to be found. Have to imagine it'll be Buddy Poffin. Perhaps a Arven to get a tool card out as well, with that Rotom already being established. And we'll probably just see another Instant Charge this turn here for Carter Smith.
Yep, slow turn, but that's okay. I mean, Charizard does get stronger and stronger the more prizes your opponent has taken. You'd also really like to see Gavin take down that Cleffa with their attack instead of getting an extra prize card somewhere down the line with the Bouquet Magic, placing 3 damage counters right there. So very key.
Now, here's a question. Is it ever worth it for Carter to be a little aggressive and go in with the Heat Tackle, right? It does a solid amount of damage. You hit it for 60 with the weakness. Set yourself up to be able to KO this Meowscarada a little bit earlier than it would be later on in the game. By using a 1-prize Pokemon, that's something that could be on the table, or is the Instant Charge more valuable just finding more cards?
Definitely a consideration, Chip. Now, if the Heat Tackle put the Meowscarada in perfect range of the next knockout with or the follow-up Rare Candy Charizard, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. However, it doesn't really accomplish that, so is it worth it 3-hit KOing the Meowscarada, or just waiting a turn, because you're going to hit into it with a Heat Tackle, they're going to have to wait a turn or attack into it, and then finish it off. So
yeah, Defiance Band on a Charizard, hitting for 210 plus the 30 from Defiance Band. It puts you just short 10 HP off of that math working out. So that's a good point, yeah.
And you don't have any sort of Bouquet Magic on your side to be able to get that last
No Radiant Alakazam. Buddy Poffin utilized to grab a pair of Charmander here more than likely.
I really like getting both of the 60 HP Charmanders, because as the game develops and Gavin's setup gets stronger and there's more Meowscaradas being set up, then the 60 HP Charmander is in range of 2 Bouquet Magic abilities being utilized, and that's when you want the 70 HP Charmander being played down. Now, we're going to see the Lost Vacuum on that Force Seal Stone. Very good hit there before it was able to be utilized by Gavin here.
Carter did choose to get rid of the only supporter in the hand, and I think he's doing that because he knows that he's going with the Rotom this turn, is going to have a few more cards available, and will more than likely get things a bit more set up, have a few more options. But we actually will see the flip of the V-Star marker for Sealstone, using that Star Alchemy ability to go get any one card from the deck, perhaps playing around Gavin's own Lost Vacuum. We did see that hit the discard pile in game 1. So is that a necessary play here from Carter to play around the potential of Lost Vacuum, or is that a little too conservative, feeling like you need to use it right now?
Not necessary, but as you mentioned, I have access to it now. I want something. Seems worth it. Now, Carter is eyeing up Luminion into Arven. I'm not sure there's anything you particularly need. I feel like I'd rather see the Bidoof hit the board. With the Force Seal Stone, you have the Bibarel already in hand. There's, I don't think, a lot of threats into it right now. The Charmanders are the ones drawing the attention, so I couldn't really tell. I think it was an Arven, right, Chip?
I think the Arven was the grab, setting up for the next turn. No rare candy currently in the hand. So that will be the choice here. Carter shuffling the deck, and we'll see this turn end with an instant charge, adding 3 more cards to the growing hand size for Carter Smith.
Yep, instant charge will probably be utilized here. Just further your setup, further your resources, and it'll be on Gavin to start making something happen, right? Wasn't aggressive last turn. I think Gavin really needs to start the aggression, especially with 10 minutes left on the clock. Gavin needs to hurry up and take 6 prizes before time runs out.
Yep, 2-stage, 2 decks valuing their setup leads to very long games here. Now, Gavin does have a double turbo energy. We are going to see an attack. Meowscarada can attack. We're going to see evidence of that here very, very soon. But I still don't see an out to the Pidgey immediately. Would have to Arven for the Buddy Poffin.
Yep.
Let's see what Gavin wants to do, how he wants to approach the situation here.
Finally gonna see that Scratching Nails attack do 80 damage, as there isn't any damage on the board, but that's more than enough to knock out this 30 HP Cleffa now. Buddy Puffin, get your Pidgey out, as you already have Rare Candy. Pidgeot in your hand, get another Sprigatito out into the field. A strong setup, but is it too late at this point?
Yeah, we're still tied 6-6, so you'd hate to feel like this is too late, right? You know that this Meowscarada is very unlikely to be KO'd. I actually am not sure that it's entirely possible at all for Carter to do. I mean, technically, I guess Radiant Charizard, 3 energies on it, attached, but that's that'd be putting all your eggs in one basket. I don't think that's worth it for Carter Smith, so Gavin is pretty confident this Meowscarada is hanging around. So not so bad at this point, taking the first prize, being the one to initiate the prize trade here, and we'll see what Carter Smith can do to respond.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. When I mentioned too late is in terms of the time left to be able to take this game down. Not necessarily Gavin is in a solid position, has taken the first prize card, has the potential backup setup, and especially if Carter ends up playing this Arven that he searched for the previous turn, then Gavin will be able to have a sigh of relief, or breathe a sigh of relief with the Rare Candy Pidgeot that he's holding right now.
Carter, I think, may have some options here. He's going to take a check of the energy cards in the deck. It looks like there are 3 remaining, as 3 were in the hand. It's kind of an awkward place to find your energy cards as a Charizard player, is in the hand, because you want to be pulling them from the deck. But yeah, Carter's got some options here. You could hit into this Sprigatito, or this Meowscarada in the active spot. Doesn't feel amazing to 2-hit KO a Pokemon that's going to 1-hit KO you back. Also could try to jump out in the prize trade by just KOing the Rotom V. Now that Gavin has taken a prize card, that means you can hit for enough. What would you like to see Carter go with this turn?
Exactly what you mentioned, Chip. Going after this Rotom V to start things off, you know it's going to cost you your Charizard EX probably up against that Meowscarada, but then you follow that up with a Super Rod onto the Radiant Charizard that's in the discard pile, and you can start taking 2 prizes, which is the ideal setup, right? And if your opponent has only taken 1, then you're in a perfect position to trade knockout, but you're going to be the victor if you make them 2 prize knockouts each time.
Yeah, Gavin taking that 1 prize card on the Cleffa is actually probably going to help Carter out a bit here. 1, it makes Charizard EX do more damage a little bit quicker, but it also is going to make the Radiant Charizard's attack cost less quicker. So you can, for 2 energy, utilize Combustion Blast on that Radiant Charizard. Carter, however, will need to value getting that Pokemon back into the deck. And I'm not sure that we've seen the Super Rod just yet, but also could now be the time for the Hero's Cape. It has been found off the Arven.
Hero's Cape will allow Carter's Charizard EX to survive as well, which
is potentially going to be very key now. Carter did quick search for Iono this turn. I really would have loved to see the counter catcher being the card of choice. That way you can take down the Rotom and be completely safe from the Meowscarada at this point in time.
We're actually going to see the Pidgeot be the attacker. You mentioned this earlier on in game number 1, being a decent option in this matchup because it is not weak to grass. What do you think about it right now on this turn?
I mean, I like it. It will set up perfectly the numbers, right, for you to two-hit KO this Meowscarada without giving up another prize card in return. Now, makes the Heroescape a little redundant in that sense, but this is playing super, super safe. And when you're one game ahead, when you're probably aware that the time's running a little bit down, it seems like a good play to just play as safe as possible.
Yeah, Carter had Charmeleon in hand, I'm pretty sure. Chose not to evolve the Charmander on the bench. I think that's something that would have been pretty good. Also has 3 energy cards in the hand. Probably wouldn't have minded to see an energy attachment from the hand, but we're going in with the Blustery Wind with the Pidgeot, hitting for 120. Now Gavin is able to get the rare candy into the Pidgeot, uses quick search, grabbing any one card from the deck. What did he find? It is the basic grass energy. We're going to see a Bouquet Magic throw some extra damage counters onto the bench.
Finally some damage onto that Charizard EX from the Bouquet Magic, which is fantastic to see. Will make sure that Gavin can take a knockout on it when it comes up to attack. And we could see an Arven for a Prime Catcher to take down the Charizard EX this turn.
Yeah, that is true, and that would be pretty decent, I think. Also, Ultra Ball is able to find Florigato right now, something that was missing from game number 1. And sure enough, Arven being played, searching the deck for any item card and any tool card. Gavin actually only playing 1 tool card in the whole list, and it is that Forest Sealstone that we've already seen hit the Lost Zone, but is able to find Prime Catcher. Arven becoming a gusting option right now, and it's going to play out pretty nicely. Also, this Super Auto is going to be able to put some Pokemon and energy cards from the discard pile right back into the deck, returning that Fluttermane, I believe it was, and the basic Grass Energy.
I don't like putting back that Fluttermane. I don't think it serves much of a purpose at this point in time for Gavin, but that Grass Energy obviously a very valuable resource to be able to Bouquet Magic multiple times per turn, and we're finally going to see Meowscarada do what it does best, take down Charizard EX in a single hit.
This is the main reason you would want to play this card in this format in the first place. Scratching Nails, dealing more than enough to KO that Pokemon. Removing it from the field, Carter did not put that Hero's Cape into play. We saw him grab it, chose not to put it out. Maybe kicking himself for that decision now in this position. We see Boss's orders. He doesn't even really have a great play lined up to attack with a Charizard or anything this turn because he didn't evolve the Charmander into Charmeleon. He didn't attach an energy card from the hand last turn, which could have been attached to that Charmeleon. I think we're going to have to see another Pidgeot swing here.
Yep, if that Charmeleon was down, then you could easily see Super back the Radiant Charizard, Iono the energies back into the deck, and just hope to find either Charizard EX or the Radiant Charizard.
Attack with the Charizard EX, yeah.
Yeah, that also would cover you in case you weren't too afraid of the Meowscarada. Your opponent played down their whole hand. They have a 1-card hand. Can they have Grass Energy, Radiant Alakazam, Meowscarada, and a double turbo? Pidgeot is good, Chip, but it's not that good.
1 card, only 1 card. And speaking of just the 1 card, Carter Smith finding one right now with the quick search, debating what it will be. Looks like Counter Catcher was the choice. Perhaps his best play this turn is going to be Blustery Wind on the Florigato. At this point in the game, taking just 1 prize card, I mean, Gavin is jumping pretty far ahead here.
Gavin is indeed pretty far ahead. That Iono will not even hurt him, right? Although we see the Rotom getting brought up here. Okay, so we're going to see a Technical Machine Devolution play. Will net Carter 1 prize card and will take away that Pidgeot, but just took a look at Gavin's hand. There's a Professor's Research right there.
Attach an energy, Carter. Attach an energy, come on. 2 energy cards in the hand. 3 energy cards, yeah. So attach 1 so you can attach attack next turn. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Only wants to attach energies with Charizard ability.
And that Florigato should come back to the hand here as well for Gavin. We got to make sure we do that.
The Florigato does not have Charmeleon's ability in order to protect from technical machine devolution. And this is going to be a harsh loss for Gavin here for this research, but it's what you have to do. You have no other play. You could wait one turn to get
Instant
the
charge.
Masquerada and then instant charge, but that feels a little too passive.
That's
but
what
that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, going for it, using instant charge to end the turn, drawing 3 cards. Is this the opening here that Carter Smith needed? Boss's orders the Florigato, take it out, force your opponent to find a rare candy. Surely now Carter Smith will attach an energy card from hand. There we go.
Finally see an attachment. We really need to see another Charmander perhaps. There we go. I would love to see the Super Rod as well to just make sure you have access to Radiant Charizard. It is getting to a point where you can use it to knock out the follow-up Meowscarada, and with only 1 Sprigatito in play, 2 in the discard pile, seems like a really solid choice.
Something else to consider here, we are winding down the time. 30 seconds left on the clock. So after Gavin promotes, draws for turn, most likely means Gavin is going to be turn 0 of time here. Rare Candy will put the Meowscarada directly into play. We see the energy card in hand. We can see the Bouquet Magic, discard an energy card, place some damage counters onto a benched Pokemon. We'll choose to go after the Charmeleon. Flare Veil only protecting you from the effects of attacks, not protecting you from the Bouquet Magic ability. And Palpad will shuffle a couple of supporter cards from the discard pile back into the deck. And it looks like our players have just gotten word. Time is called. Gavin is going to be turn 0 of 3.
The turn 0 happening right now. And with no way to KO the Pidgeot EX this turn, it's going to be very difficult for Gavin to take 3 prizes in his next turn.
Yeah, and there's not even a second Meowscarada in play. Perhaps you could have done that with some Bouquet Magics, stacking 6 damage counters onto that benched Charmander, but only 1 Meowscarada means that's not an option. You maybe have to hope that Carter doesn't get a Charizard in play and you can double Bouquet Magic this Charmeleon next turn, but even then, that's just 1 more prize card. Yeah, gonna be a difficult road here for Gavin to find a win. And since Gavin lost game number 1, and our players are going into time here in game number 2, that means if this game does not complete and have a natural winner, that Carter Smith will be the one who wins this match.
That is correct, Chip. That's how the rules work in the case where there isn't enough time to complete 3 games. And honestly, completing 3 games can be a little tough when you're playing like a stage 2 deck. You're searching your deck every single turn with Pidgeot. So it's very important to always be aware of that factor. Now we do see the Scratching Nails for 80 damage does set up the Pidgeot nicely for a knockout next turn. The Meowscarada is pretty much protected unless we see the Radiant Charizard hit the field, which with that Charizard EX top deck, it is now very, very possible.
Yeah, we do need to see that Charizard put back and also the bump of the stadium, so Carter would need, yeah, Carter would need a decent bit here. I think for Carter, the main thing you want to do is evolve this Charmander. Make sure that that path to victory potentially for your opponent is not available. Or if you can KO this Meowscarada. Obviously, that would be the best course of action, but it may be a lot to find.
Maybe a lot now. With the Roxanne, you're feeling pretty safe. We're going to see the second technical machine devolution as well to potentially deny. So we are basically playing to deny prizes at this point, deny the possibility of Gavin having a knockout. You can also Hero Escape, as you mentioned. The Charmander right here.
That's about the only lose condition here for Carter Smith.
Yep, but we're not going to see that, Chip.
Nope. This is the only possible way Carter could lose the game is by Gavin using the Radiant Alakazam, move the damage counter over to the Charmander, use a Bouquet Magic, and then knock out the active. That could be a 3-prize turn for Gavin Nees. Carter also could have played around this by not attacking with the Pidgeots. Could have attacked with Rotom or Bieber, or not Rotom, it's got the Force Seal Stone, but it could have attacked with Bieberell, right?
Yep.
Attach energy to that, retreat into that. We'll see what happens.
A lot of solid cards in Carter's hand.
It's a lot to get.
We're just gonna see the TM Devo, though.
Yeah, TM Devo. Let's see what Gavin found. That was turn 1 here.
Double Turbo Meowscarada, double Meowscarada, Puffin, and
that's
double
gonna be
Turbo. No way for Gavin to take 3 prizes on this board. There was definitely a chance, however. Carter, with the actions that took place, opened up the door for that to happen. open up the door for the single Charizard EX to be taken down as well in the previous game. Not punished in any of the instances, and will be able to take down the match against presumably a bad matchup.
Yep, Meowscarada unable to capitalize on the matchup that Gavin was probably hoping to see, or at least prepped the most for heading into this tournament. The grass type weakness on the Charizard EX, once again, we see it on the stream being able to be overcome. I think Charizard in our broadcasts is undefeated against the grass type decks that are trying to counter it. So yeah, weakness is a myth apparently if you're Charizard EX.
Meowscarada and Espathra probably need to like form a support group or something where they just cannot deal with Charizard EX no matter how hard they try on stream, right? We've seen a lot of good players pilot Espathra especially. 10 of them made day 2 in Sao Paulo regionals, which was a lot. The highest
it was the third most popular deck in day 2.
It was exactly, yeah. So there is something behind the decks, but they just don't seem to be able to show it off when on the stream.
Gavin had a pretty strong opening with the turn 2 Hex Hurl on the Flutter Mane. Really solid, honestly. It is annoying for your opponent to deal with. They can't use their active Pokemon's abilities. You can KO the low HP evolving Pokemon on their side. So Gavin was able to strike first, but Carter Smith found a pretty solid response, KOing the Rotom, and eventually was able to jump ahead in this game number 1. Get to a situation where it was going to be pretty difficult to lose from, even with maybe a little bit of end-game mismanagement.
Yep, Gavin just wasn't able to get the Meowscarada going at any point during game 1. And then game 2, started off a little more aggressively, got that Meowscarada in play and taking knockouts, but didn't have the backup support for it to do enough. And the double technical machine devolution ended up being a little too much to handle.
Gavin was able to strike first again in game number 2, taking out the Cleffa with the scratching nails of Meowscarada. And this was a huge turn for Gavin. Found the Prime Catcher, brought up Carter's only Charizard EX in play, took it out in one single turn. But the use of the double technical machine devolution here for Carter Smith really was what allowed him to keep up with this game from a position that otherwise he would have been in a pretty tough spot.
It seemed like Carter always had the TM Devo at the top of his mind, hunted down that Floragato as soon as he could, and then played conservatively to make sure that Gavin was not able to take 3 prizes in his last turn of the game.
So Carter Smith will move to 5-0 here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships with the Charizard EX, one of probably many Charizard EXs sitting at 5-0 at this point in the tournament, and looking to make a deep run, looking to make a name for himself with the best deck in the format.
Indeed, the best deck in the format so far, and I can't see if the dedicated grass decks chip cannot take down Charizard, what can?
Dragapult EX.
Dragapult EX, yep.
On the horizon.
A few weeks, yep, we might see that happen, but today in Indianapolis, Charizard is still the king.
Well, let's hear from our most recent winner in the last round. Boo is standing by with Carter Smith. Let's hear how he's feeling getting to 5-0 here in Indy.
Thank you so much, Chip. I am indeed here with our 5-0 record holder now, Carter Smith. Carter, how are you feeling after that match?
I'm doing pretty good. De-Evolution is just such a strong card right now in this format. Having 2 just makes the matchup so easy, even against the Zardmere I found.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty well there. I mean, those are still some pretty close games, though. Your opponent flips over a Sprigatito. What were you thinking at that point?
Grass weakness is bad. That's all I know. And I do know that I could have possibly, after a little bit on the first game, grabbed Boss for Charmander, Heat Tackle. That was a possibility, but I guess it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out well for you. You're sitting at 5-0 now. I'm sure that's huge. Tell us a little bit more about you as a player. How long have you been playing? How many regionals have you been to? Let me know.
Yeah, so I've only been playing for about a year plus now, and this is my first regional, surprisingly. So.
Wow, congratulations. First regional and having a record like this. I'm sure you're feeling on top of the world.
It's nice. It's very nice.
Well, how long did you play test leading up to Indianapolis?
So I was actually going to play Charizard Delphox, because you just get the surprise Delphox, that can just really sweep games out of nowhere. But unfortunately, I just think 2 Devo and the Heroes Cape is just better overall for the format right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's working out like we saw on stream. So huge congratulations there. It was awesome to see on stream. Is there anyone you want to shout out before we continue the action today?
Yes, of course. Of course, my family is an easy one. I'd like to shout out the Fargo crew and the Minnesota crew I'm with right now. Thank you guys for the games and testing, as always.
Well, all that support led to something great here. I hope you have some awesome games going forward. Hopefully we'll see you again in day 2, potentially.
That would be nice.
Just a little bit more to go. Thank you so much, Carter.
Thank you.
And we are going to throw to a quick break, but we are going to be right back with some more Pokemon matches for you all, so stay tuned.
My introduction to Pokemon was back in around 2011. I started watching the TV show. From there, I picked up the video games and kind of discovered the card game, and then very quickly found the competitive scene for the card game and got welcomed in with open arms. The community is awesome, and I've just been going at it ever since for over half my life now.
Tell me about your love for Pokemon.
I love Pokemon because all the players are nice, and it's just a really fun game to play.
Who is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Goomy, because it's Goomy. Goomy's the best. It's just like...
My earliest memory playing Pokemon's got to be going to my first tournament. It was a city championships, and I had an entirely illegal deck. So many cards that were rotated out, and scrambling right before round 1 to build a legal deck to play. I didn't do very well in the tournament, but it's definitely a good story to tell now.
Burn and confused, and he's gonna have to hope no mixer, but there it is, and he'll be able to double blaze for the knockout 4 game, and John takes game 1 in pretty decisive fashion.
Honestly, in terms of Pokemon, what keeps me going is the community and like being able to come to tournaments with my friends, like, you know, preparing and building a deck. I just love that whole process, and you know, when I do well or when one of my friends does well, it feels really rewarding, and just being able to do that over and over again is awesome. Something clicked with the card game that made me really want to compete in it. I'm a very competitive person by nature, and ever since my first tournament, I've had the drive to win.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're gonna end this tournament? John will check the deck with his nest ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's the
Psychic,
grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is the moment.
Energy.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is. Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters, and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time.
I think the biggest lesson I've learned from playing competitive Pokemon is just to like, if you lose, you can just get back up and go to the next tournament. Like honestly, it's like not the end all be all. There'll always be another one to compete in. Yeah, just taking losses with stride and then keep moving forward.
Does he have the Serena? Yes, he does. Brings up Lugia, and John Eng will advance into top 4.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner. He's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a rivalry. We would compete against each other. When we both aged up into Masters, we started working together, and we've made some really cool decks. We've both seen our own rightful success, and I'm just glad that he's here with me for every step of the way. Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history, for me at least, was going to Japan this past summer for Worlds with all my friends. We got to spend a month out there. You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters. And, you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into this season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win Worlds, or finish the season in #1 in North America.
Hopefully I can get another one.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so, you know, my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me. And so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is like one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but you know, some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game and that'd be fun. It's gotta be Unova. Region is my favorite because that was the first game I played on the DS in Black 2. So I think it's gotta be Chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked Chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's what I have to go with.
The big question here in Indianapolis is what beats Charizard EX? So I'm going to go ask our players. Hey Rachel, what beats Charizard EX?
Chien-Pao for sure.
TM Devolution.
Venomoth from 151.
Them flipping open Luminia NV and announcing attach pass.
I think any kind of like control and just like a little bit of luck. Hope that they break a little, stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm playing Charizard EX, and this is my first regional, so I thought I'd go for something a little bit custom, and I thought that Delphox V helps beat the Charizard Mirror matchup. It kind of is an unexpected tech card, and it helps the prize trade just a little bit. So I think Delphox is definitely my choice for how to beat Charizard.
Well, you heard it here from our players. That's what can help you beat Charizard EX. Have fun playing out there.
Well, that's what our players believe beats Charizard EX. We'll see if that's what comes to fruition here at this Pokemon TCG tournament, or will it be yet another tournament dominated by Charizard. Chip Ritchie here in the booth, ready to take you guys through our next Swiss round, joined again by Pablo Tablemon Meza. We saw a back and forth game there in our last round. Some questionable decisions, I think, from both of our players. Hopefully they can shake that off and move forward through the rest of the day with some confidence.
Yeah. Carter definitely played very conservatively. Gavin also as well. If he had been a little bit more aggressive, maybe we would have seen Meowscarada triumph unlike Espathra, but unfortunately the grass Pokemon still in debt to us here in the stream.
All of those answers from the people that Boo interviewed, nobody said any of those grass type Pokemon. Nobody said Espathra or Meowscarada, so yeah, it's not definitely inspiring confidence, I think, in those decisions. Well, we have been having a great tournament thus far, but those of you watching along at home and competing at the event have been interacting with us over on social media. One of my favorite parts of these events is always getting to look at what our audience is thinking about the event at home, what our audience out in the crowd is viewing of the tournament as well. And there's not just our tournament this weekend. There's a Champions League event happening over in Japan. And Tuan Lei, a great member of our community, was competing in that event and had a solid day 2 finish, 145th out of 2,800 players with Miraidon. Is Miraidon coming back into our format with the next set coming out soon?
I think that Tatsugiri might push Miraidon into new territory, as well as Dragapult DX that you mentioned earlier, Chip, dominating, right? And all those little or low HP basic Pokemon being in danger of getting sniped. Of course, when you have Miraidon, you have all these huge HP basic lightning type attackers, you're in for a good time. And then who doesn't like getting 2 energies from Electric Generator every single turn?
Yeah, and I do believe Miraidon did end up winning the Champions League as well. So after Dragapult has been dominating the City Leagues over in Japan, it's interesting to see that it was Miraidon that came out on top. Maddox says, made it to Indy, played in the 06 Retro event with Meta Knight, went 2-3 with 0 experience, but had a great time. Yeah, I actually got to play in this Retro event yesterday as well. It's a ton of fun. I love playing with some old school Pokemon cards. I know, Pablo, you were competing back in the early 2000s. You know, just seeing this deck bring back some memories for you.
It certainly does, Chip. I actually am a big fan of this deck. In particular, I still have it built, one of my favorite decks, and I was able to win a lot of CT championships back in the day when I was a wee teenager. Tablemon did not exist back then, it was just a chair. And yeah, I absolutely love this deck, and it's really fun, especially Metagross Delta's ability just rounds out the deck really nicely and gives it a lot of consistency.
Yeah, this was actually the very first retro deck I built, was a Meta Knight deck back in like 2017, whenever I was just kind of getting into old school Pokemon. And yeah, 06 is definitely one of my absolute favorite formats of all time. And speaking of 06, yet another 2006 list here. A player who went 3-2, good enough for 12th at the 06 Indy Tournament. Mutrick, kind of cool actually. Definitely learned a lot. For those who don't know, this is actually the deck that won the World Championships back in 2006 when Jason Klaczynski was able to lock up his first victory at the World Championships.
Jason Klaczynski, one of, if not the greatest player of all time here. And yeah, we even see the Manectric EXs have his signature. And
from
I think
that old Worlds deck.
Yeah, and I think this might be like one card off from what he ended up winning Worlds with. There's the Regirock EX that's missing. I can't really tell what the extra card added is right now. Might be an extra energy. I feel like the supporters are pretty standard. And the switches, the Battle Frontiers. So might be that. Might be a Curse Stone missing as well. So I definitely don't remember exactly from almost 20 years ago. But a pretty powerful deck and something that has always been good, item locking your opponent.
Yes, absolutely. Disconnect that attack from the Manectric, extremely strong. No surprise that that's what was able to win the World Championships. If you're interested in some old school Pokemon, 2006, one of my absolute favorite formats, definitely a place I would recommend starting with it. But let's, you know, take off the rose-tinted glasses, bring it back to the present, right? Let's take a look at our tournament at hand, and let's take a look at the meta share for day one here. We haven't done this just yet. And it's really no surprise that Charizard is absolutely dominating 24% of the metagame.
That number keeps going up.
19% in Orlando, right?
Yep, a 5% boost. Everyone knows about Charizard, just overall raw strength. And if you can't beat them, Chip, why not join them?
I think that's the question a lot of players have asked. If I can't beat them, I guess I am going to join them. Chien-Pao being a pretty solid second place contender here, 12% of the meta share, and a pretty steep drop-off from the two most popular decks. I feel like this is a percentage breakdown that we don't see too often, usually between 2, 3, 4. It's a little bit closer, but we see that Lost Zone Giratina being about half as popular as the second place deck Chien-Pao EX.
Yep, Giratina, the Lost Zone version, very powerful, but it's also a hard deck to pilot, and the Lost Zone can lead to some difficult decisions, so not being everyone's cup of tea. And we have Arceus V-Star with Giratina, and speaking of the past, we have Ancient decks, Ancient Box, which did pretty well in Orlando, right? Got that little bit of a boost. Those have been on the rise, but haven't gotten that finish yet. Can't topple Charizard quite yet.
Yeah, Lugia rounding out our graph here. One thing I noticed that's missing, no future hands. It's kind of found its way out of the meta. Had some solid finishes at EUIC, but since then has really struggled, I think in part due to how popular Charizard has become. Let's look at the players that are doing well at our tournaments thus far. These are the players who are going to be around that 5-0 record. In fact, all 16 of the players on this list, our top 16 at the moment in the standings, all sitting at 5-0. Some excellent names there. Grant Manley, Jose Marrero, Andrew Hedrick, all three amazing players. Our very own Ethan Heggie still holding on at 5-0. And hey, we see Jake Ewart, our finalist from the Orlando Regional Championships, running it back with the Ancient Box. He's sitting at 5-0, 9th seed at the moment.
Combining Kieran Farah as well at 10th place. John Eng, previous regional winner at 15th place as well. A lot of really familiar names and a lot of really good players standing at the very top. But I really wonder how many other 5-0s are there out there, with this being the biggest regional in history. Once again, there must be quite a lot as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. There's plenty of them out there still holding strong, trying to win as many matches today to make their day two as easy as possible. Let's get down to the table. I believe our players are ready, and I am very excited for this match, Pablo.
So am I, Chip. Two very high quality, well-known players, Jake Ewart, our second place finisher at Orlando Regionals, and John Ang piloting that Chien Pao, that first place at Portland Regionals. We are in for a treat here, Chip.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Jake was actually able to take down John's friend and testing partner in top 8 of the Orlando Regional Championships. I actually think it was the top 4 match where Jake was able to overcome Reagan Retzloff in this exact same matchup. Will history repeat itself? Will Ancient Box overcome Chien Pao once again, or will John Ang be able to get revenge for his friend who was unable to move forward in that tournament?
Now, on paper, I'm not a big fan of the Ancient Box matchup for Baxcalibur decks, right?
True.
They're single price Pokemon that are not in range of your Radiant Greninja, and they're also out of range of Amp You very much from Iron Hand. So what do you think John's strategy will be here?
We're probably going to see Radiant Greninja still get into the mix and try to amp you very much a couple of one-prize Pokemon that were put into range of being able to have those extra prize cards. That seems to be the consensus strategy to go for in this matchup for the Chien Pao players. We'll see if that's what ends up playing out. We are kicking things off. Jake Ewart drawing for turn, starting off this game. Has that Roaring Moon in the active spot, Earthen Vessel, discarding a Koraidon, 2 ancient cards already in the discard pile. And with that Radiant Greninja on the bench and a couple of energies being found from this Earthen Vessel, we can see Jake get his strategy rolling with concealed cards.
Yep, the whole engine of the deck relies on that Greninja, so it's very crucial to have it out as early as possible. And what better thing than to start it? So we'll be able to start drawing cards. You know you're not immediately threatened by anything that Chien Pao can possibly do. Now, you're probably not going to be able to take down Chien Pao on your next turn as Jake, but you're feeling pretty confident, I would say, here.
Oh, are discards over here?
All right, so we see concealed cards, discarding the energy, drawing 2. 2 more cards being found for Jake. Attachment for turn to the Roaring Moon, setting that up to be able to attack next turn. And Nest Ball being played from Jake Ewart, searching the deck for a basic Pokemon, putting it directly onto the bench.
Yep, that discard pile being placed on the left. I wonder if they're trying to just keep track of the ancient cards that way, but I do think the discard pile has to always be in one spot, right? You can't have multiple discard piles.
Well, I think some players do tend to do that. It might be like a technical rule that, you know, as long as you're keeping it very obviously separate. But yeah, generally you want to have one single discard pile to avoid any potential confusion. That's really the main reason.
Yeah, exactly. Now off to a pretty good start. That Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to Roaring Moon does give it 60 extra HP, meaning Chien Pao needs 4 energies for Hellblade to take a knockout, which is usually not a very cost-effective way to take down a single prize Pokemon.
So John immediately searching the deck here. Did draw the Hisuian Heavy Ball for turn. Is going to start with the Shivery Chill. In a lot of decks, people would just slam the Hisuian Heavy Ball right away, check their prize cards, save the mental brain power, right? But in Chien Pao specifically, you really want to know how many Pokemon, if that Hisuian Heavy Ball is a live option for you or not, because you need cards to discard with your Superior Energy Retrievals and your Ultra Balls. So that Hisuian Heavy Ball, if it's not a live card, John just doesn't want to burn it for no reason.
Yup, every card matters, and sometimes having that essentially useless card, if there's nothing for you to access, as you mentioned, Chip, will be very crucial to help you in discarding for Ultra Balls or for Superior Energy Retrievals to make sure that you're not discarding other resources. Now, John did check his prize cards right now, probably figures that the Baxcalibur is priced, but I don't think Jake's too concerned about denying Baxcalibur. Doesn't have that many ghosting options either, has a copy of Boss Orders, has Prime Catcher as his ace pick of choice, though, interestingly, not Awakening Drum. But I think you're more concerned about your single prize Pokemon taking down the 2 prize Pokemon whenever possible.
Yeah, and if you can at least trade 2 single prize Pokemon into a 2 prize Pokemon, and you're the one initiating that knockout, you'll be ahead on the prize trade. And that's what Jake is going to be hoping to do. Get to enough ancient cards in the discard pile that Vengeance Fletching can lead to a 2-hit knockout on this Chien Pao. John is able to play the Irida, searching the deck for any water Pokemon and any item card. Looks like Radiant Greninja and Buddy Poffin will be the choices. John actually has a ton of cards in his hand, so that makes me think there was probably some mulligans that happened before we got to the table as these players were getting set up. Irida pretty strong on the opening turn.
And it looks like we will probably see the concealed cards before the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Pretty smart sequencing here from John, depending on what he wants this turn. And it looks like the answer to that is more basic Pokemon.
Yep, more basic Pokemon will allow you to Poffin for whatever you don't get, right? If you find a Frigibax, you can, off of the concealed cards, then you can Poffin for an extra one and a Bidoof. If you find a Bidoof, you can get double Frigibax, right? So very good thing to keep in mind. If you Buddy Buddy Poffin first, then there's less basic Pokemon in your deck that you can draw into, therefore reducing your chance of establishing more than one basic Pokemon. But here we go. Double Poffin is better than one.
Yep, there we go.
Double Buddy. No, double.
Buddy Buddy.
Double, yeah. Quadruple Buddy.
Buddy Poffin Poffin. There we go. John playing the first one here to get a couple of Pokemon into play with 70 HP or less. A pair of Frigibax being eyed up, as well as a pair of Bidoof. Now, it's kind of interesting. In most matchups, you want to get double Bibarel set up. That's extremely strong for Chien Pao, especially when you're anticipating getting Iono'd and disrupted. Jake's going to be doing none of that. There's no Iono, no disruption on his side of the field. So I actually wonder if we will see John go for the double Bibarel or not.
I would imagine so, because even if you're not getting disrupted, you still end up using a lot of cards that thin out your hand with the Ultra Ball and the Superior Energy Retrieval that you were mentioning. And in the end, I don't think you need a third Excalibur or something like that. And you also don't want to put a lot of two-price Pokemon into play. So what better, even if Bibarel is drawing you one extra card, sometimes that one extra card will be more than enough.
Yeah, there could be maybe an argument to leave the bench space open. You can maneuver more, like for now, for example, Jake knows there's no threat of a Iron Hands coming into play. Obviously, Iron Hands wouldn't get a one-hit KO on a Roaring Moon, but it could KO the Radiant Greninja. So bench locking yourself means your opponent can make informed decisions with what they decide to do, because they know there's going to be no way for those other options to be available. But John just attaching for turn, feels pretty content, has tons of plays available in this hand. Will have a pretty good turn on the next one, and just passes it over to Jake. Now let's see what Jake can do this turn. Certainly will have the attack lined up. All he needs is a Darkness Energy to at least get some damage into play.
Picture perfect start for John, and also picture perfect start for Jake. Has a Koraidon in the discard pile, now gets double Flutter Mane off that Ultra Ball to establish another Roaring Moon potentially. Has the Professor Sawdust in hand as well. Has two energies in the discard pile, so both players pretty much having a perfect setup, which I think will definitely favor Jake in the long run.
Yeah, Jake told us that he is 18-1-1 in his last 20 rounds at regional championships. And I think that one loss was in the finals of Orlando. So he is certainly on a hot streak here. We'll see if he can keep it up. Definitely seeming that way thus far. Already has the attack lined up. Another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being put onto a Roaring Moon. That's a pretty important card in this matchup, because it means Chien Pao has to discard one more energy card in order to knock out a Roaring Moon.
4 energy discarding for a single price Pokemon, usually not ideal. Now we are going to see that there's 5 in the discard pile, 5 ancient cards, allowing Jake's Vengeance Fletching to do 120 and set up this perfect 2-hit KO. And yeah, we'll have to see what John's strategy is in this matchup. I think if you see Orlando, if you talk to your teammate, right, Reagan, you have to know that, you have to expect that he has something planned for this matchup specifically.
John just trying to map out exactly what to do with this turn. Has a Bibarel, has Ultra Ball, is going to discard that Hisuian Heavy Ball definitely as one of the cards. So this is a perfect example as to why it was good for him to check his prize cards, making sure that he had this as a discard fodder if he wanted it. And is going to go with the second Bibarel. I think he also has Rare Candy already in the hand, no Excalibur. There is the pair of Irida hanging out, though.
Now, interesting to note that even though John really likes having the Pokestop in play to help him out, it also helps Jake out. So you definitely don't want to help out your opponent, get more ancient cards in the discard pile, and therefore powering up their attacks.
So for John here, a couple things to think about. I mean, are you just going in with this Chien Pao in the active, knowing that it's probably going to go down, forcing your opponent to create another attacker? Or do you play a more passive line, try to go with that Greninja setup play and maybe try to piece together an Iron Hands pair of knockouts?
I think the Greninja play makes sense if you just trade 2 for 1, essentially using Chen Pao to take down the Roaring Moon, but then this Roaring Moon taking down this Chen Pao, you're going to be in a price deficit immediately. So going in with the Greninja, damaging both Pokemon, putting them in range of the Iron Hands that you've mentioned, Chip, I think that's definitely the first step that you need to take in order to have a chance at taking down this game.
Shivery Chill will grab a couple more energy from the deck after Earthen Vessel, I believe it was. Or no, it just is the Shivery Chill being used.
Yep. I think we're going to see a concealed cards before we see the Earthen Vessel. And between this energy and the 2 from concealed cards, John will have just enough to pull off this Moonlight Shuriken without using a superior energy retrieval, which is a big deal.
So something pretty interesting and definitely worth noting here is that actually, it looks like John may be just going in with the Chen Pao, but I was going to mention Jake is actually playing a few cards different from his list he used in Orlando. There's no Penny in his list right now, which is pretty important because that would be one of the ways that Jake could shut down the Greninja play from John Eng. If John was to use Greninja, put the damage counters onto 2 Roaring Moon, and then Jake just pennies 1 away, that takes away the option for Iron Hands to get that extra prize card, 4 prizes over the course of 3 turns.
There's another important change as well, Chip, the A-spec of choice. This time around, it's Prime Catcher, which I think goes in tandem with the Penny that you were talking about. Penny was also a way to potentially switch a Pokemon that was trapped in the active. With Prime Catcher, you can do that, but it does give Jake a more offensive option to chase down something at any moment in the game.
Looks like John is just going to go in with the Chen Pao. I mean, this is something you can do as well. Just go with the knockout. You know your Chen Pao is going to go down. Then you knock out the next Roaring Moon, and you're just trying to force Jake to make as many attackers as possible, forcing him to do something every single turn. The Greninja play is much more passive, and it gives Jake plenty of time to get extra energy cards into play. So there is definitely argument for going this route as well, and that's what John deems to be the play at this moment.
Yep. One way you can deny Ancient Box from attacking you is eliminating their energy from play, or even eliminating their attackers, right? So that might be what John is trying to do here, but with Jake's picture-perfect start, it's not looking great. Already has the follow-up Sada and has the guaranteed knockout on this Chen Pao at this point in time. So we might have to see John default to a different strategy. Otherwise, if you just use Chen Pao again, right, there's already going to be a Roaring Moon on the bench with an energy pretty much ready to go.
Now, Jake's hand is really not the best outside of this Sada, so he's going to need a little bit of help here from these 3 cards. Prime Catcher opens up some plays. Earthen Vessel, okay, we're chilling. He's got plenty of time to get what he needs. He can throw another couple Ancient cards in the discard pile using Earthen Vessel and getting rid of the Great Tusk, the tech card that he popularized in his Orlando list. Adding a couple more Darkness Energy, we can see concealed cards, ditching the Fighting Energy that he drew, or just a Darkness Energy if he wants to make sure he has that Tasada back into play.
Yeah, he also has the possibility to spread the energy 1 to each Roaring Moon, although that's not what he chooses to do. Just wants the attacker
making sure he has the attacker
to go no matter what. Baxcalibur decks are not known for their disruption, but you never know when there might be a random Iono thrown in there to switch things up.
Pokestop being put into play for Jake Ewert. That will remain in play for the rest of the game, unless Jake does decide to use a Lost Vacuum at some point. And in this instance, it just draws him 3 cards. Jake didn't have the strongest hand, but 1 Sada has turned into so much more here on Jake Ewert's turn.
We're going to see how much damage Jake does. Can't quite see the dice. I think it's like 8 or 9 so far. Obviously more than enough to take this KO. But I think the important thing is getting enough to 1-hit KO an Iron Hands as soon as it hits the board.
For John, thinking through the options, I mean, this is why this matchup is so difficult for Chen Pao. Roaring Moon has so much HP, even without the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And with that being attached, John is left with a few less options. Greninja being sent to the active, is this going to be the line?
Could see a situation where the Iron Hands tries to take down the Greninja here and hope that Jake doesn't get enough Ancient cards in the discard pile to 1-KO back. But maybe that's better accomplished or done after Greninja attacks, but then you're giving Jake an extra turn to get more Ancient cards in the discard pile. it's a very difficult spot here for John. Does have that Iron Bundle to potentially give Jake a decision to make and open up a potential misplay, but I don't think a player of Jake's caliber will end up misplaying here.
Yeah, especially with how familiar and comfortable Jake has become with this deck. I mean, and how much success he has seen with it thus far. John really in the weeds here, trying to think through what his path to victory is. He finds himself at a prize deficit in a bad matchup. And at what point should John Eng consider packing it and going to another game?
As soon as the Chen Pao gets one-hit KO next turn, I think that's the timing you need to do in order to be like, all right, well, on to the next one, and hope Jake's start isn't as strong, which we talked about this in the beginning of the stream. Ancient Box is not known for its consistency. It relies pretty heavily on Greninja for its engine and to really sustain the whole deck. So if you're able to target that down, or somehow it gets prized, or it's just not put into play early on, you might be able to run away with a game or get so far ahead that it's hard for them to catch up, but not with how Jake started off this game one.
Superior Energy Retrieval will bring 4 energy cards from the discard pile back into the hand for John Eng. That is enough to get through a Roaring Moon with this Qian Pao. That might just be what John has to do. Swing into this active, force Jake to make another Roaring Moon 2 turns in a row. That might be his only way to potentially win.
It might be, yeah, trying to run Jake out of energy, apply pressure on the Super Rods. I mean, if you knock out 4 Roaring Moons, right, before your opponent is able to recover them, that's a solid way. So John really needs Jake to not get the 1 KO on this Qian Pao. And in order to do that, Jake needs 15 ancient cards, which is essentially half of the total he ends up playing.
And that will be made a little bit easier with 2 more being sent to the discard pile.
Yep.
That is one of the other benefits of Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. It forces another energy from Qian Pao, but when it eventually does go down, it's 1 more ancient card in your discard pile, fueling your next Roaring Moon's attack.
Yeah, very, very key. And the Pokestop as well, very important, because it can either help you get cards or quite simply discard more ancient cards. So Pokestop, a win-win card in this deck. That's why it's so strong. And we've talked about how Ancient Box doesn't do that great against Charizard, but it does great against the decks that want to do well against Charizard, and Qian Pao is a prime example of that.
John will load enough energy here for this active to go down. We will see Industrious Incisors drawing through the deck. A few more cards being found. Another Earthen Vessel. We see another Qian Pao as well.
Nothing
and Hail Blade is able to take the KO. 240 damage. Down goes the Roaring Moon. 2 more ancient cards added to this discard pile. Jake Ewart promoting the Roaring Moon. Draws for turn. It's another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Even more annoying for John at this point. And one of the nice things with Jake having already prepped this Roaring Moon with the energy cards, it allows him to play Explorer's Guidance as the supporter for turn, not being forced into the Sada play.
Yep, plenty of ancient cards found right here, so we'll be able to get those into a discard pile. You want to keep Professor Sada to make sure that you have those backup attackers. Jake is down to 2 Roaring Moons, right? So in a little bit of danger because of that, but we see an energy attachment for turn on the Roaring Moon, which we do have available. You can also discard the Flutter Mains they have with the Ultra Ball. I think Jake's in a really good spot to run away with this game.
Yeah, Jake definitely the one that's pretty far ahead here. I think there are 15 ancient cards in the discard pile, meaning that will be enough damage to 1-hit KO Qian Pao. Not before using this Pokestop, discarding the top 3 cards of the deck and drawing all 3 of those cards, as it was 3 item cards discarded there. Counter Catcher not even going to be a live play at this point. Ultra Ball can discard a couple more ancient cards, fueling Roaring Moon even further. Just thinning the deck as much as possible. I think the only thing that could potentially be problematic here for Jake is, can he ensure that he'll be able to attack with the benched Roaring Moon next turn?
As far as I can tell, there is a Darkness Energy available to attach this turn, and there is a Professor Sada. I do believe Jake was trying to get a Super Rod off of that, Pokestop in order to recover those Roaring Moons and be able to Ultra Ball for one of them. I think he's still in a pretty fine spot at this point in time. And, should be able to do that next turn. But yeah, the fact that there's no disruption from either player definitely benefits Jake a lot more.
Yeah, and immediately as soon as Jake attached that darkness energy, instantly after that, John looked at his watch and wanted to make sure he knew how much time was left available in this round. He knows this is a bad matchup. Perhaps his best chance to win is going to be to play this game out. He's going to lose this game almost definitely. He'll do everything in his power to try to win. He knows he's probably going to lose, but maybe if he wins a long game number 2, he'll find himself coming out of this with one single match point, which you'll take in a bad matchup like this, right?
Yep, I think that's definitely what you have to play for if you're in this spot. That's why John probably will not be putting another 2-prize Pokemon in play. We'll try to use Greninja, set up both of the Roaring Moons to be in range of the Iron Hands EX, and hope that Jake doesn't get another energy into play. But both of Jake's prizes from the last knockout were energy and Professor Sada, so really rough spot to be in.
We will see a few energy being thrown onto the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken online, and then at that point you're not even asking your opponent to make another Roaring Moon. You're not taking the one-hit KO. Will be an attachment onto the Frigibacks with 1 retreat. Just a nice little pivot for the next turn for John Eng. He does have Prime Catcher in hand. Maybe there's a world where you could stick the Radiant Greninja active, cross your fingers that you can Moonlight Shuriken a million times in a row, wipe your opponent's board, but that seems unlikely.
I agree, Cheap. Seems very, very unlikely. But, I mean, it would deny the energy attachment onto the other Roaring Moon, right? I think if John had some sort of hand disruption available to him, there might be a chance in this match, but as things stand, there is the Silene instead of the Iono, which seems to have become the norm now in Qianbao decks.
Pretty much one or the other, right? Reagan played the Silene in his top 4 list. Fabrizio played the Iono in his top 8 list.
I wonder if you could give up on one Cypher Maniac for the Iono. That way you have the best of both worlds. One Cypher Maniac, one Iono, one Silene.
Yeah, there is definitely a world. I've seen some lists online from people who have done just that, you know, leaving yourself with plenty of options. You have to wonder how much does that eat into your consistency, though? That would be the only question if it is worth it.
Not only the consistency, but also how do you find the Iono at the right time, right? And there's always a risk of discarding it with the Pokestop as well. So it's a hard card to justify in there as opposed to Cypher Maniac's immediate potential use and the synergy with Bibarel and Greninja as well.
We'll see the Iron Bundle being brought out of the deck in this position. It will, hopefully for John's sake, buy him a turn. That's what he's hoping, at least, by grabbing it. Jake has left himself with plenty of options. And also, this is a situation where having the A-Spec be changed from the last tournament, being the Prime Catcher now, it'll get him out of any sort of stall plays that his opponent could go for.
Jake not even gonna risk it at all, just gonna go into the Roaring Moon, knows he has attachment onto it, and should be pretty fine. At this point, you don't even need another Roaring Moon setup.
No.
If you're Jake, you're just happy with this. If you Sada into the active, attach energy to the benched Greninja, you're perfectly fine and with pretty much checkmate on board.
Not a bad Pokestop for John Eng, finding 2 Super Odd and a Rare Candy, and Moonlight Shuriken is the play, targeting down the pair of Roaring Moon here. Just crossing his fingers. Nothing but a prayer left for John Eng at this point.
That is correct, Chip. Not much else to be done. Has the attachment. Gonna choose to draw 2 extra cards.
He's got the Sada. I think he's gonna play the Sada this turn as a supporter.
I do believe there were some energies, though. I think these actions are unnecessary for Jake in terms of winning the game, right? You just need 2 Roaring Moons and you're good to go. But I guess playing it extra safe in case there's double Lost Vacuum plus Greninja knockout on the 2 Roaring Moons.
Double Lost Vacuum. We're playing around that, I guess.
I mean, playing extra hyper uber safe is never a bad idea, I guess.
When you've got the game all but locked up, right?
Yep.
Jake will play the Ultra Ball, does add 1 more Ancient card to the discard pile. Gonna get another Roaring Moon.
not discarding the counter catcher. I think counter catcher has less value than the Poke Gear at this point in time.
Probably, especially with Palpad being in your list, right?
Yep. And yeah, there hasn't been an Iono, but you never know, right? So sometimes you want to try to play even against those obscure situations or cards, because if that's the worst situation that can happen and you play around it, then you're fine because you played around it. And if it doesn't happen, you're probably also fine anyways.
All Jake has to do here is announce the attack. More than enough damage laid onto this Greninja. We'll use the Pokestop first. We see that Cobalion being revealed, the new tech, and a Darkness Energy does get discarded. Jake does still have one more Super Rod remaining, and with the Earthen Vessel being found, he'll have access to those energies if he wants them on the next turn.
Correct, Chip. So not a big deal. And now that Cobalion is in there to help with Charizard, right? Cobalion's ability helps you do 30 extra damage to your basic Pokemon onto any Dark-type Pokemon. And we did see Jake lose Game 2 at Orlando Regionals by 10 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. Yeah, so close. And that one extra Ancient card sometimes can make all the difference. Jake being, I think, extra careful here. Gonna just attach the energy card to the Greninja, ensuring that it can't get stuck. Maybe John has Prime Catcher plus Iono. Like you mentioned, Pablo playing extra careful.
Extra careful. Never hurts to do so. Jake also gonna play out cards that are probably no longer useful in his hand. Not getting rid of counter catchers though. Nest Ball is a card that you can just play and get rid of, right?
Yeah, counter catcher is literally going to become it's going to become a dead card this turn because he's going to take a knockout, right?
Yeah, and there are 2 in the hand right now, which could have hit the discard pile and the lost zone this turn.
As it stands, it is a KO. Jake down to just 1 prize card remaining. John Eng thinking if there is any way for him to do something. He's got the Super Rod, and he doesn't think he can do anything. We're going to see him concede. Jake Ewert winning Game 1 in absolutely dominating fashion.
Dominating fashion indeed. Very powerful display for Ancient Box, as you would expect against one of its better matchups. Yeah, low HP, 2-price Pokemon such as Chenpao, and it's ironic to say 220 is low HP, right? But it is for Ancient Box compared to the 330 HP it sometimes needs to deal with for Charizard. So very solid display for Ancient Box. Now the question is, can you do it 2 games in a row, because the deck does have a little bit of an inconsistent start sometimes.
And I think that's what John is going to be hoping for as we move into the next game, hoping that Jake stumbles a little bit early and that John's able to capitalize and get more value. Really, the game is just really difficult to come back from once Jake is able to take out a Chien-Pao EX when John's only gotten 1 prize card from it. The prize trade is just so disproportionately in Ancient Box's favor. That game really was just a perfect display of why this matchup is so tough for Chien-Pao. But if there's anyone who can find a way, it's definitely John Eng. He recognizes the bad matchup. He's going to know what his lines are, what his opportunity is to potentially come back and play to that however he can.
Yeah, you need Ancient Box to whiff a little bit in the beginning, right? Not be so aggressive, not get that turn to KO, or potentially not have so many backup Roaring Wounds to where you can make them whiff at some point and have your 2-prize Pokemon take 2 prizes themselves. Because if your 2-prize Pokemon only takes 1 prize card and then gets immediately KO'd back, that's when things start to spiral out of control.
It looks like we're having some discussion at the table. It's a little concerning when players are just setting up. Not really sure what could have happened here. They're holding their opening hand in their hands. So worried that maybe someone saw a card, an 8th card, when they were trying to draw their opening hand.
Do count 7 cards in Jake's hand right now. So maybe a small misstep, a turned over card by mistake, of course.
Yeah.
When placing the prize cards. Sometimes, I mean, I know I'm a little clumsy sometimes, so you never know.
Mistakes happen, right?
Yeah.
It's part of the game. It's the human element of our game, right?
Oh.
So it looks like the issue is that John did not shuffle his prize cards that were left off to the side in before drawing. So, I mean, I think it should be a simple enough fix. Just have him reshuffle. It's an honest enough mistake.
Yeah.
Has not even started the game. You know, he doesn't have a legal deck at the moment. There's not 60 cards in it. So hopefully it's a pretty simple fix. But we're going to get full confirmation from the stage. our judges are on top of it, conferring and figuring out what the correct ruling is by the book.
Yeah, you would imagine that a simple reshuffle, right, would be good enough, but of course our judges will be the ones to determine that. There's no advantage to be gained by playing with less cards or potentially leaving those prizes there and then putting 6
mistake.
on top.
Yes, yeah. Yep, so judges are just conferring, making sure that the proper ruling is given. And it's, you know, maybe pretty obvious that it is a mistake, but sometimes you have to, you know, go to the rule book, right? What does the rule book say the correct thing to do is in this spot?
Rule book, rules above all. All right, so we'll get that determined for you all here, but if you're John, Chip, what adaptation are you doing this turn? I mean, you're hoping to not start a Qian Pao, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's your hope, and John has chosen to go first in this next game, and I think that is correct. Most of the time, Ancient Box wants to go second. They want to put on pressure, want to try to get the turn 1 attack off, but this matchup is so bad. You have to play to the percentage of times that Ancient Box does not get off the turn 1 attack. You need to be the aggressor. You need to be the one being the first one to get damage in play, hopefully getting the first KO. And so that's what John's going to hope for. Hope that Jake is unable to find the energy discard plus the Sada to attack on the first turn of the game.
And even if he does, right, that there's not enough ancient Pokemon to tank 2 hits potentially, right? So that your 2-prize Qian Pao can take 2 prizes itself as well. So that's what John is hoping for, a picture-perfect start like he got, but going first this time.
Yeah, maybe hoping that Jake opens up with a non-Roaring Moon basic, right?
Yeah.
If Jake is to open up with a Fluttermane or a Koraidon, it's very difficult to get off a turn 1 attack for meaningful damage. The Koraidon, he would need to specifically find his 1 fighting energy. Another difference from Jake's Orlando list, there is only the 1 fighting energy, no basic fire energy. Not really worried about Noivern for this event, I guess. And yeah, so that's like what John is hoping for here. If a Fluttermane gets opened up, yeah, it's annoying. You can't use your active Pokemon's
Shiver
ability.
Chill, yep.
Yeah, if it is the Shivery Chill from the Qian Pao. But your opponent is less likely to be able to pull off the attack because they need to get a full value Sada in order to retreat their active, right? They'd have to Sada to the active and Sada to the bench, attach, return, retreat, then get off the attack.
The Fluttermane also has the benefit of having 90 HP, right? So being in range of Greninja, where you can have a 1-for-1 trade at some point in the game, go for 1 prize card, and then set up a Roaring Moon for Amp You Very Much afterwards.
Yep.
So that Fluttermane start, even though it's annoying to deal with sometimes, would definitely be a welcome thing for John.
All these adding into why John is choosing, I think, to go first here in game number 2. And yeah, like we talked about this in Orlando, right? Most of the time, the same thing is true for both players, right? You want to go, in a given matchup, both players should want the same thing, right? You should want to go first or second in a matchup, depending on what your opponent's playing, depending on what you're playing. And I think going first for both of the players, honestly, is the best course of action.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, Chip. In the games that we've been playing at whatever event you go to, I find myself sometimes wanting my opponent to win the coin flip so that they decide for me because I'm not sure.
If I don't know what the matchup is, I think that's fair, right? You know, just let fate decide. But
yeah,
you know, if you know what the matchup is, I think it's important to go into a tournament with that knowledge. Now, I will say sometimes that's not always true, especially in early formats in the meta. Like for example, at Toronto this year, the group I played with, we played Charizard to the event, and the big thing for us was the revelation of you want to go second with this deck, right? And we were kind of figuring that out in the early rounds. It was like, we had talked about it the night before, it's like it feels like this is a go second deck, but it's not go second in every single matchup. We were trying to figure out which matchups you did want to go second. The mirror match was kind of a big question mark for us. Is it better to go first or second? And so early on in the tournament, I think I did make some mistakes because I was not totally confident. Also, I played against an opponent who was playing Arceus V-Star in their Charizard deck at that tournament, which maybe changes the decision to go first or second a little bit because they can turn to Starbirth, right? So, yeah, it can be tough to adjust on the fly whenever you have a set game plan going in.
Now, we do have confirmation that any sort of penalty was de-escalated, and therefore we're just going to have a normal setup here for John as we get this game to start. And of course, we will have the appropriate time extension to make sure that there is enough time compensated for this judge deliberation.
Yep, simple fix. we're going to kick this game off. It looks like Jake did have a mulligan, so he just had to sit there that whole time with his 7-card hand with no basics. And yeah, we'll shuffle back in and we'll get determination on what the time extension is, any official penalties or anything like that. But yeah, it does not sound like there will be any penalties given. Maybe a warning or something along those lines, but that would be it.
Yeah, it really is not major, and the prizes are in a different spot than you normally would at the normal table, right?
Yes,
So it's something that we see commonly occur here, which is really no big deal. Yeah, no big deal, easily fixed as we get this game 2 on our way. Both players have now found a basic Pokemon, and John does have 3 water energies prized.
That's a lot of energy cards. Yeah, that's maybe a little unfortunate. That one's Silene as well, while maybe not super important in this matchup. It's a one-of card that you prized, so always something to note. And John is going to kick things off here, playing pretty quickly. It looks like he has started a Chien Pao EX. On the other side, it is Jake Ewart with the Roaring Moon. So Jake's going to be holding his breath, hoping that Jake does not, or John's going to be holding his breath, hoping that Jake does not have the combo of cards to pull off a turn 1 attack.
Now, as far as I can tell, Jake doesn't have much in his current hand. Does have a Pokestop, which he can roll to see what he gets, but so a bunch of energies and not much else. So we'll have to see if John is able to take advantage of that or what Jake draws off the Pokestop to help him in this spot.
A pair of energy being found right away from the Shivery Chill, a powerful ability there on Chien Pao EX. And John actually has kind of an interesting choice. No outs to Frigibax or Radiant Greninja except for Nest Ball, and that can only get one of the 2 cards. What do you do here? Do you get the Frigibax, play it safe, or do you get the Radiant Greninja to draw cards, hoping to find outs to the Frigibax and also just help your board get a little more set up?
I think, as I always tell people that ask me these sort of questions, it always depends, right? Depends on what else you have in your hand. If your hand is good enough to where you can be the aggressor and you can have enough backup where you don't need extra cards, then you can disregard the Greninja.
Yes.
But if your hand just doesn't have anything to play off of next turn, then you're forced to go into a Greninja. Even if you're not able to bench a Frigibax this turn, it doesn't matter if you have a Frigibax if you just draw past next turn as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so it looks like John thinks his hand is strong enough to withstand the Frigibax being the grab, attach, return, and pass over to Jake Ewart. Let's see, does Jake have the play to pull off the turn 1 attack? I don't see it just yet. He's going to be riding on this Pokestop, crossing his fingers here. Sada discarded Super Rod and Superior Energy Retrieval being found. I don't think Jake has much going on here at all.
Not at all. Only has that Flutter Mane, and that's just to make sure he doesn't get benched. So John, depending on what he does, might be able to run away with this just based on Jake's awful, awful start.
Yeah, John is going to go quick here, I think. He is going to recognize the situation. His opponent didn't do much. You got to put on the pressure. You got to force your opponent to find the answer. Nest Ball being played right away. Radiant Greninja will be the grab, almost certainly. Concealed cards now online. Also utilizing Shivery Chill, adding 2 water energy from the deck into this hand. Concealed cards will add 2 more cards. You can see how the deck all works together. And now John Eng, basically all he's going to be looking for is a rare candy, Baxcalibur. He's already got enough energy to get this knockout.
Yep, more than enough. The question is, does he have the Baxcalibur? You have to assume so,
I see the rare candy, so he's at least got that piece.
He definitely has the rare candy. Can he find the Baxcalibur? There it is. There's the
Ultra
Ultra Ball.
That will be the piece needed. And will just discard an energy card as well. Has 2 more in the hand. Now, the risk here is that John's hand does not look amazing. He will be able to draw a couple, I think, with Bibarel, so that's a little bit of a bailout here.
Yeah, which that's why we see John hesitate a little bit on what to discard. Also probably knows at this point that there are 3 water energies prized, so that's when maybe you want to be a little more conservative on your water energies to be able to draw with concealed cards, to be able to not have to rely so much on Superior Energy Retrieval. So that's why he's able to afford to discard, or choosing to discard, this rare candy and use the other one. But against your opponent's low start, that's going to be perfectly fine.
2 energies being placed to the active spot. Industrious Incisors can draw a couple cards. Debating if he wants to attach this other energy. Looks like the answer is yes. You could make an argument to hold the energy so you have 1 to concealed cards next turn. But drawing the extra card off Bibarel seems to be the better play here, and does find the backup Frigibax as well. All things firing here for John Eng.
Yeah, I think keeping that Nest Ball and keeping the bench space open is pretty crucial for the play that I mentioned last game, Chip. Yeah, being able to potentially have the Iron Hands to take 2 prizes against the Flutter Mane in the upcoming turn. I mean, we might see it being set up right now.
Could see the Bidoof.
Could see the Bidoof as well, just play it extra safe. I really would have loved to conserve that card at this point.
Yeah, I think potentially. The hand doesn't look super conducive, I think, to pulling that off. John doesn't have a superior energy retrieval, so he doesn't really even have a great way to thin the hand down. Now, we do have to remember Pokestop is in play on Jake's side, but Stadium cards in the Pokemon TCG can be utilized by both players, so John has that as an option still this turn.
Now, debating the Iron Bundle.
That could be really strong next turn.
Yep. Yep, so that's why keeping the bench space open
true.
gives you all that flexibility now. When you know time's running out and you know you have a very big advantage as John currently has, then it makes sense to try to play as safe as possible. But there we go. Pokestop getting 2 more cards and that very crucial Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, Superior is definitely the big one here because the active Roaring Moon goes down, and all John is going to have is Superior to get energy cards because the Shivery Chill will be shut off thanks to the Flutter Mane. I think this is a big Pokestop here for Jake Ewart. Can he find an out to another basic Pokemon? The only one being Ultra Ball. That's not great.
Not ideal, that's for sure. Did top deck a Koraidon, so Jake's going to be able to have 2 more Pokemon, although chooses to discard that Koraidon in favor of Roaring Moon. Now, we did see Jake prize 1 Professor Sada. Another Professor Sada has been discarded off the first Pokestop last time around. We'll get the Greninja, though, and we'll get a few more resources going.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the Koraidon be discarded, and I think the real reason for it is that it's just really not a good attacker in this deck. You have to play ancient cards, so that's really the main reason Koraidon is here. You pretty much don't want to attack with it almost ever, unless you literally start with it and are forced to. So I think Jake is just playing to that, hoping to get a little bit of help here. Does not find a Roaring Moon off the concealed cards.
Does find a Pokegear that can hopefully find Ancient, or Explorer rather, and there we have it. 4 supporters at the top chip.
Where have they been all game? Looks like they're in this Pokegear.
Yep, so seems like Jake will be able to stabilize here, and if this Explorer's Guidance gets him a follow-up Sada plus a potential Roaring Moon or 2, right? Or, well, it can't get 3 cards, it can only get 2, but if this Explorer's Guidance allows Jake to continue playing, right? Then we could see a turnaround of this game despite this low start.
Here we go, top 6 cards. Jake will get to keep 2 of them, sending 4 to the discard pile. 1 Roaring Moon was found. Looks like a Sada as well.
Yep.
And you're fine to discard those Koraidons. We just mentioned how they're not really good pretty much at all.
Yep. Not bad at all. Gonna put those cards, gonna put the Sada and the Roaring Moon ready to go. Now the question is, do you bench the Roaring Moon? Because if you do, it could get prime catchered and knocked out, right?
Yep.
So do you play conservative? Do you bench it? Do you attach the tool card that you have onto it? Or do you play it safe chip?
I think if you attach an energy from hands to the Greninja, I guess you could hold off on benching the Roaring Moon. And the reason for that is because you're forced next turn to retreat this Greninja, right? So attaching to it now means that you can do that play exactly. So really heads up from Jake, you know, recognizing that if he puts that Roaring Moon in play, it is liable to being KO'd.
Yeah, this is so key because it's not like Jake saw the prime catcher get drawn off of the Pokestop by John. It's just his intuition and his preparedness telling him, all right, I need to play around this card just to make sure that John doesn't take down my single Roaring Moon that I finally was able to find.
A little awkward for John here that he has all 3 of his Super Odd in the hand. Really strong card. You want to find it at some point, but not all at once, ideally.
Now, we do see 9 Ancient cards already in the discard pile. The Flutter Mane will make it 10. Can Jake get 5 more next turn to one-hit KO the Qianpao and even up the price trade?
That's what he's going to be trying to do. That would be a lot. Will he be able to make that happen? Industrious Incisors finds the next Bibarel. That's a pretty good draw. 1 more found off this next Industrious Incisors. It will be the Superior Energy Retrieval. That'll be pretty great next turn. Concealed cards, finding a couple more. Has an Irida for the next turn. Lots of plays opening up. Hailblade able to take this KO. Already adding 1 more Ancient card to this discard pile, up to 10.
170 damage potentially incoming. Let's see what else Jake can piece together here. And Nest Ball is a pretty nice grab.
Big find right there. Big top deck for Jake. Now this will make the Professor Sada even better. And now John is facing down 2 Roaring Moons, which are about to be very threatening. The Sada will make it 11 cards. Can Jake find 4 more to take down this Qian Pao?
What a turnaround in this game. Things seemed so sketchy for Jake Ewart in these last couple of turns, but he has found the pieces to allow him to hang around. And he finds another Ultra Ball that can get another Roaring Moon. He finds Prime Catcher that can open up plays in the future. And Professor Sada's Vitality is the key card here, accelerating an energy to each of these Roaring Moon, drawing 3 more cards. We know the other Darkness Energy is already in hand.
Another Roaring Moon found.
Plenty of options for future turns. We know that Jake has the attack lined up. The big question is, can he get a one-hit KO? He doesn't necessarily have to, but it would be really nice if he did. That's 11 Ancient cards. He found the Ultra Ball. I think he might need to discard a few cards here off the Pokestop.
That's 1,
2, 3.
That's
that's perfect because you can play it to discard another Ancient card from your hand.
Wow, I think Jake just managed to get the 1 KO here.
13.
Being able to turn things around.
Yes, Ancient cards being ticked up in the discard pile. He will have to discard a Roaring Moon, but it's totally worth it at this point.
It's totally worth it. I wholeheartedly agree, Chip. Perfect numbers, and I mean, next turn you can recover some of your, like, your Roaring Moon. I don't like this Nest Ball being played, though, because that's exactly what you want to play after you play Super Rod next turn.
I think there's a Roaring Moon in the prize cards. Oh, no, it's in the discard pile.
Yeah, it's in the discard pile.
Okay.
It's the first one that got KO'd, so saving that Nest Ball would have been very crucial for next turn, combined with a Super Rod in Jake's hand. So that could be something very costly. Not right now, right? But in the follow-up turns.
The Earthen Vessel being found off the Pokestop being the perfect card here. It effectively adds 2 Ancient cards to the discard pile because it itself is an Ancient card, and you must also discard another card from your hand in order to use it. 15 cards now, plus the 70 base damage of Vengeance Fletching. 220 exactly, the perfect math to one-hit KO Qian Pao EX.
Jake was in danger of getting benched out this game, and all of a sudden he evens up the price trade, has a pretty solid board set up, and looking to run away with this series 2-0.
Now the question here for John, what do we do? How do we proceed? Are we going with the Greninja play that we talked about in game number 1? Set up both of these Pokemon and try to win the game in 3 turns. Iron Hands into Iron Hands. And I think that is a pretty decent play here for John. You haven't seen the penny yet from your opponent. The question is, can he pull together the Iron Hands play in the future turns? He needs to get the Lightning Energy out of the deck. He doesn't have access to it at the moment, but he could get the Earthen Vessel here. I don't think he's going for it here.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to that early Nest Ball, because you can't Irida for both the Nest Ball and the Earthen Vessel, right? So I think John's going to have to
Well, he doesn't have to use the Iron Hands right now, right?
True.
Yeah, he can just get the Earthen Vessel, get that Lightning Energy, have access to it, and then go with the Greninja this turn.
Yeah, you're completely right, Chip. Completely right. So I think that's what we're going to see from John. And there should be plenty of time to pull that off for sure at this point in time. Yeah, it's going to be on Jake. And that Nest Ball that he played last turn could be something that comes back to hurt him.
John's hand is so clogged up right now. He's not really able to use Industrious Incisors for too much value. It's kind of one of the issues he finds himself with here. He can concealed cards away, a Water, Super Rod back, a Qian Pao maybe.
I think you need to save that Super Rod. Well, I mean, if you have enough, then
yeah, he's
that's
got
fine.
3. He's got 3.
True. To get back-to-back Iron Hands EXs, gets a Pokestop to not help with his current dilemma, and 2 Superior Energy Retrievals off of that concealed cards. Not great for John.
Yeah, he's going to be relying on Pokestop moving forward in this game. Ultra Ball is pretty nice. You don't really mind discarding either the Qian Pao or the Pokestop, to be honest. And this is where, this is probably one of the main reasons that Jake had the penny in his list, is for this exact play. And now it's not a card he has in his list this weekend. So He's going to take a knockout here on this Greninja, and it'll just be a question of can John attack with Iron Hands 2 times in a row.
Now, something Jake could do as well is try to establish another Roaring Moon and attack with that one. That way he doesn't leave a damaged Roaring Moon in the active. But of course, John still has access to that Prime Catcher to be able to chase down whatever he ends up needing on the bench.
I think the biggest issue for John next turn as well is going to be finding the lightning energy.
Yep.
That's phase 1 of piecing together a way to win this game.
Yeah, he's even going to hope he discards it off of the Pokestop,
It
right?
would work. It would work.
Yeah, or finds the Earthen Vessel off of it. So the Pokestop that was played by Jake could be very crucial to help in John running away with this one.
Yeah, maybe Jake even would be hoping to find his 1 lost vacuum this turn in order to limit John as much as possible.
Yeah.
We see plenty of cards in hand now for Jake. Such a turnaround from where we found ourselves previously. Has an Ultra Ball, is debating discarding another energy, wants to get full value from the Sada, so the tracks makes sense, and another Roaring Moon comes into play.
I think Jake is very aware of John's plan and wants to limit that by attacking with a fresh Roaring Moon this turn, forcing John to use up the Prime Catcher to get those 2 prizes, and then use the other Roaring Moon. And John does have the option to Silene back the Prime Catcher, but I believe it's at the very top of the prize card.
Yeah.
So Jake incredibly aware, and even has a Prime Catcher this turn to just play around the pot or not have to discard energies anyways.
3 cards being drawn now from the Sada. One of the only other things I could think of that Jake maybe would want would be an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to play around Moonlight Shuriken, taking multiple prizes. He didn't find that, so that is an option for John Ing. Take 2 prizes on 2 Roaring Moon, and then Prime Catcher Iron Hands the Greninja.
That is very correct, Chip. I wonder how many tools there are left at this point.
We've seen quite a few be
Jake.
discarded.
Yep. Not gonna do it though. Okay. So maybe Jake. I generally thought he was very aware of the Iron Hands play. Seems like that might have slipped a little bit. Now, as you mentioned, right, John has a play to just reutilize the Greninja, so maybe not as pressured to fight the Lightning this turn in particular, as he can get 2 prizes with Greninja into 2 prizes with the Iron Hands.
John has to find the Lightning Energy. That's really the only missing piece. He's got Superior Energy Retrieval. That'll get all the waters necessary. Ultra Ball, of course, can find the Iron Hands. Yeah, Super Rod is maybe thinking of putting back the Radiant Greninja to get a little more dig.
Well, but if you put back the Greninja, right, and you Moonlight Shuriken these 2, that's your 2 prizes, right? And then you play into the Lightning Iron Hands KO on the Greninja that you were mentioning. That gets you
the Pokestop.
4 prizes over the course of 2 turns.
A pair of Irida going down, perhaps a little annoying. He's pretty set up. He doesn't really necessarily need an Irida, but it would be nice. It would be nice.
All right, seems like we're not going for the Greninja play, which I think is guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
You can do it that way. So I think that would be a safer path. Now, with the Pokestop having been utilized and no more, well, there's 1 Irida left. There's Irida, the Earthen Vessel, the Lightning, potentially the Cypher Maniac as well. Yeah. But John's hand is pretty clogged up, as you've been mentioning. So that could get in the way of John potentially finding that crucial Lightning energy.
Yeah, maybe I think it maybe had to be the Greninja this turn. Yeah. I mean, because John, I don't even know. I guess he's just going all in on Iron Hands. We're going to see the Superior discard a few cards from hand. And we're going to be riding on Industrious Incisors here, crossing our fingers to find some of those outs.
Yeah, especially now the Pokestop has been utilized. There's the Iron Hands, no Lightning Energy, of course. And then if you play Super Rod to put back cards in order to help unclog your hand, then you're going to be in trouble because you're decreasing your odds, as you mentioned. So difficult situation for John to be in. The Greninja play had to be the best way to accomplish this.
And maybe just tunneling a little too hard on Iron Hands. It's something that no player is immune to be honest.
That is true.
Thinking about where to put this 1 more energy card. Super Cold can put it anywhere. wanting to just maximize the amount of cards drawn. 2 to find off this Industrious Incisors, needing to find Irida, Earthen Vessel, Lightning, Cypher Maniac, and there we go. Lightning Energy found. Ampu very much online. John setting up the 2-turn clock, and drawing even more with Industrious Incisors as well.
Ooh, that Nest Ball very crucial to be able to pair it with the Super Rod in order to get back the Iron Hands. So as long as John has access to one Super Rod, he will be able to do the back-to-back Iron Hands KO. And even though time is running out, the +3 turns will give enough time for John to run away with Game 2, I think.
Yeah, pretty much the situation is going to be, does John come away the winner in Game 2, meaning both players come away with 1 match point and a tie, or can Jake prevent that from happening and make it so that he comes away as the person with the 3 match points, eliminating John's opportunity to even take all of his prize cards in this game? Can he find a way to do that? That is going to be the question.
The question to be answered here, Chip, and with no hand disruption, I don't think Jake has a way to stop the inevitable Iron Hands coming back into play. We do see a Pokestop getting more ancient cards into a discard pile, which is probably not super important at this point in time, unless Jake puts back too many ancient Pokemon with the Super Rod, which obviously will not happen.
There will be a few energy cards placed back with the Super Rod. Those can be grabbed out pretty quickly with the Earthen Vessel. These concealed cards can draw a little bit. That 1 Earthen Vessel, our Ancient Booster Energy Capsule still on the deck. That's not really relevant now at this point.
Yep. Yeah, that last turn, if Jake had been able to utilize a fresh Roaring Moon, then he would have played around the Iron Hands, but wouldn't have played around the Greninja unless he found that booster, that Ancient Booster Capsule, which is now, as you mentioned, too late. So there was a way for Jake to play around this, and there was a way for John to make it a little bit easier, but it does seem like the writing is on the wall here, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, Jake doesn't know the contents of John's hand, right? You know a little bit thanks to the Pokestop, so you got to force your opponent to have it. But we know John's got all
the pieces.
Almost everything. Yeah, actually even has the Superior. Yeah, he's literally just got it. Yep.
Yep, has a Super Rod, has a Nest Ball, has a Prime Catcher, and has a Superior to chase down either the Damaged Roaring Moon or the Radiant Greninja to amp you very much for his last 2 prize cards. So Jake, 1 prize card away, but...
One more consideration here for Jake could be, now with time being called, your turn 0. You know John just has 2 turns. So do you ever just Prime Catcher, bring up Bibarel, pass? Cross your fingers that that's enough. Doesn't look like that was even a consideration, though. John Ing has the pieces. Super Rod, back the Iron Hands. Nest Ball bringing it down. Prime Catcher up. Radiant Greninja and Superior Energy Retrieval. Bringing back 4 energy cards. Ampu very much gets John the win in Game 2. Tying up this set. Both players coming away now with 1 match point.
What a game we just saw, Chip. John definitely very happy with that point. Jake's going to be a little frustrated, but after your start, right, you still made it very, very close. It's just that you were 1 turn too late to keep up with John's prize advantage.
I think that is an exact example as to why John stuck out game number 1, right? Yep. He knew that the time was a factor. You know, it wasn't a situation of slow playing or stalling. You know, he's just playing out the game, you know, forcing Jake to take all of his prize cards. And then we end up going into game 2. It's not enough time to complete. Even if we had gone to game 3, it probably wasn't going to be enough time to complete, even if John had conceded game 1 a little bit quicker, something like that. Yeah, as it stands, both players come away with 1 match point. 5-0-1, still a great spot to be. You're only 1 game away from getting into day 2. Getting a 6-0-1 record would lock you up.
Yeah, a tie when you're at 5-0, definitely not something to sweat, right, or anything. Now, have to wonder if Jake top decking that Flutter Mane to be able to survive 1 more turn. Yeah, didn't actually end up working against him, because if he had just been benched out, right, maybe he would have had enough time to win a game 3. And it's hard to decide to scoop a game like that, especially when you're top decking into it. But something to consider in a very good matchup, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with how dominant game number 1 was. I mean,
exactly.
In that very first game, it was a perfect example of why that matchup is so good. Jake jumped ahead early, put on the pressure, was basically ahead the entire game, so you have to wonder if even Jake could have considered conceding that second game. He had a realistic chance. Maybe if he had found the ancient booster energy capsule, he's okay. Once he didn't find it, maybe once he didn't even retreat that Roaring Moon, maybe then you would consider conceding, hoping to get a quick win in the next game. But yeah, stuck it out. Had a chance to win, but John Eng in game 2 found everything he needed to ensure that he could come away with 1 match point.
Yeah, and he was very close, right? Jake was very close. 1 prize card away, but John was able to piece out, even if it was in a very convoluted way. John was able to piece out the victory by utilizing Iron Hands in back-to-back turns. Yeah, I mean, knowing when to concede, I think is a very important skill to have. It's never super obvious, and I feel like you're never completely out of a game, right? Until your opponent has game 1 board, you're never completely out of it. They might have prized that crucial piece, or something happens along the line where they're not seeing the lines in order to win that you are seeing, but knowing when to concede to make sure that you have enough time to complete a game in a favorable matchup is so, so crucial.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, both players coming away with a match point here. Pretty solid. You know, of course, we're focusing on our main tournament here, but there is a tournament within a tournament this weekend as well, and that is our Community Choice Bracket, debating which Pokemon tool card is the best one in the current standard format. Of course, excluding Ace-Specs, because it's not really fair to put Hero's Cape up against something like Defiance Vest. And speaking of Defiance Vest, that is our next debate here. Defiance Vest up against Choice Belt. I'll let you choose, Pablo, which one you'd like to argue on behalf of.
I'd like to argue on behalf of Defiance Vest. Now,
ooh, okay.
Defiance Vest is not a widely played tool card, but it has been gaining momentum in all sorts of control decks. I think as we get higher HP Pokemon, as we get more control cards in future sets, I think Defiance Vest will start making a very powerful wave in the metagame, and especially when combined with Mimikyu, I think it's so crucial. Compared to Choice Belt, which every new set we get is just going out of style.
It's definitely fair, right? Defiance Vest maybe picking up play. It's very solid in the decks that do play it. And yes, while it's true, no more Pokemon V are coming out, Choice Belt is still so strong because there are still tons of Pokemon V hanging around in the format. There's Rotom V, played in most of the Stage 2 decks. There's Arceus V-Star decks still running around. Giratina V-Star in the Arceus decks and also in its own deck. You got to knock off 2 stones there all at the same time. So I think that the Choice Belt is still a great consideration. It lets you be so aggressive in the right build, going after those Pokemon, getting a KO a little bit earlier than you should as a Charizard player, for example. Yeah, I think it's got to be Choice Belt for sure, just because of the, you hit more matchups. It's more across the board as far as where it's played and also what it's good against, to be honest.
I mean, generally, though, what decks are playing Choice Belt? It's just Charizard.
Yeah,
the
just
damage
Charizard.
is just getting out of control to where you don't need that Choice Belt, really, whereas you really need to protect from KOs. And I do think Defiance Vest has been underutilized so far.
Maybe so. Yeah, basically only one deck right now playing Choice Belt. It is the Charizard. What was the meta share percentage of Charizard this tournament?
I don't remember.
It was 25%.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 24 point something. What was the meta share of Control? I don't think I saw it on the graphic, right? And is there really anything else playing the? Is there anything else playing Defiance Vest? Come on.
No, not really.
Most popular deck playing this tool card. You gotta give that your vote of confidence there.
Quality over quantity, though, Chip.
Wow.
Like, generally, just because
yeah, well, that's a good point. That honestly, it's a good point. What's the deck that's won every single tournament in this format, and what tool card have they played in every single one of those lists? Okay, got it. Yeah, makes sense. Choice Belt, cool. Glad we're on the same page.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's because control decks have not had their fair share amongst the top players, but that might change. I know there's a lot of really top players playing with control this weekend,
true.
so we might see Defiance Vest actually factor into many situations.
Well, that poll is live right now, so if you're watching over on Twitch, definitely be sure to vote. Let us know which tool card you believe to be the best of those two in the current standard format. But yeah, let's look at our tournaments ahead. Also, the tournaments behind us, our 2024 Regional Championship schedule. We have knocked so many off the list. Just one more regional championship remaining after this one here in North America. We've got a few weekends until LA, but there's tons of more Pokemon tournaments happening between Indy and Los Angeles. I expect the meta for Los Angeles to look totally different than what it looks like this weekend.
Yes, with tournaments every weekend, multiple ones at that, the metagame will continue to evolve, and I really think we're due for something to topple Charizard down. It's dominated for long enough. There has to be something and someone out there that will be able to take down the king of the format, if you will.
Everyone's searching for the answer. Hopefully before we get to the end of the format, someone finds one, because it would be a little less fun if Charizard won literally every single tournament this format. But then as we look ahead, New Orleans, the international championships on the horizon. There will be a brand new set legal for that event, Twilight Masquerade, and it's certainly looking to shake things up based on the results we're seeing early on from the Champions League over in Japan this past weekend. Miraidon making a comeback. Of course, the powerful new Ogerpon EX cards, the powerful new Dragapult EX has been really a huge talk of the community this past week. Yeah, what are you really liking out of Twilight Masquerade early on from what you've seen online?
I mean, Dragapult definitely has everyone, all eyes on it, right? Especially not only because Dragapult EX is so powerful, but it has a self-sustaining engine within itself with Draclo's ability. So
that's great.
When have we seen that before with Gardevoir? And we saw how good Gardevoir was. So I think in order to make these Stage 2 Pokemon really powerful, we're going to start seeing more of these Stage 1s also being very good at sustaining any deck.
Well, Pablo, the results are in. Let's see which
like
tool card ended up a little bit better than the other one. There we go.
Dang.
Everyone knew the answer. Choice Belt. Thanks, Twitch chat, for having my back.
I believe it was only by 20 votes, so I made some compelling arguments. I think many people are living in the past with Choice Belt. Every new set we get, Choice Belt becomes less and less useful, and we're underusing Defiance Vest in my opinion, but hey, we have a democracy here, and congratulations on your win chip.
I'll take them where I can get them, to be honest, at this point. So yeah, small victories. The small victories is what counts. I definitely agree, though. Defiance Vest, I mean, we'll definitely see much more of it as more sets continue to be released. There's no more Pokemon V coming out, and the main thing about Defiance Vest, though, is that it's really only good in like one type of archetype for the most part. Like, I don't think you're really going to ever see Defiance Vest showing up in some aggro attacking deck unless there's some very specific math in the format that you're aiming to fix. But the fact that a card like that exists, it's definitely really unique.
It is a less versatile card, as you mentioned. However, we're talking about beating Charizard, right? A Mimikyu with a Defiance Vest is basically Charizard's worst enemy, right? Charmeleon does 10 damage to it, Charmander's Heat Tackle does nothing, it's immune to Charizard EX, and if you're not attacking with it, Radiant Charizard needs all 5 energies to take it down. So I think that's a missed opportunity by many players as a way to take down Charizard, not just in control decks. Imagine a Gardevoir player taking that into their deck and then playing passively. Do you have enough Boss Orders to play around that? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Maybe we need some more people taking your advice out there, Pablo. Maybe we need you back on the floor for some of these tournaments to show us the true spice. Well, it's been a great couple of rounds here. We're going to have Swiss Round 7 coming up very soon. Just 3 more rounds remaining here in day 1. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Stick with us. We'll take a quick break and be back shortly.
I will say that Iono saved the day for you.
Well, you Urfin Vestal away an Ultra Ball, which kind of signaled to me you probably had it good.
I'll get your price.
I think I do, thank you. I like that one.
That's game. Good game.
Good game.
Also, that just never happens on stream, because my prizes are on the same side as my deck. Yeah, it's dead.
Yeah, that start was just horrendous.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attacker of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2 prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Hello, all you beautiful people out there. My name is Adam Watson here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We are still underway for day one, working through our Swiss rounds, deciding which one of our many, many competitors is good enough to make day two, potentially top 8, potentially locking up a World's invite to Honolulu. And to help me break down the action is Kyle Sablehouse. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well. We've got quite a tournament on our hands, a lot of great matches out and about. I haven't even been able to really watch any of the stream as I've been out there watching all the great games that we have going on that we can't feature. We have so many great players out here. I mean, you're missing out, but also we're going to bring you the best action we can. There's just so much Pokemon going on.
Yeah, our players are almost ready to go, and we have just enough time to get caught up on the standings. What data we do have, we can see what players are really popping off here today, Kyle.
That's right. We've got some quality names here sitting at the top. Hey, now, you're a Heg star. Ethan Heggie at 6-0. Jose Marrero, Andrew Hedrick, all sitting at top there at 6-0. There's some other couple names, maybe a Mahone boy there, and Zach Lesage too. Some
Amen.
Quality 6-0 players.
And these are the cream of the crop. You know that when there's a tournament of this size, this magnitude, that these consistent professional players are always going to do incredibly well. And of course, Reagan Retzloff, another player that I personally want to point out, 5-0-1, not too shabby, is still always that force lurking on the other side of the bracket from you.
Leader of the CPOW army. Everybody look out. It's finally good. So I'm sure he's excited for Lugia also being pretty great too. Those are two names he's really stapled to his accomplishments list. Yes.
And when you've got the previous experience on a deck that suddenly becomes good, there's a feeling like no other, and I'm experiencing that currently with Dialga V-Star, certainly. And speaking of which, we've got our players now down at the table. We're going to head there right now, not wasting any more time. For our people at home, we're going to get into some Pokemon action. Down at the table, we've got Drew Kennett on Dialga V-Star. He's kind of been the first big name to really put some real time and dedication into this deck, put it on the map, versus James Hicks on Lugia V-Star, a deck either you think is great and you never get your turn to Archeops, or it's a deck that you just brick and you're just hoping to top deck a Master Ball to save you from horrible, horrible board states. And if you aren't the chosen one, Lugia is not going to perform for you, and James seems to be pretty well positioned here.
We'll see if he's the chosen one. Of course, he might be a fan favorite, a Pokedad at the top table here, trying to get the job done. 5-1, potentially gonna reach the 18 match point mark here. We'll see if the prize cards have anything to say about that. Oh, lordy.
Oh, my
the law
goodness.
firm has prized 2 Dialga V-Star.
You're running a 3-3 line, and this seems to always happen, Kyle, the Dialga V-Star. And this is so disappointing when your evolution Pokemon is in the prizes, because it's that much harder to take those initial prizes to even start getting your next attacker prepped and ready.
Who's taking the first prize? I mean, they're both sitting at the bottom, so surely you'll have the opportunity to Star Chronos later. But is there a later? Can James Hicks capitalize on this opportunity?
And to get down to the table, finally, Drew Kennett's going to open us up, starting with Origin Form Dialga V in the active spot. Nest Ball now coming down is going to look through the deck, immediately get the bad news, sees that there's only going to be access to 1 Dialga V-Star, so has to play this early game very carefully. We saw earlier on the stream, sometimes the player wants to baby that Dialga V a little bit, not draw too much attention to it and save that Star Chronos for later on in the game, or is Drew Kennett going to just go aggressive, immediately get the Dialga V-Star set up, try to take some prizes, and break those other ones out of jail?
Yeah, well, you already have one in the active spot, and surely if you can find an opportunity to use this Pokemon aggressively in the beginning, there's opportunities where you can just capitalize and dominate in the prize race. But I think we're looking for an opportunity where you know your opponent eventually will use their Lugia, get that V-Star rolling, get the Archeops into play, and you're trying to take that double knockout, just clear any of the energy acceleration, similar to how we saw Andrew Hedrick approaching this matchup previously against Excalibur.
And because you're, once again, against a deck that relies on a turn of setup into evolution, it gives you that turn of responsiveness that you're going to need to maybe shut down a Minccino or shut down a Lugia V before it can jump out. So Drew Kennett, despite popularizing this new idea of not even running Technical Machine Evolution in Dialga V, is finding the perfect timing to still get his strategy up and running.
Yeah, it's fair to call Andrew the godfather of Dialga at this point. I know that's a title you'd like, but he definitely has done a lot of work.
He's the
especially
godfather, and
for
I'm the
list.
crazy guy in the corner with the sign. Play Dialga, the end is coming.
You're the wild uncle, yeah. Well, there you go. Godfather rewarded with the buddy buddy, and that is a great card to find off of concealed cards.
This deck plays both Radiant Greninja and Mew EX, and if you have a choice between one or the other, Radiant Greninja is typically the one you like to get those energies into the discard pile and use that very heavy 4 copies of Super Rod to get those back into the deck whenever you like. Start weighing those Metal Makers back into your favor.
Yeah, it's churn and burn. We're trying to see as many cards as possible, throw cards in the discard pile, and recycle the ones we want to see later on. It's typically going to be those metal energies, and it's a nice clean turn. You set up a couple Beldums. You have the opportunity to be very aggressive next turn if your hand allows.
And with such a solid foundation, it is all up to James to respond in kind. Capturing Aroma finds a Tails.
You never know if that's a good Tails or a bad Tails until you see the rest of the hand.
I know. What are you looking for,
Was there an
buddy?
Ultra Ball in that hand? Did you want to find Archeops? Or are we just Lugia gamers happy to see a basic Pokemon?
And this is Snorlax, you know, in the active, massive retreat cost. Very difficult to find a read the wind play if you do want to take the risk of playing this matchup
We're
slower.
jet set. We got 4 jet energies. We'll just
Lovely.
throw
Is there one
this
in the
Lugia
hand?
down. I haven't seen the hand. I'm terrified. We never know what's happening with Lugia gamers.
And that is the secret, right? Depending on the difference of 1 or 2 cards, whether they're in the hand or not, completely shifts the quality of your opening, the texture of the entire matchup.
Yep, we got a little bit of information on James before he was able to get on stage. Of course, our very own Chip Ritchie is taking care of James's son and doing a little bit of coaching behind the scenes. Got him prepared for Lugia. Makes me think that maybe James was watching that the coaching a little bit and said, oh, this deck's pretty good. I'm going to give it a shot myself.
Picking up some of that extra energy, right? If it's good enough for my kid, surely I can maybe make something happen with it, and it's great. He's 5-1-0 right now, up against a big name in the community, and just carrying through the Pokemon tradition, so to speak. Do we need to shuffle that a little bit more? What's going on?
Yeah,
Broken sleeve?
Looks like that's the call, unless we already saw one of those sleeves, but we have not gotten to see the hand for James, and that's really a big question mark here. The opening of this can be so important. We've talked about players going even as far as using Master Ball as their ace-spec card. It's not going to be a selection from James. We'll see if that ends up biting him, because it's just going to be the prime catcher in this spot. Great Ball tries to find some help.
Nothing off of the Great Ball. A lot of supporters, a lot of energies on top. Going to shuffle back again. I did see Jacques in James's hand. But
over a third of the deck is Pokemon. There's 21 Pokemon in there, and you find none on the top 7.
I vaguely recall a lot of players were debating the math around Great Ball for Lugia, and it came out in Great Ball's favor, and this is optimal. So just a little bit of bad luck coming from James here.
Yep, it's not the way you want to start things off on stream. You certainly need a little more help here, as this shakeup, the setup has been a little shaky. And what else is going on? You see, it's not going to be the jet energy. It's just gift energy. This is slow.
Gift, try to thin down the hand, give up this Snorlax, try to fight, but there's always the risk. You know, Boss, bring up Lugia V. Do I have double Metang? Do I have my evolution? Go for a big Star Chronos early turn into a knockout.
There's 2 Pokemon in play, and there's 220 hit points is the maximum. What does Dialga attack for?
Star Chronos, 220 damage, and then a Metal Blast to clean it up. If you're James Hicks, this is a terrifying position to be in, because there is always the chance that Dialga can pop off with the turn 2 Star Chronos. And this is not even needing to hit all of the energy off of Metal Maker at this point. There's one attached already to Dialga V. There's another Metal Energy in the hand to attach, and then that's just 3 energy to be found in the top 8 cards off of these Metal Makers. But we're looking pretty deep into the future, Kyle, and we'll see if Drew Kennett can pull it off.
Ooh, well, finding the basic Pokemon. We need the evolutions in this point. And the hand It's not conducive to this strategy. There's Serena and there's Iono. Your opponent just showed you that they put 2 Archeops in their hand. I think Iono is calling your name at this point.
Just put those right back in the deck. Offset, negate your opponent's entire turn for the most part, and slowly work your way towards that devastating combination. Super Rod to put those metal energies back in the deck.
Yeah, it's a game you have to play at this point. You need metal energies in order for Metal Maker to work. You don't have Metal Maker. If you draw into these metal energies, that didn't work out very well. But there also is the opportunity to find the Metangs and then draw them in the right order. If everything's on your side, this could still be a closeout turn, but it has to be really good.
And, of course, Drew just using the Super Rod now before it gets put back into the deck, just getting that extra value of, yeah, there's some extra metal energy in the deck, and even if I draw them, that's okay. I've got Radiant Greninja in play, so seems to be a pretty valid turn.
Metangs and Dialgas would be shmoney. There are none of them.
And no Ultra Ball either, just to find something. There's 3 Ultra Ball in the deck, so now we've got a very vulnerable Dialga V in the active spot with 3 energy attached and no way to capitalize. And after the Super Rod, you can't just pivot into a free metal coating to attach those energies. So James now with a massive window of opportunity to really solidify his position in this game.
Wow, yeah, this is a huge turnaround. There's nothing going on this turn. Barely any energies to work with either, and what do you do in this spot? You're throwing away a bunch of Ionos, or you're recycling the hand again. If James has nothing, it's just back and forth over and over.
Is there a world where you retreat and then, did you already attach return into Metal Lift?
Yeah,
already attached. Yep. You can go for Magnetic Lift, but had already attached return, was expecting to get something much better off of the Iono. So now we'll have to see what James ended up with in his hand after shuffling both of those Archeops back down to the bottom. Oh, hang on, looks like the...
Friendly interruption.
Got to get something sorted out here, Kyle.
It's like, how are you guys drawing this bad? What's going on?
But overall, I do like Drew Kennett's setup. This one has a little bit more utility based around the other Dialga decks that we've begun to see that are just full tilt. I want to get Star Chronos, has the Lost Vacuum, for example, to get a little bit of utility there, get around Hero's Cape, because Dialga's damage in the key turns you need it is pretty limited. Meanwhile, James just with one lonely Lugia V, no Minchinos yet, so isn't going to quite be able to blow this game wide open, but all it's going to take is Lugia V-Star.
I think a lot of players on Dialga have just decided on this glass cannon approach. You put yourself in a situation where certainly the draws could go in your favor and you don't waste time with technical machine evolution and Arvins, whatever it may be. Just
and this would be a great
cards.
Turn for technical machine evolution.
Exactly. He'd love to take a turn and go slow and watch his opponent sit there with a Snorlax. And I've got my setup. I'll figure it out. But you take that risk. It's calculated. But ultimately, we could see in a game 2 or potential game 3 a situation where this hand is Metang, Dialga V-Star, and we see the game end right then and there. So it's just a risk that you're willing to take, especially in a field like this. You know you're going to have luck on your side, and you give yourself that opportunity to get lucky.
Either you get lucky, close out the game, or even if you don't, you just keep on following your strategy to its natural conclusion, and that's what Drew is showing us right now. But when it comes to Lugia, this is a deck that doesn't have that plan B. You've got to complete your setup to even begin to play the game. There's no pivot into a different strategy until Archeops is in play. You can start manually attaching, it's just way too slow.
Yeah, this is just the classic Lugia V-Star opportunity. Is if you don't have everything, double Archeops in the discard pile going into that turn 2 and using your Lugia V-Star and getting all these Pokemon in play and attacking, you need all of those pieces put together. If you do this on turn 3, it feels way too slow. You're just not going to have an opportunity. But if you do find it, the deck cooks. And I don't know if this is going to be a hand for it. We saw the Jacques grab the double Archeops. They go down to the bottom of the deck. They're stuck there right now. And so we didn't see the resources last turn to get anything done. What's to say that they're there now?
And the judges are just reviewing some footage right now. Apparently an extra card was seen somewhere, probably off of the Iono. I didn't quite catch that, but that's what they're there for. They're here to catch those little minuscule things.
That's why. Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay.
But we should be getting back into the game soon. But from this point, it's do or die, right, for this turn for Lugia. I think if you give the Dialga another chance to draw more cards, see more cards, attach more energy, the Star Chronos, I feel, is imminent.
We know that the hand is awful. I'm sure James has an idea that it's not very great, because if you had Metang, you would have evolved. If you had Dialga V-Star, you would evolve. You want the additional hit points. You want to be dealing some damage. You want to do something relevant this turn. It's just not there. So maybe this is a game where Lugia gets to turn 3 and feels okay, but it's still not what you want to do.
Yeah, Drew's got a Professor's Research in hand, can just throw away that hand, try to get another one.
Never
very
play
high
Iono
chance
again.
of maybe getting the Metang. You would probably go for the Iono if more Archeops were found.
Yeah, we can take a look at what all happened here.
But it looks like oh, I see, we're getting a replay here.
Don't know if it was the reveal of the bottom for... Oh, okay, we're seeing that extra card right there. All right, a little bit of a hiccup there, but that happens.
Only amplified by the...
Yeah, you're thinking about the matchup. You're thinking how much pressure there is to get the right cards to complete your setup, and then you're just drawing. You get into research mode, just draw 7.
Yeah, this is a tough one, because like Andrew's been around for a long time. He's been around since like Spirit of the Game was the classic answer to situations like this. Spirit of the Game would say, that 7th card you're about to draw, I'm ending my turn anyways. It changes nothing. Just continue on play. And he said that while he was talking. Look, he was voicing that that card isn't going to change anything anyways. It looks like he's trying to say, don't penalize my opponent. I want to try to win this game fair and square.
Yeah, and this has happened before as well, where players will give their opinion.
And these players probably don't even know each other. Like that's the beauty of it, is like he's genuinely just wants to play the best game of Pokemon he can. But also you run into the issue of, this is a regional championship. There's a lot on the line. We just need to have everybody playing correctly, and there are rules in place for these situations. So we'll see what that ends up coming up as. But it is unfortunate when we know that nothing was going to change on Andrew's side, and he's just going to draw the card anyways.
And they are conferring, of course, with the head judge, who does have final say in situations like this.
Yep.
And whatever that happens to be, we will accept that and just keep this game rolling.
You'll accept that.
I'll accept it, because Dialga is favored. And if, assuming that whatever that 7th card isn't exactly what the Lugia V-Star player needs to complete the setup, because we can see the disparity in the board states right now, Kyle.
But it doesn't matter. This card was being drawn no matter what.
Absolutely.
So who cares? It is what it is. It's Ultra Ball, and the other 2 Archeops are in hand.
Yay.
Clearly. Yep.
And we'll have to see.
All right. Well, it looks like we'll get to hear from the judges in the ruling, so we'll give them the mic to do just that once we get to that point in time.
And we'll have a time extension, of course, to make up for this gap. And this kind of gives the players a little bit of extra time to think about their line of play, think about the matchup a little bit. So we have seen this before, where players will get stopped into a judge call, and then as soon as play resumes, they make up that lost time over the next turn or two, because they've kind of already had that extra moment to calculate.
The Iono, right? Because I think we played Gift Energy Jacques, so...
We can count.
Right. So you have...
so 1, 2... that was from
3.
the caption. So 3, 4, 5 was your hand, and then you had 2 more you got there, and then Jock gave you 2, so you had 4.
4 cards in hand? Okay.
He's
right?
a wizard.
That sounds right?
Yep, that sounds right.
That's impressive.
That's absolutely right.
Reverse engineer how many cards your opponent had in their hand, trying to reset the board state.
Appreciate both players trying to get to this resolution as soundly as possible, too. It's by no means Andrew's obligation to make that happen, but he just wants to get to the game, and that's. I mean, we've had him on stream so many times. He's such a great player. It's
he's a great sport, and as you already said, Kyle wants to see this game just played straight up, clean Pokemon, and get the match back underway. And this is, as we've said, just the judges also trying to do right by our audience to say, you know, at this level of play, on stream, in full view of everyone, is it correct to issue that penalty, just go by the book, or because it is so easily correctable, it's kind of an error that doesn't affect things?
Yeah, this is where they have that little built-in opportunity to go one way or the other with that.
Yeah, there's some leeway there.
Yeah, we know that it's either double prize penalty or it's a warning and continue playing. I feel like we should be leaning towards the second option. This is I mean, you're
especially
on stream for the first time.
with you know, Drew's help.
Drew's assisting
correcting
the
the hand, and his desire to not see that penalty being issued perhaps does count for something.
Yeah. I'm failing to identify why it matters how many cards are on the bottom of the deck. If we're gonna see, all right, there's more than 4 cards there. I think that's 5 cards.
Okay, yeah,
so
5 cards.
The math of 4 was not accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So now that's the issue, I guess. That there was an additional card somehow. I'm not sure. Not my job.
And this is great that we have, over time, been able to create this integration and coordination between our production crew and the judge
after
staff.
Review, we actually counted 6 and C6.
Oh, okay. 6 to the bottom. Okay.
Yes. So
wow. Okay.
what's going to happen is we're going to take those bottom 6 cards, right, as they are. We're going to set them aside. We're going to reveal what the extra card was drawn.
Yeah.
And then we're going to shuffle that card back into the deck, right? Even though he drew it for turn, still the rules say if you draw an extra card, it's a double prize card penalty.
Yeah.
So it will be a double prize card penalty, meaning that Andrew needs 2 less prize cards to win the game. After we shuffle, we're going to put those 6 cards that we had from the Iono back on deck. We're not going to reshuffle them, right? Because they have already been randomized. All right?
So walk me through that. I need to pick the deck up.
Yeah.
All right, we figured it out.
Correct.
So if there are 6 cards on the bottom of the deck, the reason why you need to know the amount of cards on the bottom of the deck is because the ruling is that we are going to shuffle the deck, put a new card on top, and there's going to be a double prize penalty. So this is not about the spirit of the game in that instance, in that regard of just continue play. That card was going to be seen no matter what. Let's just keep going. This is the largest regional championship ever. We need to continue to play by the rules, and this is something that we have in place to protect players and to make sure that we play soundly. So I get it. It stinks. It stinks for James. This is his first opportunity on stream. He's just trying to play the game, and unfortunately saw an extra card. But that is the rule. You gotta keep playing.
Yep, they're going to keep it by the book. And with this setup, it means that those cards from the Iono remain properly on the bottom, so that information still remains valid going forward. So there's 2 Archeops still down there, sunken into the deep, Kyle.
That is a great point. The Archeops need to stay at the bottom. I don't even care what the other 4 cards in the hand were. Those boys need to stay buried down below, and that is the main issue. We see the hand. We're ready to play. Those 2 pips at the top, those red prize cards, are prizes that Andrew no longer needs to draw in order to win. This hand, kind of gas. Double Ultra Ball, Serena. This is double Archeops in the discard pile. And never mind, we don't care.
So Ultra Ball discards an Ultra Ball to grab the Archeops. This will shuffle the deck as well. Was there just not enough good cards to discard for double?
It's all there.
Okay.
There was Ultra Ball, grab the Archeops, Ultra Ball once more with the Archeops included, grab the second Archeops, and then research a lone hand of Archeops to have double Archeops there. But now that is not our choice. But, I mean, if there's another Archeops that was thrown in the discard pile, then cool. I don't know if that's already the case.
Yeah, maybe we did miss something in the early shuffle of just looking at the Dialga board setup. There is also a research in hand, so Could still draw into it, get another means to discard that Archeops.
Okay, the energy was very important for James there in that spot. Wanted to hold on to the V-Guard energy, and that's why we see Serena for 1 with the Archeops, drawing 4. Finds Ultra Ball, but there's no way to get another Archeops in the discard pile.
And so at this point, are you going to have to just pull the V-Star power, get just 1 Archeops on the bench, try to get some aggression, get some pressure here?
I don't want to do that.
It's always a forbidden line when you're the Lugia player.
You have a V-Guard energy. You have 280 hit points on this Lugia V-Star right here. You have to assume that this Pokemon's going to be safe for at least 1 more turn, especially the way that Andrew drew on that previous turn. So maybe there's an opportunity to stick around 1 more turn for Summoning Star, but you have to question the line. If there's not another Archeops in there, whoa, this is tough.
Has the Archeops in hand now. Just shuffling a little bit more. Had already gotten a little bit of a note from the judges to make sure you shuffle that deck nice and neat. Has research.
Yeah, but...
And I wonder if James is going to try to buy 1 more turn and just wait to get double Archeops. Another pass. He's relying on this gift energy as well.
V-Guard energy was so important that we missed Summoning Star double Archeops attacking into this Dialga for a knockout with
Ultra
Lugia
Ball
V-Star.
found, but still no Metang.
There is that one of Irida, which is not the greatest card when you already have the Radiant Greninja, but finding that item can be the difference at times.
That's valid. Get another Ultra Ball, at least 1 Metang. Even if you whiff on 1 Metal Maker, Metal Blast would be enough to get through against this Snorlax. Second Super Rod being played, putting 2 more Metal Energy back into the deck. And you can see with Drew Kennett running 4 copies is going to use them very liberally.
This is a situation where you go as aggressive as possible if you can. You sense major weakness at this point. James only has that Snorlax. If you can start Kronos into that Pokemon, Metal Blast in combination with the assistance of some Metangs will get the job done. 7 cards to see some Metangs.
Let's go.
Ooh,
okay.
One more, maybe.
All right. This is going to be the Metalist Maker we've ever seen, Kyle.
It's got to be double trouble.
Just a little bit of heavy lifting. Still has the attach return.
Looking for 2 energies here. Oh, just the 1.
Yeah, just came up a little bit short. It is always unfortunate when you've got to research to find the Metang. You're drawing so many cards, seeing so many energy, and it really throws off the math of Metal Maker being effective. And this is the second time it's happened where Drew plays a Super Rod rather than discarding it in order to get those Metal Energies back in the deck. And it just, trying to manipulate that math just didn't end up in his favor once more.
Draws into piles of Metal Energy instead of the Metangs, but that's just how it works when you're playing this aggressive build. You're going to run into situations where you can draw the cards in the wrong order, and you feel like it's a little bit of an error, but it's not. You can't do anything about that. You need these resources. You just need to find them at the right time.
And at this point, when it goes back over to James, has Lugia V-Star ready to go. There is an Archeops in the hand, going to be discarded by research. Then we Summoning Star to get 2 Archeops, and then it's got to be, what, double Minccino.
Yep, there's opportunities there, of course. This should be knock the ball out of the park turn for James with the Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star lined up, Archeops down. But Andrew's still not at risk of being knocked out. This Dialga V-Star will remain. Sure, there's some additional cards drawn for James here with the gift energy, but the optimal turn still will just be the Lugia V-Star attacking into this Pokemon likely, which means there's a big window. If Andrew's able to find Boss onto one of these Archeops, and then use Star Chronos, Boss 1 more, then there's no more energy acceleration the rest of the game.
And then that will be Andrew Kennett basically just collecting his win. He's been very far ahead, very favored most of this first game. Regardless of the penalty, James wasn't able to get his setup ready to go in time. There was, of course, that play with the Ultra Ball, trying to go for double Ultra Ball to get both Archeops in the discard pile, but opted to hold on to an energy to attach for turn.
Yeah, and this also just speaks to the double prize penalty. Luminion benched means the game can end even sooner. This is a Pokemon that easily can be knocked out, but James has to go find some help, and it's Iono in this case because Andrew has so many resources in hand.
And you need to continuously disrupt your opponent, try to keep them from putting these combos together, but Drew doesn't mind this as he wants to draw through the list, see more Super Rods, and see those Metangs.
I mean, this Iono probably gets you closer. We've been looking for them in every spot of the deck so far. They weren't there. They weren't on the top this time. They weren't on the top of Metal Make. They're just nowhere to be found.
And he'll draw a hand, right, of 5 Metal Energy, no Metang. Just
don't do it to him.
Bad luck trying to give James this first game.
Oh, this is just so tricky. This hand, there's no additional play outside of Prime Catcher, Luminion Promotion, and then Iono.
Is there a way to discard this Archeops before the Iono happens? No, it has to go for research instead.
Iono is thinned by the Luminion, and it's promoted to the active.
And it's always so dangerous to draw like that because you might get all of your special energy.
5 of them.
Could be an attach of a Jet.
The Jet is the best card to see.
Okay. James Hicks fighting, trying to stay alive in this game. Now finally has Summoning Star to get the 2 Archeops onto the bench, get some more energies attached. But one card I am not seeing, Kyle, is Minccino, the single prize attacker that Lugia has loved and has been touted as the card.
With James's luck, he's getting Tails right here. Yep. And that means we'll see that basic Pokemon.
Well.
You got to be ready for it.
Look what the Minccino dragged
What's going on, little guy?
So once this evolves into Cinccino, special roll allows you to start hitting these very large damage numbers, get the single prize trade working in your favor, and finally James is out of the woods of Star Chronos being incredibly devastating. If Drew Kennett does pull the trigger on that combination, can, as you said, Kyle, just take out both Archeops.
Oh, it's not even the play anymore at this point. With the prizes the way they are, with Andrew needing 2 less prizes, Boss's orders on Luminion into Metal Blast is game ending on anything in the deck.
Valid.
We'll certainly see the energies accelerated on this turn. Archeops showing off what it used to do for so many years for us. It was the #1 deck for such a long time. It's trying to stick around. It's got a couple neat tricks. It gets a couple more with the new set, but it's not looking like it'll be enough this time around. Of course, there's still opportunities for Andrew to not find the energies off Metal Maker, but you have to think there's a world where this game ends next turn.
This is, I think, a great display of how a lot of Lugia players evaluated the deck because they played it a couple times and this kept happening to them. And if you get games like this when you're trying to play Lugia, trying to pilot the deck, trying to test with the deck, it's going to permanently sour your opinion of this archetype. And contrasting with Dialga V-Star, it seemed like Drew was very far ahead, got a great setup, but without the Metangs, just couldn't convert or really capitalize on that.
Yeah.
And not only is Dialga existing in this space of the meta is slow enough to give me time to kind of whiff my early game because Charizard and Chen Pao and Lugia are also decks that need to get established and evolve in order to start taking prizes.
Well, Skarzig, if you keep talking, we're going to keep drawing Metang, so I might want to let you just have the floor. This is a huge turn now for Andrew. Boss's orders in hand. I believe it's just 1 Metal Maker at this point that could seal the deal. You want 1 final energy. There it is. 2. Why not 3? Yeah, we're all the way there.
Beauty. Star Chronos ready to go, and with the additional energy to Metal Blast over the V-Guard energy. Star Chronos, 2 prizes. And would you look at that? It's Drew Kennett's turn again. Gets to draw again. Can play another supporter. The Metal Makers are ready to go. And it's just a free knockout for 3 prizes thanks to the penalty. And we're going to game 2.
Yep, just that easy sometimes. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what that game was. There was a lot happening there. It looks
there was
like
a lot of potential in that game. With the 2 Dialga V-Star prized, we were looking at a lot of cool ideas, but just a little bit of a stumble from James, not using the Ultra Ball sequencing properly to very easily get the Archeops in the discard pile. And then, of course, seeing that extra card at the Iona was incredibly unfortunate.
Yep. Seeing, even if it played out perfectly, playing the Ultra Ball, having both those Pokemon into the discard pile, along with that research, drawing a fresh hand, yes, there was going to be some pressure that was placed, but I think even in that situation, the 2 prize penalty was way too much to overcome. You could tell it's when you can steal an additional turn and knock out Pokemon like Lumineon that searched for Iono that you didn't play, you're going to be in trouble. Those are prize cards you can't give up.
And the research got all of those special energies. If the game had continued to go into the late stages of the game, we could have seen James's reserves of special energy for the Primal Turbo just dry up regardless. So all in all, Drew Kennett had that game in hand seemingly from the very beginning, and when the players shuffle their decks, try to get set up and try it again, we'll see if this disparity shows itself once more.
Yep, as we saw the opening of this game, this is the big turn we were all waiting for. All the energies found off of the Metal Maker, 3 additional energies played onto that Dialga, and then Star Chronos takes that additional turn. Doesn't matter what you promote, anything's getting knocked out at that stage of the game.
And that is one of Dialga's claims to fame, is the sort of uncapped damage potential of Metal Blast, being able to go through against the Hero's Capes or the Charizard EXs. Not necessarily both in combination. That's a lot of HP, Kyle. Whew. And that's why, of course, our boys got the Lost Vacuum in this particular build.
Yep. And you can argue the same for the Lugia V-Stars. I mean, Chinchino can knock out just about anything when you're playing with that Pokemon. You can load it up with all these different energies for the special role, but we didn't see that Pokemon come into play. Just not the ideal setup. James has an opportunity to go first, and hopefully we don't see any more Lugia V-Star prized. All right.
Okay.
So there's 1 left. Make it count.
As long as there's 2 Archeops in the discard pile, you just need the Lugia V-Star in turn for in play for 1 turn. So James starts Lugia V in the active spot, attaches Gift Energy, capturing Aroma, finds Tails. So this will be another Minchino set up on the bench, ready to go. Maybe a second Lugia V is usually the safe play, but versus Dialga, it's usually fine. Just let this ride in the active spot. Has Jacques once more. That's exciting.
Well, maybe if you're going second, in this spot, you see the Lumineon in hand as well. It's likely going to lead to the supporter that you'll use to actually draw into some of these opportunities. But this is the difference between Professor Burnett and Jacques. Those cards are not going to reach the discard pile soon enough. You don't have the Ultra Ball. If you did, you'd hold on to it so that you'd have those Pokemon immediately into the discard pile. And it's just going to lead to another slower approach unless Lumineon can find everything off of maybe a Professor's Research for a fresh 7.
And James has to use that Ultra Ball to find Lugia V-Star more often than not. It's got to be the perfect sequence, the perfect confluence of cards coming through into the hand, Kyle. So Lumineon, once again, has a lot riding on its small blue shoulders. And Andrew Kennett starting with Beldum in the active spot. This can usually be pretty awkward, but Magnetic Lift, that attack on the Beldum, allowing you to search your deck for 1 card and put it on top to rig your next draw, can give you a lot of help.
This hand looks fun. See the Beldum in the active along with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. It's going to lead to multiple Beldum in play. And there's also the Nest Ball that could search out the Radiant Greninja. There's Iono in hand. There's multiple energies to go along with this. I mean, this is why you play the deck. These playing out these sequences, you don't mind if there's an opponent on the other side of the table. You just want to throw out the cards and see what happens.
Yeah, and Drew Kennett is running Irida in this build to have the extra shot at getting Radiant Greninja. Really values this Pokemon for offering so much additional card draw to the deck, and just Mew EX as a backup. If you end up on a low hand, especially in the late game, that restart ability to draw extra cards, always great to bail you out of a bad situation.
Yeah, this might be a situation where you're just so focused on building big Dialgas to knock out Lugia V-Stars and continue to put on pressure that you don't have the bench space for the Mew. And we see the Iono in hand, so I wouldn't be worried if we saw that energy go down to the Beldum. Of course, you could draw with concealed cards and then Iono and try to find a few more resources.
And depending on how Drew wants to play this, Nest for the Dialga.
This is safe, yeah.
Play it safe. Don't try to whiff drawing into it. He might even go as far as to manually attach for turn, start trying to threaten that Star Chronos as quickly as possible and forego the Magnetic Lift.
I mean, I like free cards. Do you like free cards?
It depends. Because sometimes you go for the greed, sometimes you want the next draw to be great. The Iono, as you mentioned, Kyle. And when you attach, you're setting up a retreat.
Let's see if I get it right this time. There is always an opportunity to see a double prize penalty off an Iono, so you got to go for it.
6 cards. This is why you see a lot of players, they flash 6, not just to remind their opponent, but also to remind themselves how many to draw.
Yep, also like this strategy from James. Put the cards in a pile off on the side. You can't mess that up. Nest Ball was found. Maybe this is the Radiant Greninja to continue to draw. This is so safe.
Ooh.
Andrew is not messing around.
Respectful. I'm not going to draw cards. It's Magnetic Lift for Metang on top.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I don't mind that. We see there is the supporter for next turn. Sure, if your opponent finds everything, there is a knockout on this Beldum, but you'll have plenty to work with. Double Metang can get the job done, and you can put some pressure on.
And he's got the room, honestly.
Go ahead, Iono me. I'll see this Metang.
And the worst case scenario is what? Lugia V evolves into Lugia V-Star. The Archeops are there after all. Try to bring up the Dialga V, take 2 prizes, and see if Drew Kennett can clap back.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world where Ultra Ball throws away double Archeops, Boss's Orders knocks out a Dialga, and you're on a 1-turn window where you could potentially lose this Pokemon, and a Chinchino knocks out the Dialga V-Star with a Boss's Orders. But we're not going to see that. It's Ultra Ball in this situation, but the Serena.
Yes, Serena discarded. Shock now at the bottom. No easy way to get the Archeops. Don't you need your V-Star?
What was the supporter in hand? I thought it was. I mean, if it's research, sure, but I thought it was Iono.
Maybe that is the case. We'll refresh our memory here, Kyle.
Yep, we saw the Serena thrown away. I was assuming that was going to be the play to go with. You see the Ultra Ball, you can put the Archeops there, then you can discard the hand, draw 5, maybe get lucky and find Ultra Ball plus Archeops,
But James was kind of showing, especially in game 1, valuing keeping additional supporters in hand just to have something guaranteed for subsequent turns. And when it comes to Lugia, sometimes you have to give up that longevity in exchange for getting your setup.
There was a second, but yeah, this is exactly what you're talking about. Values that Iono is not going to see an additional card, and that card could be the difference here. Looking for Ultra Ball along with Archeops to find, that's not it. Looking for the Lugia V-Star. Could find it off of the Capturing Aroma with a Heads.
And I think this is all tails so far in the Capturing Aroma.
Yeah, these are just slow turns. You don't have opportunities like that. Sure, Dialga can miss. It can come up with that slower approach, but we haven't even seen Andrew break a sweat. He's just continued to go about this very consistent, direct approach of, I'm going to establish some Pokemon on my bench. You're having a hard enough time getting a setup, so you're certainly not going to Boss's Orders in combination and knock anything out. I'll take my time. Beldum, let's get it done.
And I certainly hope that this Minccino is just being sorted out and is going to go into the hand so that there's no bench locking going on here, Kyle.
You don't like...
I'm getting nervous.
Leaving space for the Archeops?
Yeah, just going to the hand. Okay, the way it fell over there. We're fine. We're fine.
Oh, this is so awkward. Read the wind time.
All right,
Whoa.
Ultra Ball.
Those were good.
Wow, a Metang on the top? Who could have foreseen this?
Well, Read the Wind finds Ultra Ball, Chichino, and Archeops. Those were pretty gas.
Perfect cards that he needs, but will he have the opportunity to capitalize? Drew Kennett with the evolution of the Metang evolves into Dialga V-Star. Serena to discard a Metal Energy draws up to 5.
Can continue to draw with the Radiant Greninja now
Beautiful
found.
find. A lot of Metal Energy going to the discard pile. Super Rod would be great here. Maybe one more Metang. Let's go.
It's not going to be the case. There's 2 Metal Energies in the discard pile, and of course, you can add that third now with the Beldum. If you know that you want to get aggressive with the Dialga, certainly get all 3 of those in there. Increase the odds of making the metal.
Yeah, just very audacious, not going for the Super Rod in the Metal Maker to see what you see. Wants one more energy in the deck to weigh this Metal Maker. Just that little bit more in his favor. And against a 220 HP target, the Metal Blast is still going to be really strong here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's certainly relevant damage regardless. Even if you don't reach the knockout, putting the chip damage on this Pokemon means that Star Chronos in combination with
he's got it!
Wow!
What a lord. And the attach from the
That's
hand.
disgusting.
He's got it! And the boss's orders is in hand, right? Did we see that?
I think so. That is another Lugia that will be knocked out this turn. Metang up the top!
The boss's
no,
orders, there is no summoning star. Lugia gets sucked into a portal in time, lost forever. Drew Kennett popping off and showing the people at home what made us all fall in love with the Dialga V-Star.
What?
The Metag. He hit that Metag like crazy. The metal was made, the plays were made, and he is indeed the chosen one.
Yep, it worked out. The Godfather is rewarded with a bold strategy, retreating that Beldum, getting the additional energy.
Wow.
And I want to think that that was the one. I want to think that that energy, that third energy, found its way into the game that he played.
Especially after he played the game so safely, getting the Dialga Vs on the bench rather than going for Radiant Greninja early, wanting to get his attackers, his strategy established. Then saying, I've saved up enough safety points to go for this riskier play. Just the difference that one energy makes.
Yeah. It worked out there. We see with 15 Metal Energies, it took 3 of 4 off of that Metang to get the job done, and it works in his favor this time around. I don't think we were ready to see 2 Serena decks going head-to-head at Indianapolis Regionals, but that is the case.
Has, I think, gotten a little bit more value in the current metagame with, Rotom V and Lumineon V running around a lot, having that potential as a gusting effect. The dual purpose that it serves for Dialga is actually inspired. So good on Kennett for picking up on that.
I mean, it's counterintuitive. We just add EXs over and over and over to the prize, to the pool of cards that you can use, and you forget about it. Like, oh, these Vs are actually pretty vital to most decks.
And if you can take out those low HP Vs, they're perfect targets for Star Chronos. And so Drew Kennett, we thought, was kind of backing off of his full aggressive strategy, using the maximum belt as he kind of demonstrated at a previous regional, now going into a little bit more utility with the Lost Vacuum, Prime Catcher, and Serena is leaning into the destructive nature of Star Chronos. Not necessarily winning the game, but leaving your opponent in such shambles that you might as well have.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do from that point, and that's so often going to be the case with Dialga. I mean, you freeze time, steal a turn, you're probably going to figure out a solid play. I mean, what can you do if you're James in that spot? It's your first time on stream, I'm assuming. It was a tough situation to be in, especially with the prize penalty and then not finding the right cards in the right order. We saw 0 heads flipped in any situation. It just it was not going your way, but you're still 5-2. You have an opportunity to win a couple rounds or maybe win an ID, find yourself in day 2 and continue playing along. Yeah. Hopefully your son's doing well in the tournament too. And Mr. Andrew Crew, Kenneth there is going to be 6-1.
That's impressive.
It's a place that he's pretty used to being.
That's a sweet record, I gotta say. Dialga V-Star showing up, and to just have that street cred of, I was playing this deck before everybody figured out that it was good in the metagame. I did the early work to popularize it, and I'm once again astonished at how effective the non-EVO version is, because that was the one that I had initially been drawn to and I thought was going to be the big card that allowed the deck to make it set up more consistent, but Drew recognized the metagame allows me to manually do this throughout the early game.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to go for it. In situations like that, we saw the aggression just pays off and just went for really stable opening turns, and that gives you the ability to just go very aggressive on the following stages. And if you find the right cards in the right order, you're going to end up taking those big wins. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. You had a second Dialga ready to go. You get the chip damage on the Lugia. It would walk right into Chronos in combination with Boss to remove double Lugia or whatever you chose to do in that situation. You could go after all the prizes, or you could go after the Archeops. Whatever made the most sense, easily we'd see him be able to figure that out and take the win.
Also, the plethora of energy didn't really matter, didn't gum up the hand, which was another big issue with Dialga in previous formats. Radiant Greninja just thinning it back into the discard pile, plenty of super rods to put those back in if you're forced to research, for example. So you're just kind of working through the deck at your own pace. Not a lot of potential bricking. The biggest sticking point that is starting to show and might come into play once again later on is the Metang. You can see that you can get everything else under the sun, but if you don't got the Metang, your deck's not going anywhere. So that's going to be the Ultra Ball target that our Dialga V-Star players are going to need to really focus on going forward.
Yep, it's the key piece. It's difficult to search out, but when you do find it, it just wins games for you. You got to have those Beldums down, of course, but we've seen if you have 2 or 3 Metangs in play, you're probably going to be using Star Chronos. You're probably going to win games, and it worked out there. I would like to mention, we've seen Andrew play some wacky stuff. Wacky stuff. He's played, He's played the Gengar VMAX before. He was one of the first players on Gyarados VMAX. He's had all sorts of wacky stuff. So this is tamed for him. I know a lot of players go, oh, you chose Dialga. What are you thinking? It's like, this is the most standardized he's gone in a while. He was a big Regigigas player.
That's true. The Regigigas, the B-tier hero deck that you could not, the Regi players refused to swap off of it. But we maybe get to hear a little bit more about his past exploits as well as his experience so far in Indianapolis as we head down to the lounge for his winner's interview.
Thank you so much, Skarzig. I am so happy to be joined here by Drew Kenneth, the winner in that last game, now sitting at a 6-1 record here in Indianapolis. Drew, how you feeling after the match?
Really good. I mean, it was it's the toughest matchup for the deck, so I was happy to come away with the win. It was a shaky game 1. That's for sure. That was a couple judge calls, some issues happening, but we made it through it, so it was fun.
Yeah, it is unfortunate every time we're going to have those long, drawn-out judge calls. Where was your mind at there? Like, does that ever take you out of the game and kind of like...
Not really. I was actually advocating for no penalties, trying to get everything downgraded, because he was supposed to draw the 7th card for his turn anyway, so I was like, does this need to happen? If we were sitting out at the tables, no judge would have even been called kind of situation. But we weren't able to de-escalate it at all. So I was just, I don't know, I had my prizes mapped out. I wrote them down, so I didn't forget about those. So that was good.
Okay, well, you said that this is kind of a difficult matchup going into it. What was your strategy going into this match once you realized you're playing against Lugia?
So the strategy is to KO as many Archeops as I can as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thankfully, he struggled to get the Archeops out. So that made it a lot easier.
Saw a little bit of a struggle there for sure.
So after that, it's pretty easy if they don't have Archeops. That deck doesn't do anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a big downfall for sure. We see some of the games that happened here on the screen. Is there any point in time where you felt shaky at all, or it was just like once you didn't see as many Archeops there? I mean, look how many energy we see on the field there. Dialga is wild to watch.
Yes, it's fun. It's every time Dialga wins, it feels like a highlight reel.
Exactly.
That's how it is, yes.
Absolutely. Well, how long have you been playing this deck? Why'd you decide to bring it to Indianapolis?
I tested this deck for EUIC. I played it there, and I made day 2. I played in Orlando and got 21st. So now I just am playing it. I love this deck. It's really fun.
So we've seen it now. This is the second time on stream. Andrew Hedrick piloting it the first time. Are you all working together?
Yep. So we are 2 cards different. So very similar. There's a couple. He changed some cards this morning, and I just kept it as is. So
I was
pretty
going to say,
similar.
because when I talked to Andrew, he said this is the optimal list. So what do you think about that?
He has 2 cards off of the optimal list.
Oh, there we go.
So he's close, but not there.
That is awesome. How do you decide who you want to work with for an event like this?
It's really a matter of who wants to work on the same deck I like. So
Love that.
So I knew they were interested in Dialga, so we decided to talk a little bit about it, and it worked out.
Hey, it says right here you're a huge fan of rogue decks. I would say Dialga's pretty rogue. Is that kind of why you've been on the Dialga train?
Yeah, I mean, we're putting it on the map. We got to put it on the map. Dialga's out there killing it this tournament, so.
Crushing it indeed.
Absolutely.
What would you say your MVP card is in this deck?
Let's see. I'm going to say the Serena. It's a little bit different. I cut one of the bosses to play a Serena, so I had some draw power. I used it to draw in that last game, so I think Serena, the addition of that's going to be MVP right now.
Awesome. Can you give a quick insight to our players who may not be familiar with the deck, how it kind of functions and why you would advocate for someone picking it up and playing it?
Yeah, so the deck is very challenging to pilot as a high level. So one, that's a reason to play because it's more enjoyable when you're kind of puzzling and challenging yourself.
You learn a lot, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you are looking at 4 cards every time you use Metang and they go to the bottom, you kind of know the order of your deck in 4-card increments towards the end of the game. So it's a lot of, if you're going to learn how to play the deck, you should learn how to note take. So you know kind of where cards are.
I did see you taking a lot of notes there.
Yeah, because that is where the powerful effect of the deck really comes from.
Yeah. I know. Hey, were you surprised at all by any of your prize cards that you were kind of note-taking when you were prize?
Game 1 was a lot of Pokemon, so it was a little scary, yes. It was a little scary, but I found the one Dialga V-Star I had, so that was good.
Yes, that was really awesome to see, for sure.
Yep.
Sometimes it happens. Do you get a lot of awkward hands, would you say, or awkward prizing that you've seen in this day so far?
Not really. Beldum is broken. You get to search your deck for any card and put it on top of your deck as the attack.
Yep.
So any awkward hands, I just get to find Iona or research, and I'm playing.
Wow, Beldum and Metang, MVPs, huh?
Absolutely.
Well, it was great getting some of your insight here on Dialga. I'm so happy it's showing up and showing out on stream as well, taking wins. That is super cool to see. Kudos to you to being a huge advocate for the deck. Love to see it. Is there anybody you want to give some shout outs to before we throw it back to our casters?
Yeah, shout out to the guys, Gabe Smart and Andrew Hedrick for working on the deck with me, Jesse Parker also, and shout out to my team, Rare Candy. Leonhard out there supporting me and sponsoring me, so I appreciate him.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again, Drew. I hope you have a great rest of your matches. Hopefully you hit everything you want to see and take down and make it far with Dialga. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw it back to our casters, and I just want to say, Kyle, you kind of look like the pin that you're wearing.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. I'm joined here by Meowth.
That's right.
And we got a lot of insight into Dialga. It's not just a solitaire deck. I want to do Star Chronos, me take multiple prizes, me take extra turn, me win. He's really getting into the nitty-gritty of Metal Maker, manipulating the order of your deck, remembering where your cards are, and trying to maximize your outs. And taking a deck to that next level is something that all of our top players are known for doing.
Yeah, not as smooth a brain as all the other Dialgas, right?
Only when I play it.
He knows what the 17th card from the bottom of the deck is, and you're over here going, yeah.
I play Cyphermaniac's code breaking, so I can just put what I need on top. Oh, look at that, 2 metal energy. My Metal Maker did the thing.
There
look
we
at that.
go.
But we do have a little bit of time right now to just go into some of our other top players to really give them a shout out really quickly as we move through the season, as we're moving towards NAIC and Worlds. These are the top 16 players in NA right now.
Can we start at the bottom? Azul has played 0 locals. He's played no League Cups or challenges, and he's on this graphic. Unreal.
He's putting in the work. He is an incredibly consistent player. Him and his squad are so great at identifying decks. Sometimes they're one regional off of their meta calls, but are very good at predicting where the meta is going to go. And that really shows where it's all going. And as we continue up the graph, Grant Manley, Caleb Gedimer joining him with these massive points.
Yep.
Like, what can you even say? If you aren't on this graphic, you've got a huge gulf to overcome to get on this graphic.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying so hard to accomplish what these players have done, and the testing group is just so strong. Ryan Antonucci along with them this time around, but not featured on the graphic. Who cares? Already won a regional. Gonna be going to Hawaii anyways. Got some big names at the top. Cal Connor, Rowan Stavenau, Aiden Koos with the regional win earlier on. Ian Robb, just consistent performer. Caleb Rogerson copying every cool deck there is and just piloting it to perfection.
And some players are like that. I'm good at coming up with decks versus I'm good at picking up decks, learning them quickly, and I can just take a deck that's strong and play it better than anyone else. And there's room for all kinds of ways to approach your gameplay style in the Pokemon TCG. And as we move over to EU, you got to remember these players are all in contention. They're all fighting for these spots to get the round 1 bye at Worlds, building any sort of advantage they have for themselves.
Yep.
And in Europe, it's the top 22 players.
Yep. Couple more countries to deal with, so sure, we'll give them a couple more spots, and there's some great names that we see there. That's Tord Reckliff once again.
Oh, and Cameraman, the Cameraman brothers, rather.
Yeah, you have to give props to them. Fantastic year for them as well. Owen with the double regional victory. Alessandro Cremascoli, fantastic player, that top 4 at the European International Championships, which potentially could have been a championship run had we avoided that Bennett.
You know he's going to be kicking himself for that one for a long time, but I'm so glad that he was really able to shine such a bright light on Control and is maybe the godfather, right, of Pidgeot EX Control for this format, and a lot of players have studied his decks and his gameplay in preparation for this event. Pedro Eugenio Torres is a name that personally jumps out to me. We're always seeing him at top tables and performing very well over in Europe, too.
Yep, Magnus Pedersen, see Stefan Ivanov, Konsta Kalama. There's, I mean, Adam Hawkins. Talk about wacky decks and what we've seen from Andrew Bennett-Kennett. Adam does the exact same thing on the other side. I don't think he's ever played a standardized deck in his life, and he finds a way to just bring really interesting strategies to life, and it's very exciting to see this player already in the 16th spot there, potentially able to get an additional win at Worlds. If you got a homebrew for the World Championships, maybe that one additional win is all you need.
And that's where players try to just scrape and find those points, find those advantages. And as we saw earlier from Andrew Hedrick, if you're playing a deck that your opponent's unfamiliar with, that is going to give you an edge in and of itself.
Yeah, we see just so many fantastic players that have already made this list, and plenty of regional championships to go along. And it's going to be an exciting World Championship. We've got so many great names that have just continued to find success. We talk about our international events, especially at the European internationals and going down to Latin America, just seeing every one of these names, or almost all of them, competing in all these different spots of the world over and over again. I mean, we're truly blessed to see all these great players.
And that's what we're here to do, Kyle, to look at these players, to make sure we're giving them their flowers, giving them this spotlight, and continue to document their legacies, I think is really important. And also, you know, a lot of people in the audience right now they have their favorite players that they're always looking out for on these graphics to follow along and root for these heroes that they've built up. So make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to post your thoughts. Make sure you're following the channel if you're over on YouTube or even on Twitch. We would love to make sure that you don't miss out on any broadcasts or any additional content we're going to be releasing on these channels. So always keep your eyes and ears open for that, folks.
Yep, we also have our other games going along. We have VG and Go too. We have some real treats. Of course, both broadcasts have added some additional talent this time around. We've got a 2-time regional champion over on the Go stream recently added, along with Wolf is over on the Go.
You know,
on the
I hear
VGC
he's
side.
also a 2-time regional champion.
He's got a couple of those under his belt, maybe this year alone with those regionals. But some true talent being added to the broadcast. Very excited to see what that's going to look like. We're focused on TCG, so I'm going to have to watch those later in the week, and maybe I'll actually learn a bit about those games and evolve my my starter Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon Go's always got new moves, new Pokemon coming into the mix, and VG has their regulations that come in to bring new Pokemon, or rather Pokemon from previous generations, into the current competitive format, so players who've been playing a long time can kind of revisit some of their old favorites.
Yep, me like cards, me like knockouts. I'm going to stay over here.
But that's going to be it from us for now. We're going to kick things over to Shelby, who had a nice interview out on the floor here in Indianapolis. So let's take a look at that right now.
All right, I know some of you watching right now, you know, you see the successes that we showcase on our stream, but you don't always see the other side of that. There's a lot of players out in our field who don't have that same experience or story, especially if they attend a lot of regional events. I'm here with Justin West, who unfortunately didn't have the best time today, but has a pretty cool story. Justin, I saw you post something online that was very optimistic, even though you didn't have the best run today. You want to tell me a little more about that?
Yeah, so I do attend a lot of regionals, but yeah, the focus is to have fun, right? So brought Lugia today, so I know what I signed up for. It didn't go that well, and Lugia did Lugia things. We ended up going 1-3 drop, but behind us are the side events. There's plenty to do if you don't do well in the event, and it's okay.
What are your favorite side events to play in?
I'm a big sucker for the coins, so especially like the day 2 events ones. The coins are really cool. I like to display those in all my abundance of Pokemon stuff. And then like the t-shirts and stuff. Or I like to try to get the tickets for the regional promo stamp cards. I think those are pretty sweet.
Well, it sounds like you have a plan, an alternate plan, if you don't do too well in the main event. But what about people who practice so long for these events and then it just doesn't turn up the way that they want it to? What is your tips, I guess, or how to pick yourself back up for those players?
Yeah, and it's tough. Like, it took me a while to do that, where, like, I try to invest as much time as I can. Like, I also have a kid, so it's really tough. Just kind of coming to terms with, like, where you want to get with the game. So I know I'm not shooting for a Worlds invite, and that's fine. And sometimes we have to take variance into account. I know, like, you shouldn't blame it on, like, oh, I just drew bad all day. But, like, it's also okay to acknowledge when that happens and just be like, oh, you know, it's RNG is in the game and you just have to take it for what it is. And if you hit the gas and you take off, sweet. And if not, like, there's still plenty to do. Usually I'll try to go all 9 rounds, but if I have another friend that's, like, also not doing super hot, just like, all right, let's just go play side events, you know? And it takes a while, a couple times of doing that, where you're just like, not thinking of your reputation as a player, like, oh, I haven't had a really good regional finish, so I can't do anything with this. Like, that's not true.
So you put a lot of weight in your alternate plans, as we talked about, but a lot of that sounds like it comes down to the people you come to these events with, and what you enjoy doing, which is playing Pokemon, right?
Yep. Yeah, the friends you make along the way, obviously, I know that's like super cliche and corny, but it's so true. Get with a good group of people, whether that's to test to try to do really well at the event, or those are the people that you go play side events when you 1-3 drop. Like, it's all about the friends and the group after the rounds. If you're doing really bad, to go talk about it with your friends and console each other. Like, oh yeah, I didn't get double Archeops in the discard pile either. It's a bummer, but we do the next one, you know?
It sounds like there's a good balance between, you know, juggling expectations, but also wanting to have a good time in general. And it sounds like that's a really good focus to have. Well, what side events are you about to go plan?
I think the coin one for sure. And then I know there's Professor Turo regional stamp cards over there, so just the double point one probably.
Great. Well, yeah, it sounds like there's a lot to do outside of just the main event. So definitely a great story here, Justin West. I appreciate you taking the time to sit down with me and talk a little bit about this, because it really is a side we don't always get to see here at these regional events. So thank you so much again. Have fun in your side events and keep playing Pokemon.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Fans, you're joined by myself, Shay Burton, Freya, and the lovely Nico as well, who is an IC champion. So I thought it'd be a good idea to pick your brains, good sir, about how we can all do better at ICs. So let's zoom out from the event. Let's pretend you're a month away from an international championship. What's going through your head?
Yes, so a month ago is like a pretty good time frame, because that's usually where we try to properly invest a lot of time in a week for an IC. For the IC itself, it can vary a lot, because our ICs, usually with regionals, you're just in a format, or it's maybe the start of a format, something like that. But with ICs, there's completely different things, right? I mean, now OCIC is gone, so that part is not really happening anymore. But it's we usually had one IC that starts with a new format, one IC that has a format that has already been going on for a long time, which was usually OCIC, and then we have, since last year, we have one IC that starts with a completely new rotation, and then NAIC once again is usually a new set heading us into Worlds as well. So yeah, it can vary a lot. For the first kind, for LAIC for example, just looking at the new set, trying to figure out okay, what's good, especially nowadays keeping track on online results and Japanese results, because Japan has the same format as us but months before. Online results already happen as soon as the set hits live, for example, but still a couple of weeks before the IC. So it's nice to see okay, where's everyone else's mind heading, what are the standard kind of lists, so that you also know not just what you have to prepare for, but also that you can test your deck against those decks. If you, for example, for LAIC, if you were testing Screamtailing Gardevoir, right, you would have to know okay, how good are the new archetypes, how good is something like Iron Valiant, how good is Roaring Moon, can we deal with those, do we need to do something? Because it's not just as easy as being yeah, okay, Counter Catch and Screamtail are the new cards, let's just slam them in and we're good to go. But you also have to think about how the meta evolves. For example, one very good example for the last format is everyone was thinking okay, GM Power is going to be the deck to beat, and then turns out GM Power can't deal with Counter Catcher plus Iono at all. So the deck does almost disappeared completely, and if you just invest that time in testing, you can figure that out earlier than anyone else and can prepare for that. Then we have an IC like OCSC, not the case anymore. It's just like preparing for any other regional. You're in a format already. You might even have your deck. Just stick with the deck, maybe make some adjustments. You're good to go. And then we have the most difficult one, which is EUIC this year and EUIC last year, figuring out a completely new format, because you can't just like expect new decks or like how decks change, but you also need to consider the entire new format because cards rotate. Especially nowadays, like we have so many players like yourself that have been enjoying Mew for the last 3 years, but that deck is just completely gone. So where do these players head, right? Like how does the format change? Like where do players like adjust to? Because you don't really have the knowledge from prior tournaments. For example, now you can be like, okay, in EU, Gardevoir and Mew are like very popular. So if an IC was happening next week, we could expect about the same meta as we're expecting for Dortmund regionals, right? But with rotation, everything is going to be completely like changed. Decks will look completely different. I mean, we saw it last year. Alex won with a like relatively unexpected deck because he was just able to counter all of the most popular decks. And then we also saw, even for Tord standards, a very unrefined Gardevoir list that changed like throughout the format still. So yeah, like those ICs are always the hardest to prepare for and usually also take the most time because you have to analyze the new set, analyze the new meta, and then also find a new deck probably for yourself.
We hope you're taking notes at home. That was a very, very comprehensive analysis of how to do well at an ICs. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nick, my head is hurting from all that knowledge, and I'm sure you guys at home head are hurting as well. But thank you so much for your time, Nico. It's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere though, viewers, because we're going to be back to our action as soon as possible.
And welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. Adam Watson here once more in Indiana, and we have another round of Pokemon imminently coming for you beautiful folks at home to witness. I'm joined on the desk by Kyle Sablehouse, and we're going to be breaking down this next round of Swiss. And these players are just trucking right along, Kyle.
That's right. It's going to be round number 8 soon approaching. I believe we'll have players at the 5-1-1 records. These are the win-in opportunities that we love to feature. Potential to lock up that day 2 berth and potentially add a little bit to that in round 9. I mean, when you're playing a tournament like this, every match point counts.
When now players need to start making these very tricky decisions around how lucky do you feel for your Swiss rounds and your resistance? Am I going to ID to get day 2? Do I want to just try to go for that win and get as many points as possible?
You already know the answer to that. Play your games, win, and if you lose, go play a side event tomorrow. You'll be fine.
You've got to risk it for the biscuit, as they say.
Yeah, there were, I would say, an obscene amount of IDs at the previous tournament in Orlando. It led to a lot of players being in day 2, and one single loss means that you're not going to be able to make it into the top 8 at that point. There's just too many players. You can't have that. It's a lot of work, and I'd rather just fight for the points early.
And I just got word we do have some standings, so we can now see a list of the players who are going to be making this important decision. Ethan Heggie starting us off at the top, 7-0.
His plot armor, it thickens, 7-0. Gardevoir, his whatever the ridiculous name he decided to name the deck, something about balloons.
He's been warning us about this deck for so long, and no one else has really made it look that dangerous. But I will admit that it's pretty strong in the Dialga in my experience.
No, it doesn't go away either. It looked like it did well at the Champions League 2 that we saw just last night for us. So exciting to see that Gardevoir players still have something to be happy about. We got some Andrew sightings. Mr. Mahone 7-0. Hedrick as well 7-0, and Reagan Retzloff there at 6-0-1. We've got a lot of players already locked up that pretty excited to see.
And this is a nice mixture of Charizards and Chen-Paos and Dialga V-Stars in the mix. So I'm really excited to see most of these players in the earlier parts of the Swiss round of day 2. They're all ready to go, 19 match points at least. They're locked in, and we're going to get locked in as we head down to the table to see our next Swiss round underway. Jake Abrams on Lugia V-Star versus Raymond Long on Charizard EX.
Mr. Graphic himself, one of the first players added to our regional winning graphics, Raymond Long. believe way back when it was Lost Zone Kyogre.
Yeah.
It's been a minute since then. We're back. We're on Charizard now.
And this makes a lot of sense to me. If you play Lost Zone, you like a deck that has a lot of play into pretty much everything. Now that's what Charizard's doing in the current metagame. Jake Abrams, meanwhile, putting all of his eggs in the Lugia basket, a deck that either shows up hard for you or it's a deck that's going to send you straight to Brick City.
All right, and on the other side, Jake Abrams gonna be playing the Lugia V-Star. It's the Pittsburgh Pokemon podcast showing up, and the Triple P. Let's see if they've got some Lugia action ready for us.
If you're running a podcast, you've studied the meta, and if you've landed on Lugia, then I've got to figure out what's going on here already. V-Star Power being played by Raymond Long, starting Rotom V in the active with Forest Seal Stone.
You got any buddies?
Buddy, and this is what makes the deck so silly to me, Kyle, that you can use a once per game V-Star ability, the Star Alchemy, and say, I'm going to get Buddy Poffin and just use and just complete my setup. Normally, when we were looking previously at Arceus V-Star, the importance of trying to hold on to Starbirth for as long as possible to save that ability to close out a game or find a really important card in the mid-game. Thanks to Pidgeot EX, Charizard has so much individual card search, you're free to just use the Forest Seal Stone immediately to guarantee you're putting your best foot forward.
Yeah, who cares? We just need to set up at this point. Let's see some basic Pokemon and get that classic setup rolling. If you find that Pidgey, that means next turn you could have Pidgeot. If you have Pidgeot, you could have anything, and usually leads to Rare Candy Charizard getting to work pretty early.
Yeah, Pidgeot runs a very, very 5-star delivery service, very important for the deck. And when you have your opponent, giving them access to quick search, any plan that you have for your deck, any card you want to keep in hand, any setup you're trying to accomplish has a very, very short expiration date, Kyle. Your opponent can find the exact card that's going to screw you over the most.
Yeah, the window is so small, and when you're playing against this deck, that's the main reason we see 24% of the meta share is this Charizard. You have to worry about the pressure that it can put on you, and even if you find an answer, even if you knock this Pokemon out, you're fueling the fire. This Pokemon will come back with a vengeance, Rare Candy into another Charizard, and knock you out.
I couldn't have put it better myself. Even if you're like, oh, aha, this low HP Pokemon V in the active spot is excellent free prizes for me, then Burning Darkness is getting powered up. And if you don't take advantage of this window of opportunity, Collapse Stadium gets rid of the Rotom V, Professor Turo gets rid of the Rotom V. So even these potential weaknesses are only available for very short windows of time. And Raymond Long now opts for 1 Pidgey, 1 Charmander, 1 Bidoof, and then an attach for turn into instant charge. Draws 3 cards and immediately ends the turn.
How disgusting. This Pokemon, you're telling me that it's not going to get knocked out. It's got the retreat lined up. It searched out a Buddy Poffin, and it gave you 3 cards. And your opponent hasn't even drawn for the turn. Like, it doesn't get much cleaner than that.
A lot of decks have, in order to hit the HP numbers that are required to even exist in this matchup, have to spend their early turns setting up all of these different support Pokemon that work together to achieve these massive numbers, and it gives the Charizard decks so much breathing room in the early game. And, you know, I can't blame them for taking advantage of it, flying in the face of their opponent to say, I am always going to be at the forefront of this matchup, and it's up to you to stop me. And what can I say? Our players at home, our audience at home, love an underdog, and that's certainly what Lugia V-Star is going to be here. Jake Abrams plays Jacques, has 2 Archeops now added to the hand.
Uh-oh. Is it the fabled Ultra Ball? Will we see it? It's there. Finally.
It's coming together. This is the play that every Lugia player strives for. Ultra Ball 2 into the discard pile. Still need to get a Lugia V down.
Yep.
And what do you search out here? Do you grab the Lugia V, bench it? Oh, no.
This hand is not good, but there is an Iono for next turn. Wait, was there a Lugia? Okay, we're going to call family. I'm like, well, hold up a second. That's terrifying.
Okay. Has the attach return. Is going to use Minchino's call for family attack to get some basic Pokemon. Grabs Lugia V, Another Minccino. And this, unlike Buddy Buddy Poffin, isn't gated around HP. They just have to be basics. So now we got Lugia V in the mix. As it heads back over to Raymond Long, you got to remember the Charizard EX only has 180 base damage. So this Lugia V does seem safe for now.
Yeah, there's no real opportunity to work in the Radiant Charizard in this instance. That's a Pokemon that we've seen actually start to wreak some havoc in situations. You get that Defiant Band on there. If you do take a early prize deficit, 280 into a Pokemon that's V-guarded, who cares? You're Radiant Charizard. You could take the knockout on that Lugia V-Star and really flip things on its head. But Rare Candy Pidgeot, that's where you want to be to start things off.
Very true. Pidgeot EX, quick search, gets the next card in the chain. Very easy now to grab another basic Pokemon, finds Collapse Stadium if you want it. Raymond Long eyeballing Arvin right now to get another rare candy. Then Ultra Ball for Charizard EX. Just keep it going.
Yep, we haven't gotten to speak about it just yet, but the A-Spec of choice is going to be the Hero's Cape of all the options. And we've had a bit of a discussion as far as what we think about this this A-Spec option.
I wonder, like, Hero's Cape tends to be pretty strong into non-mirror decks. Everything seems to be overly centralized, hitting very specific HP numbers, and then the Hero's Cape can just not only prevent those knockouts, but protect yourself from Pidgeot EX being brought up and knocked out. That seems to be one of the easier two-prize targets that a lot of opponents need to take advantage of.
Wowee. Rare Candy into the Charizard. Plenty of energies coming down now. Looks like the triple option. We've seen some players sometimes just go for 2 onto that Charizard, but we'll see.
I like 2 on the EX, 1 on the Charmander, or 1 on Radiant, do you think here, Kyle?
Yeah, to bench the Radiant Charizard, I mean, it looks a little suspicious if you're not thinking about that energy, but it really just depends on if you have the additional energies for the Charmander for follow-up. So the safe approach is played onto the Charmander, and you'll have it for later.
All right, and now with the bench filled up, just has to retreat this Rotom V. Could be a Collapse Stadium. I don't think that's in the hand just yet. And maybe Raymond Long doesn't really care about getting rid of this Rotom V right away.
That is a
Hero's Cape.
Turn 2, Charizard EX with a Hero's Cape, with a Pidgeot, taking a knockout onto the Minccino and putting all of the pressure on Jake.
And overall, Charizard has settled into this very reactive play style. This is hearkening back to when Obsidian Flames first dropped and Charizard was just turn 2, I'm big, I have my energies already, and I'm knocking on your door. So we'll see how Jake Abrams deals with 430 HP.
I mean, you see the answer right there. It's I can't. If I could, the Minccino would be active. You'd look for the Chinchino and you'd throw all of your energies onto it. There's an issue. There's multiple double colorless energy in the hand right now. So you'd have to use Iono first, put those back into play. And Jake's just trying to figure out the math at this point. How do I get through this behemoth of a Pokemon?
And just to clarify for the folks at home, there is no lost vacuum in this list. He's got to punch through this pink cape. There is no other recourse. Try to gust around it, maybe get at this Rotom V, but you're only delaying the inevitable.
So many resources have to be used. We're talking about, what, 7 energies that you'd have to have onto a Chinchino if you want to take a knockout on this Pokemon with the Hero's Cape.
I've never seen 7 energies on a Chinchino.
Maybe when you're playing against a theme deck in a side event, but yeah, very rarely do you see that many energies attached to that Pokemon. And yeah, Jake just does not think it's possible. It's going to have to be Lugia, and you're going to have to go through this Pokemon in 2 hits.
And with Raymond Long having already taken 1 prize, it really starts to throw off the map. You're losing so much tempo dealing with this big Charizard EX, and Raymond Long can very easily retreat it into another Charizard EX, and that's 330 HP in the active you're dealing with. And as time goes on, Jake is forced over and over again to hope for Iono to put these special energies back in the deck to continuously fuel Primal Turbo.
Yeah, taking a look at the hand at this point, there's not enough fuel to potentially go after Lumineon boss's orders and try to race in this instance. Have the Chinchino as follow-up. You just don't have enough resources to think that you're going to be able to cross the line. But if you do, it's a 3-turn window. You can go after the Rotom, you can boss go after the Pidgeot, or you could find all 7 energies and go after the Charizard. It is very difficult to pull off, but it has to be gift energies turning into the exact right card every turn for Jake, and I think we're going for it.
Okay, Jake Abrams has found the line. He's shaking his head, not too confident in this, and that's kind of the place you need to be in Charizard. You're never 100% confident that the line you chose is going to pay off in the long run. You know that Quick Search is always going to give Raymond Long massive counterplay into whatever you're doing, and let's hope these gift energies do keep on giving.
Yeah, we see the mist energy thrown onto the Archeops in this spot. I think every energy is important. You may want that on a Minccino when you're trying to reach for a big one-hit knockout on a Charizard later on.
Missed on the Archeops, setting up a Speed Wing into a Bibarel or a Charmeleon or something. Weird manipulation of the prize map to get back onto the proper cadence.
Not the biggest fan of it, but we see the Rotom. Obviously, that is the strategy. You're going to take those prize cards and really push the offensive at this point. Raymond's going to be dealing more damage, but it's still not enough to knock out a Lugia. But this is where you could run into situations where if you have the additional energies, if you can start to load up that Radiant Charizard, you see some nightmare situations with Defiance Band.
Yep, 240 base damage on Burning Darkness, plus the Defiance Band is 30 more.
Well, we're not even going for Charizard EX in this, but that'd be Radiant Charizard. But you have to have the additional energies in order to make that happen. It's a little far-fetched at this point to be able to go for that, so Counter Catcher in this regard looks strong. You can continue to take additional prize cards, like we see that Lumineon. And
yeah, bring up Archeops, start sniping those down. And then that's less acceleration to even think about special roll, contesting a Charizard EX. Archeops now in the active. Free retreat, and the Heroes caped. Charizard EX taking one more knockout.
Yep, this is another way that you can go after this deck. Is sure, you could knock out the Minccino if you want. You can go after the prize cards of Lumineon. But if you don't accelerate energies, your draws are going to be clogged. You're not finding the right resources. You're overcommitting energies. Look at this hand. I think the whole thing is special energies at this point with an Iono.
And just a manual attachment of the Mist energy once again to Archeops. Making sure these don't get stranded in the active, or you have another single prize attacker ready to go. And it's just one more boss's orders off a Quick Search for Raymond Long to take the Primal Turbos off the table and seal up this first game.
Yep, Raymond desperately wants that Charizard attacked into, and with the Iono being played, it looks like that's likely going to be where the damage falls.
We see Cinccino in the hand, if I'm not mistaken. Needs to put one more energy on this Lugia, or no? No, it has a double turbo. I see it there. And you can see now, Kyle, looking in the deck, how few energies there are remaining.
Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, we've placed more energies back into the deck with the Iono, but you have to start committing resources early now that you've lost the Archeops. Every energy was going to matter. The Mist energy on the Archeops previously led to it just being a target, and Raymond went right after that, was able to remove an energy and an energy accelerator out of play. Leads to this Charizard just absorbing a shot, and potential for Raymond to find even more with boss's orders this turn.
Just evaluating his resources. Ultra Ball in the hand being eyeballed. Grab Bibarel. Try to thin down and just draw some cards. Save your Quick Search as long as you can before you commit to using that to find the missing piece. But at least you dealt some damage to Charizard EX. Consolation prize. Get through this Hero's Cape. I think missing out on that key attack just was unfortunate. If it wasn't Serena to bring up Rotom V, if it was getting the Cinccino to immediately start attacking the Charizard EX, it forces Raymond Long to start getting the next Charizard prepped, and they spend less time using Quick Search to react to you instead.
This is unreal. Rare Candy Charizard found once more. Hand thinned down, Pidgeot can search after, and you have to expect if you boss's orders and knock out this Archeops, what does Jake accomplish throughout the rest of the game?
That's got to be game.
Yeah.
If there's a Chinchino in hand, you can attach a special energy for turn, and you can take a knockout onto Charizard EX, right? Finish cleaning up that attack. And who knows if Raymond Long's just going to retreat this anyway.
Right.
And bring up a fresh Charizard EX, and then you're back to square one.
We haven't seen a Super Rod yet, and those energies can go right back into the deck. Got plenty of time. You're staring down a Pokemon that needs to knock out a Charizard to be relevant, and if it does, then you're knocking out Lugia on the back end.
Raymond Long just asking how many cards you got left in hand. 2 Arvins spent. And even though Raymond Long is in a great position, Charizard does make you keep all of your resources in mind. What do I have access to? Pal Pad, what am I putting back in?
All right, here's the question now. You're at 4 prizes. If you go after Luminion, you can knock out anything after this Charizard's knocked out. You're probably in a great spot. Or you can just take this Archeops off the board. It's inefficient, but who cares? Because your opponent can't play Pokemon anymore.
Precisely. Against Lugia, this becomes a game-winning play. It's not even about the prize map anymore. When your opponent can't really threaten you all like that. And Raymond Long, it seems, is perfectly content to leave this damaged Charizard in the EX in the active spot as well. Wants it to go down so that Burning Darkness remains a threat, taking down Lugia V-Star in response.
It's so rare that you find a deck that's able to put pressure on Lugia like this. The Archeops are bound to see multiple uses over and over again. Instead, Boss's Order is found every single turn. You have a Pidgeot that searches it out for you. You have so many hit points that you're not going anywhere. I think the closest we've seen to this level of aggression towards this deck was Radiant Greninja in combination with Sableye, where you just try to remove them both and play in 2 turns, but nothing does it as consistent as this Charizard deck.
Back in Lugia's heyday, this was a high roll. Oh, I've got Boss for the Archeops, and I'm turning off their engine and winning. And now for Charizard, this is the first order of business. Yep. Quick search, and not just quick search, but the fact that when Charizard EX comes into play, the energies come along with it. There's no need to run things like Earthen Vessel, etc. The energies come pre-packaged, and so much of the deck is carried on the shoulders of a rare Candy, just turning this engine online. And I'm wondering if there's a word that means engine, but somehow implies stronger than a normal engine. This is V8.
Yeah.
Mad Max level engines running right now,
all
Kyle.
Pistons firing. This is quite the show. Maybe we need to get some 70x dice out here.
Oh, man.
to show off at what's going on. This is ridiculous.
This Charizard EX is still hanging on, Kyle, in the active. And Raymond Long prepped, ready to get 2 more prizes here if... well, let me see. No, the Defiance Band is no longer online. Radiant Charizard still hanging out in the back, ready to flip the prize trade right back into his favor.
Raymond can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can do... The world is your oyster. Mr. Long.
Search out Boss's Orders, knock out anything not named Lugia. You're going to be just fine. At this point, if Jake takes a prize card, whichever Pokemon is active is probably knocked out at that stage, and Raymond feels very comfortable in this opening game.
With 1 prize card remaining, this is the part of the game where the player wants single prize Pokemon in the active spot to delay their opponent's ability to close out the game. But it's just Chinchino. There's no Archeops anymore.
Raymond really hoping that this is not the only Lugia player on a lost vacuum. That's the only way to lose from this point. You can see Luminion, go search out a research, whatever. you could find the lost vacuum, take your prize cards, and then knock out an EX Pokemon. But that's not here.
And this is one of the big arguments to run Heroes Cape. If you have the read on the meta that your opponent doesn't want to run Lost Vacuum, you get to call it out there. And finally taking the 6th prize for game number 1, Raymond Long just showing us a proper dismantling of Lugia V-Star.
Yep. Not often you get to announce the final attack, but a little bit of a surprise there. And that truly is just revealing of the experience that you have when you're on the main stage. There's a lot going on. You have the white noise, you got the pressure, you got the lights, playing against a regional champion. and you look over and they're on their last prize. Whoops.
You're like, oh wait, I thought we had more game to play. You get so focused into the nitty gritty and not just calculating your line, but you have to keep Charizard's counters to that line in play. If they have the counter, if they have this card, if they quick search this, then I can pivot to that. And so you have to spend the extra mental resources to prepare 3 or 4 different plays ahead of time, depending on what the Charizard player does or has access to.
Well, we saw a lot of pressure. Turn 2, knockouts. From this point, Jake was able to establish that Lugia, but from this point forward, there was a single supporter played over and over and over of the name Boss's Orders. We see Counter Catcher knocking out the Archeops. Boss's Orders knocking out the Archeops. Boss's Orders finds that Lumineon. And there's not much you can do from that point.
It's absolutely devastating.
Refuse to play your opponent's game. Don't attack into those hit points unless it means prize cards.
And if you're Jake, there is the chance that you can take over the early game. Turn 2, big summoning star, and if the Chinchinos line up a little bit cleaner, right, Kyle? Heroescape in the prize cards, maybe our little special roll buddies can get those big numbers before it's too late.
There's a world.
Yeah, because I mean, Raymond Long did do Rotom V for a Sealstone for Buddy Poffin, so without that in the mix, whiff on the Buddy Poffin, only 1 Pidgey or 1 Charmander in play, that is usually the way you can keep Charizard contained.
All right, these prize cards, not the best, not the worst. Obviously, 2 Archeops scares you because finding them in the right place. Double rare candy, that is not fun.
Having to get the Arven to search for rare candy does become a pretty tall order, forces Raymond Long to put a Lumineon in play to search that out, and that's easier prizes to grab where your map suddenly becomes Rotom, Lumineon, and then punch Charizard EX a couple times to get that final knockout.
Well, Skarzik, I let out a big sigh when I saw the opening here. Of course, Jake said, please go first, Raymond. I need you to have nothing, to be completely reliant on an Arven and go for a slower setup. Instead, Jake mulligans multiple times and hands Raymond a Buddy Poffin off those cards.
Oh no. Lugia V-Star is undoing its blessing on Jake Abrams. 5-1-1 here in Swiss round 8. But when the chips are down, going up against Charizard EX, the big dog of the format, the deck that Lugia V is supposed to be pretty even into, you can see just how mathematically it can really stumble out of the starting gate.
Could you imagine a fire energy attachment here and a legitimate threaten of Radiant Charizard on turn 2, knocking out this Lugia? I've never witnessed it, but that'd be really cool.
And at this level of play, we know that Charizard EX players do keep those sorts of very strange lines in mind.
He doesn't care. He's holding the fire. He's not about it. What did he see as he shakes his head? Is this research with all the Lugias in hand? What are we looking at?
I see at
no,
least
there's
one.
nothing.
There's
There's
an
Boss's
Archeops.
Orders, Archeops. Master Ball can search for the Lumineon and use Iono. Or you can Serena away. Oh, this doesn't feel good.
You Serena away 1 Lugia V-Star, the Archeops, you're drawing cards. This is the turn where you need to put 2 Archeops in the discard pile immediately.
Yeah, this isn't Jacques Ultra Ball.
Is that 3 Lugia
That is
V-Star?
triple. There was the draw for the turn as well, which almost threw Jake out of his chair.
Yeah, he's really upset about this hand. Kyle, I'm just going to ask the question without thinking it through all the way. Do you ever just pass here, let it come back to you to just play double Lugia V-Star, keep the hand the way it is because it's just too bricked? Try again next turn?
You need to do something with this Archeops, or you need to find a new hand, because you're not going to have double Archeops in the discard pile if you do nothing this turn. And that is the one way to stay on the offensive and deal enough pressure to where maybe your opponent has to respect the Pokemon attacking it instead of targeting the Archeops lines.
Okay, so instead, grabs the Serena. This will discard an Archeops. Hopefully, you draw into the only remaining Archeops in the deck because 2 are in the prizes, and you can read the wind. to discard that other Archeops.
Yep, there's also research in the hand, so you can play down 2 Lugias. I would throw away one immediately here. You just want that additional card. You
Drawing
find
2 cards now.
Energy Archeops would be the best.
Iono, and was that an Ultra Ball?
All right. Ultra Ball's good. It means next turn you have exactly enough cards to play down double Lugia V-Star, and then Ultra Ball, find that Archeops, discard it with the research, and have your nice setup. The problem is you did nothing, and you have a Luminion in play, and Raymond loves fish. He's going to eat them up.
And fortunately, if you're Jake Abrams, you know your setup wasn't the best. You've got the makings of a great turn coming up, and Raymond Long does have a 3 retreat cost Pokemon in the active spot. Didn't attach that Fire Energy last turn, so might need to forego another turn of putting something aggressive in the active spot.
Yeah, how are we moving this Pokemon? It's just Turo at this point, because there's no obviously there's no Prime Catcher to use. You have
true.
the A-Spec of the Hero's Cape. You're just waiting for an opportunity to play this supporter that doesn't really fit your strategy.
And even with that all being said, Kyle, if you're I don't think Raymond Long even minds.
I'd still much rather be Raymond in this spot.
I don't
right.
think you mind having the Radiant Charizard stuck in the active, because you're like, okay, well, take the knockout, please. Turn my Defiance Band on. Turn my Counter Catchers on. And then I will show you the proper response to you daring to knock out my Pokemon that's stuck in the active spot.
Yeah. Don't go after him just because he's not ready to fight yet. He'll come back with a vengeance, and he'll knock out a Lugia V-Star.
And I guess the best case scenario for Jake Abrams is Radiant Charizard is stuck there, and then the Chinchino can get 7 special energy attached to it and start grabbing some knockouts, or at least take the offensive.
All right, it's going to be a slow, steady approach here for Raymond. Although we saw Rare Candy Pidgeot, it's just Charmeleon. There are still 2 rare candies in the prizes. Take your time. It's potentially sacrificial Radiant Charizard into aggression next turn.
It makes you wonder. You start to sweat in scenarios like this. Can I take a slow line? Am I supposed to take the slow line in this scenario? Or should I be aggressive? And so Jake Abrams, even though he's gotten a new lease on life with this turn, being able to evolve into the Lugia V-Star, Ultra Ball for Archeops, finding the Summoning Star, etc., do you want to be aggressive or just take a bunch of extra reps of Primal Turbo, especially considering what happened in Game 1, to set up your next batch of attackers?
Last turn would have been so much better, but I top deck a Lugia V-Star.
Oh, just see the players talking about what could have been in this spot. And I mean, Jake's thinking similarly, if I had 2 Archeops in the discard pile, this is a boss's orders turn. This is a knockout on something a lot more relevant. Instead, I lose this resource. But at least you have the turn 2 Summoning Star.
So, please not too much special energy. We're looking for Minchinos. And maybe we get a real game here, Kyle.
Well, there's one, and this is a full bench at this point, which is not always the worst in these spots. You know your opponent likes to occasionally work in that collapsed stadium. If you keep a full bench, it means they're never going to play that. You throw away Luminion.
Jake does still have a manual attached for turn, and now 2 Primal Turbos. Gift going onto Lugia V-Star. It is important to note, right, the Tempest Dive, 4 energy cost, does usually eat up a lot of your Primal Turbos. 1 Jet and maybe a double Turbo. It's certainly an interesting conundrum. Do I want the damage reduction here, or do I need to use both double turbos to pay for the cost of this Pokemon?
Yeah, the only debate I would assume at that point would be that if you want to knock out the Cape Charizard, you would need to deal 220 twice. So any time that you have a Pokemon that only deals 200, you're not going to get there. So you have to have the additional energies found there in order to deal 440.
I see. Yeah, just learned his lesson from the first game. I don't have an out versus Hero's Cape other than going straight through. And this is a fully powered 220 damage Tempest Dive now.
All right. We'll see the first prize card taken. And at this point, Raymond, Counter Catcher is live. Charmeleon is in play and Pidgeot is the active Pokemon. There's opportunities to make things happen.
Cost indeed. Just quick search for Charizard EX now to evolve the Charmeleon. Brings energies along with.
Boss's orders, I believe, is in hand. Looks like the Hero's Cape as well.
And Raymond very easily can go for the Archeops, as he did in game number 1, so that the Chinchino does not pose any threat going forward.
Yeah, this has been a strong strategy, and we saw that last game. Just target the wave that the energy acceleration. Basically, in Pokemon, if there's a way to cheat the rules and do something that you should only do once per turn, make it go away and their deck won't be as good. It's a go-to strategy.
And, of course, Lugia V-Star's claim to fame. And without the powerful Primal Turbo, the deck is, as they say, dead in the water.
Not much that you need on this turn. Charizard won't be threatened at this stage. Would just be the one Archeops. You can't have 7 energies attached to a Chinchino to take the knockout at that point.
And when you're on your way up to getting all those energy attached, it's just shining a beacon to your opponent. Go ahead and boss this up, knock it out, send all the special energy to the discard pile, please. So it's a very tall order, and I don't think it's realistic. But Charizard EX did seem to be the grab off of Quick Search. Just 2 energies attached to the EX, leaving some of the energy behind, as you talked about earlier, Kyle. Charmander just sitting on the bench as well. Raymond thinking, how far do I want to extend into this turn? With a Lumineon in the hand, is there any other supporters I want? I'm not even sure where he does want to go from here.
Yeah, this is a little curious. You can find another supporter to hold on to, and maybe it's a little bit of bait too. If your opponent takes down this Lumineon, then yeah, you're supercharged. Your Charizard can take all sorts of knockouts, but wants to hold on to the boss's orders, valuing the additional resource of the Forest Sealstone. Okay, I like that then.
Arvin for Forest Sealstone and Counter Catcher, which is now online thanks to Jake knocking out the Radiant Charizard. We know that Collapse Stadium is also in the hand, if I remember correctly. He's going to use that Star Alchemy right now. To get another Charizard EX Rare Candy, which is the missing piece. And at this point, the Charizard EX deck, right? Raymond Long has to keep the entire deck in his head at any given moment to put these sequences together. When you have access to any card in your deck, it can result in a little bit of, information paralysis, some choice paralysis.
Yeah, there's a lot to think of, and this is really thinking about everything that can happen over the course of the next couple turns. Lumineon V, Forest Sealstone on the off the Arvin to find potentially Buddy Poffin to just have some additional basic Pokemon in play that can lead to the barrel finding resources or an additional Charmander or whatever it may be.
It kind of struck me that Raymond Long might be trying to double dip here with the Forest Sealstone into a Collapse Stadium, just get rid of the Lumineon. I'll get rid of my Lumineon, you get rid of yours, because I don't care. I'm going for your Archeops at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, the strategy's clear. I feel like removing those Archeops was such a vital plan, and once more, it's going to continue to be a strong read. You're not threatened at all as a Charizard, and using that Collapse Stadium is so clean, although you do lose taking out that Lumineon later on. I think you're fine with that, though. Just don't give your opponent free prize cards, and you'll be okay.
And after the retreat, Charizard EX marches into the active spot and lays down the law. Archeops goes to the discard pile, and it's back over to Jake Abrams. 1 Archeops left, 1 more use of Primal Turbo before another boss's orders comes through from Quick Search. And Chinchino finally evolved. Going to get a manual attachment for the turn and then a Primal Turbo to supplement that special roll. Capturing Roma now being rolled, and it is a heads.
It might not be ideal in this spot. You could, search out another Lugia V-Star if it's somewhere hanging around there, but At this point, you're looking for the Minccino. You want to have additional access to the special roll, and you're trying to accelerate energies so that you make the most use out of that Archeops. You need to provide threats that aren't Archeops at this point. I would load up this Minccino and say, just knock it out if that's your prerogative, because at least I still have Archeops to use next turn.
And another important point, Kyle, is the Lugia V-Star that was just knocked out had been powered up without the use of double turbo because Jake was anticipating the Hero's Cape, wanted that maximum damage potential already present, and had to get the Radiant Charizard out of the way first. So now if Hero's Cape comes back through onto Charizard EX, it does become very difficult to once again have to beat through that Hero's Cape.
Yeah, it's so many hit points, and we've seen that issue with Jake now the entirety of this set. You're not going to be able to work your way through this Charizard. There's so much pressure on you to provide threats, and Raymond is continually finding the right resource with Pidgeot.
And that's an attach for the attach from the Primal Turbo.
Yep, and the attachment for turn, I believe.
So that's 210 for special roll. There are enough energy on the Lugia V-Star for 220 damage once more.
Yeah, this is why this isn't the target of a Hero's Cape. You know that it's not going to provide that full effect you're looking for. 220 twice is going to happen, so save that for an additional Charizard down the lane after you give away a couple more prize cards. And at this point, focus on the beast that you see, either that Minccino you remove from play or you remove Archeops, and don't worry about energies ever again.
It is a incredibly interesting line from this point of now there is an additional spread of threats, the potential to deal with the Hero's Cape that Raymond Long must respond to. We've talked up Charizard EX so much as a deck that, oh, just finds the card that it wants every time. But you got to remember, you as the pilot have to identify that card and how to plan your turn so far ahead of time. 13 minutes left on the clock, a lot of searching still to be done. And if Raymond Long goes after this Minccino, rather than taking out the Archeops, Jake Abrams does stay up in this game with some potential counterplay.
Yeah, Boss's Orders will be the find once more. We saw Pal Pad being thought about, but usually you want to use that Boss's Orders first, then Pal Pad that card back in so you have access to the Boss's Orders once more. The issue, though, you haven't advanced your board state. You don't have that B-Roll. You're not drawing additional resources. And there's only one Rare Candy left to find Rare Candy Charizard. So how do you find your additional attacker after this Charizard falls? It might have to be sheer luck at this point.
And Raymond Long seems to be attaching to this Pidgeot just to get some damage down. And hopefully by taking out the Archeops, you diffuse your opponent's deck long enough where you can search for something of your choosing. Boss's Orders indeed to take out the next Archeops. And this is kind of fine. With the Minccino, 3 energies attached, one more manual attachment from the hand puts it at 280. Maybe Pidgeot EX goes down. And because of those rare candies in the prize cards, it might be too late for Raymond Long to establish another attacker.
Yeah, this was clearly the strategy from Jake at this point. Says, I know you want to knock this out, but I have to provide you some alternative answer. Maybe you're tempted by the Minccino, take this knockout. He's not going to fall for it. Just, you know what? If you don't have energies, you're going to struggle, and I can put you in some really awkward spots later. And you've got that Hero's Cape. You're going to be able to provide a lot of big Pokemon with a lot of hit points and hopefully outlast your opponent from this point.
And Jake has the means to had promoted the Minccino instead. Oh, has Jet Energy, is going to go for the Boss's Orders plan. I was worried if the Hero's Cape was messing with the line he wanted to go for. Pidgeot EX does go down after all, Kyle. 280 damage thanks to special roll.
Yep, now this is just a battle of will because Jake does not have a lot of resources left. He's going to go down to 3 prize cards. Raymond has to find a way to continue to bring additional attackers into play. And yes, Charizard will be able to either remove the Minccino or maybe go after a different Pokemon. Just you got to remove threats. And, the main one in front of you is that Minccino.
Yeah, no more quick search, and Bibarel has not yet been established. So this is less access to Super Rod to bring Radiant Charizard back. Try to use advantage of that excited heart to just maybe one energy attach from the hand.
Super Rod was the top deck.
Oh, my lord.
Turn.
Raymond Long not giving up without a fight, certainly. Lumineon and Radiant Charizard being eyeballed to be shuffled back into the deck.
Yep. Opportunity to find one of those valued supporters. Is Radiant Charizard also potentially thought of in this situation? I mean, your opponent's at 3 prize cards remaining. Doesn't work out exactly the way you want, but potentially this Pokemon is a way to close out with very few energy. You don't need that rare candy, but I think we already saw that in hand.
Is there even a fire energy in the discard pile?
No.
No, yeah, so you can't even... No, just goes for Lumineon. Doesn't want to rely on the Radiant Charizard here. Thinks that Charizard EX and maybe one more on top of that is going to be enough.
Oh, the hand. Just a bunch of awkward Pokemon you can't really work with. The Rotom, the Manaphy, finds a fire energy as opposed to a more rare candy. Was unable to bench a Pidgey.
Draws 2 thanks to gift energy. No more Primal Turbo ready to go. And this is going to be a manual attach, slow buildup of Chinchino if that's ever on the table. So much special energy in hand now. Nest Ball for something, just a thin. Is there anything left really, Kyle? We're so late into the game, only 9 minutes left on the clock.
Nothing you need at this point. I feel like if you start building up any other attacker, you're not doing anything relevant. You just want to work on the Machino and get the Chinchino eventually loaded up. You have so many energies in hand, and the goal really is just continue to have energies per turn, load up that second attacker. If the Lugia does fall, you can take the knockout and close out the game.
I believe there is 4 energies attached to this Lugia V-Star. Can clean up the Charizard EX. Doesn't have Hero's Cape on it regardless. That's 2 more prize cards taken. And Raymond Long, we're still waiting with bated breath to see if he has a response. If there's another attacker somewhere in his pocket, neglecting to put the Radiant Charizard back into the deck with Super Rod.
Okay. So with the knockout here, there's debate at this point too. You could evolve into the Chinchino, you could use Professor's Research, and you could dig for the boss's orders that could win the game next turn. And now we go for the stall approach. We're buying time. How many double turbos have we seen at this point? Can this Lugia move, or is it all on the back of a Jet energy?
Oh, that's a really good question as well, Kyle. I think all 4 Jets have been used. One was manually attached, one was accelerated to the first Lugia V-Star, I do remember, and there's one attached to this one that just went to the bench. Is there yet one more?
Capturing Aroma, regardless of the flip, can find out that information.
Double turbo.
2 double turbos and a Jet. 3 double turbos, 2 Jets.
Okay. This is one of those moments where I'm happy to be wrong. 2 Jets in the deck.
There's a
outs.
lot of ways to close out here.
And Lugia V-Star doesn't have a second attack. It's Tempest Dive or nothing with a 2 retreat cost. So Jet, double turbo is the way to go.
I don't think you can miss here, but if that's Caster's Curse, we'll find out. It looks pretty likely that this Lugia can be retreated, and there's going to be a knockout. You take the card out of the deck, thin down as much as possible. Sure, let's play down the Chinchino, and you play the research and you go for it.
All right, this is going to be game 7 cards off of Professor's Research to find double turbo, Jet, get the knockout on Charmander.
Do it. Just throw. No, throw the research. Come on.
Please research.
We're playing slow.
But he attached for turn, so if he finds Jet.
Yes, Skarzik, you have correctly identified the error. That is a double turbo. That is a Jet energy. That is another double turbo. All of those resources would have just won the game. That is no longer the case. But we're okay. There's still 3 prize cards remaining on the other side.
But I'm so worried, Kyle, about Hero's Cape.
I don't love this either.
I have to be the one to say that the research and just win. the outs are there. Jake Abrams is he's deep in the pot right now, thinking about these lines, and sometimes you're tunnel visioning so much about how you can stay alive, how you can keep these attacking threats going, that you don't see the win right in front of you. Even now benching a Snorlax, another Pokemon potentially to be stranded in the active spot.
We got Jet Energy now. We're good.
And then, yeah, just going to be a pass.
If Raymond finds a way out of this, I'd be more than impressed. So much has to go right in this spot. It has to be the perfect cards. Erie's going to take a look. Uh-oh. Bye.
Yeah, just scoops it up, sees the Jets, sees the double turbos. My heart was racing, Kyle.
Whew. We're going to game 3.
5 minutes left on the clock, and there's unironically enough time for a game to conclude if one player or the other gets off to a very, very bad start.
Yeah. And I mean, it certainly can happen. We've seen Lumineon pass. We've seen turn 2 Charizard. We've seen some crazy things.
Mm-hmm. And Raymond Long certainly has demonstrated his propensity to be aggressive in this matchup. Taking out the Archeops, and if it goes to a +3 turn scenario, depending on where the turn 0 falls, Raymond Long gets 2 more attacks, and it's just, okay, Pal Pad, put my bosses back in, keep that train rolling, and bully down on that bench Pokemon.
This was a huge turn here for Raymond. Was able to buddy Puffin, get those additional resources in play, get rid of his own Lumineon and take a knockout on the Archeops. Followed through once more with the Archeops knockout and removed all of the energy acceleration. The plan from this point was just attack through these Pokemon. If Pidgeot's able to knock out the Cinccino, you basically seal the game up. Lugia doesn't knock this Pokemon out. Jake does have the Jet Energy and the boss's orders to take that knockout. And from this point, Raymond does not see Ultra Ball, Arven, Bibarel, Charizard with the rare candy in hand, any of these resources, and Raymond can make it a game. Instead, Jacob just continues to show that just simple attacking through is gonna get the job done in that matchup. It doesn't feel great.
Mm-hmm.
It feels really bad when you just don't go for the win.
Certainly, certainly. And as we head into game 3, both players have a lot of adjustments to make. They've seen the decks. Raymond Long knows there's no lost vacuum. The Hero's Cape is going to be fantastic. In game 2, he was really babying that Hero's Cape. After that first Charizard EX was damaged, he knew that the value there was diminished, was hoping for a second Charizard EX to come through and receive that cape. And because he was focused too much on that, didn't attach to Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, we see some pretty unfortunate prize cards for Raymond. A 1-1 piece of 0-1 piece of the Bibarel line, along with that Forest Sealstone, that one-of tool card can be very pivotal to the opening of your set, especially going second, playing that Arven. So we'll see how that works out. Of course, there's just 2.5 minutes, so the name of the game is just play Pokemon onto the bench.
And without Forest Sealstone, this is already the rumblings of a game that can be concluded very quickly if Raymond Long fails to find that buddy Poffin and get a bunch of basics in play. Jake Abrams, meanwhile, starting Lugia V in the active and has Master Ball plus Ultra Ball to get rid of 2 Archeops, and this is a game 3.
That is so good. You can't draw it up much better. Has the Lugia V-Star in hand, has a Professor's Research to go along with it. Could even bench the Minccino if you want to start to threaten later on. You'll have that Pokemon to take some big knockouts, potentially wipe out a Charizard before it's prepared.
Mm-hmm. And I love this setup. That way you can just evolve Lugia V-Star next turn and use Ultra Ball with whatever you happen to top deck before you research. Decides to go for the attach of the double turbo instead. I think this is fine.
Yeah, at this point, it's just apply pressure, hope your opponent doesn't have any way to get Pokemon onto the bench. Remove Charmander and let's get out of here. But Raymond is going to draw a card and try to change that.
Will you change your fate with a top deck of Buddy Poffin?
Arven as well was in hand, so this was bound to happen. He is inevitable, and Cleffa has played down. It's got to be an energy in hand, too. This is a full bench with this Arven into likely another Buddy. And we'll see all the cards from this point. It could have been a really great game 3, but I mean, we got 2,000 other players that are trying to play this game. We got to keep it moving here if we want to end this tournament.
Going to be going down to time. Only 1 minute left. Buddy Poffin, Raymond Long now seeing that there is no Forest Sealstone, the card he really wanted to get, but that's okay. Just thin out the Defiance Band, I suppose.
Nah, we'll save it
Devo.
for later.
Oh, yeah, that's true, because you can just play the Devo, let it go to the discard pile naturally, or save it for Ultra Ball fodder. And there's the attach, as you said, Kyle. Setting up for Cleffa's Grasping Draw attack.
Yep, it's just a great Pokemon to have as a resource when you're in a situation where you have a basic energy to throw away. Everything has 1 retreat cost for the most part in this deck, so you can run away to this Pokemon and draw as many cards as you need. It's going to be up to 7 now. You'll easily have the resources with that rare candy in hand. But
yeah.
2 seconds, 1 second, draws card, and that's time. I got news, it doesn't matter. Plenty of Pokemon will be on the board after the Summoning Star. I think both players will acknowledge that. And it's a little early for a gentleman's agreement, don't you think?
Yeah, it's definitely too many Pokemon in play now to conclude. Jake is turn 0, has the evolution to Lugia V-Star, 2 Archeops already prepped in the discard pile from his previous turn. And just thinking, I attach, and Professor's Research. It's tough to research here first, because you might draw a bunch of special energy, but just wants to see some additional options about where the energy from Primal Turbo should go.
Well, it's no additional Minccino, which would be nice. To remove a Charmander from play, as opposed to that Radiant Charizard, but that just speaks to the value of Radiant Charizard. It can knock out a Lugia V-Star, be a single prize attacker with that Defiance Band and do some work.
When it's not stranded in the active, it loves to wait on the bench and be this looming threat that gets more and more pressure over the course of the game. Normally, you have to wait for 4 prizes to be taken, but with Charizard EX, you can send 2 energy over that way, and it's going to attack way earlier than it can in most other lists. So first Primal Turbo finally happening, Kyle, and Lugia V-Star gets to knock out this poor Cleffa, and we go from there.
Yeah, there's not much other responsibility at this point. You can, I mean, if you're playing to a gentleman's, the answer would be load up Minccino and have the answer to knock out a Charizard. But this looks like it's going to be retreat attack with Archeops and not allow your opponent to have a 2-prize knockout at any point.
And Jake just clarifying where all the energy is coming from. All right, almost went for the double attach there, but I think we're good.
Of course, all this is solely relevant to a gentleman's agreement at this point. There's no way to take this many prize cards, being that we're on, what, turn 0 for Jake? Which happened by 1 second, by the way. It was that close.
Second Primal Turbo now. And I think it's just going to go based on prizes, based on quality of board state. Raymond Long has an Ultra Ball in hand for this Pidgey to come through. Professor's Research had to be the supporter for this turn, so no boss to bring up the Pidgey. Stop the Pidgeot EX Quick Search ability train from leaving the station. But he is following your line, Kyle, just building up this Cinccino and retreating into Archeops.
And if it is gentlemen's, you're taking this single prize card here, then your opponent will likely take the knockout on the active Pokemon. You can promote the Cinccino, try to knock out a 2-prizer, and at that point it has to be Raymond rare candying into Charizard, and boss is ordering up the Lugia or using a counter catcher to get the job done to take a knockout on that Pokemon, or even the Radiant Charizard with a Defiance Band getting the job done on Lugia. You're making your opponent have to do so much more work in this situation to take those prize cards. So I get it. Doesn't feel great to just hand over an Archeops, but mathematically, this is kind of how it works from the spot.
And you know from game 1 and game 2, the Archeops, their days are numbered. So use them as an attacker. The Primal Turbo is already used to build up the next attacker.
Yep.
And yeah,
here you go. I know you want it. just have them. They never stick around for more than a turn anyways.
And I guess all it means is Raymond Long doesn't have to quick search for boss. He can quick search for something else, right? Hero's Cape to try to really stall out this match and prevent Jake Abrams from taking any more prizes from this point.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing happens here for Raymond if he uses the counter catcher in hand to go after the Chinchino. Take that knockout, remove it from play. There is no way to knock out a 2-prize Pokemon in that regard. You're capped at 220 for this turn because you didn't have Minchino in play.
And it is awkward always for Lugia, not just to overcome the first hurdle of getting the Archeops in the discard pile, the second hurdle of having Lugia V-Star in general to use your V-Star power, and then the additional hurdles of having the next chain of Minchino, Chinchino to keep the special role threat alive. And Raymond Long not really needing to play too quickly now. He's turn 1. Can think through this line and figure out, do I even have an attacker this turn? We saw Ultra Ball, but I didn't see Rare Candy.
We saw Rare Candy in the hand before Cleffa.
Okay.
So it's still there. I guess the situation was, can I combine this with Pidgeot? And it doesn't really matter because you're just trying to get all the hit points in play and remove the Chinchino so that you can not give up these 2 prizes.
So Burning Darkness takes down 1 Archeops. There is 3 energy attached to Minchino. So with 1 more Primal Turbo, that's 5. And then an attach from hand is 6. Still coming up short versus the Charizard EX with the Hero's Cape, which I don't think Raymond Long has, so he might be in the clear.
I think it's pretty important to note that if the players figured out to go for a gentleman's agreement walking to the stage of round 8, that's huge. To have that cognizance to understand that this point in the tournament, when all the pressure's on you, you're about to go on stage, that you need to put yourself in a situation where you can earn 3 match points. That's a lot on just showing the caliber of player that we have right here. So
yeah, going for
very
those
cool
wins,
for them to identify that.
Focusing on the points, and this is something that you've always advocated for, Kyle. So
yeah,
they're following through on that philosophy.
Because I don't think we saw them talking about that at all. And sure enough, here we are in a spot where it looks like that is the case.
And Raymond Long does indeed have the Hero's Cape. So this means that he's safe from Chinchino.
We have official wording. They do have an agreement in play. Of course, it means nothing, but I'm assuming everyone's going to stick to their word. So I'm assuming it goes by prize cards. It's typically the way that players have been doing this in the 50+3 era. And this is exactly what you need to do. Hero's Cape, save this Pokemon, remove the only Pokemon that can potentially take this knockout. And it's on Jake to knock out something on the bench.
Yeah, gets 1 card off of Gift Energy. I was curious how many were in the hand.
There's a Serena in hands, but I don't know if we saw balls. But
And
also,
so now
you have to do this with Lugia so that your opponent can't knock out an Archeops and keep it tied. There's a lot going on.
And after taking all of these additional prize cards, Charizard EX.
Has to be Tails here. We're looking for Luminion.
Ooh.
I think that's got to be the play at this point. You're hoping your opponent, since they didn't go after the Pidgeot, is not going to have access to a way to move a different Pokemon. You grab the Luminion, you search the boss's orders, load up this Lugia, knock out one of these Pokemon. I assume you can go for the Radiance or whatever you want to go for. It doesn't matter. Just clear a Pokemon from play. I guess Pidgey would be better. Either way, remove this Pokemon. Hope your opponent doesn't have access to boss's orders.
Let's see it. Has 2 Primal Turbos to power up Lugia V-Star. This is a knockout either way, even if it's with double turbos. V-Guard, Jet, Gift. Didn't really thin the hand down too much, obviously. Might be out of gifts.
I'm trying to figure out if it really mattered between the Radiant Sword and the Pidgey. You're still talking about a Rare Candy and an Ultra Ball in hand, or a Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy whatever. With Rare Candy Charizard, it's different because your opponent would have to have the energies to load up onto the Radiant Sword. Maybe some are prized.
Okay.
Either way, Counter Catcher, that's going to at least get the prize that's needed. And believe that means that Raymond pulled ahead at the end. Or I guess that got us to 4-4.
Because with only 2 prizes taken and then they were even on prizes, so Defiance Band wasn't going to be a factor there, with Hero's Cape especially already attached to the Charizard EX.
Yeah.
We'll see. We have it posted here that Raymond is going to be declared the winner based on their agreement, whatever those clarifications or qualifications they agreed on before.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Raymond. That does mean that Raymond will be in day 2, 6-1-1 record, with the ability to build up on that record even further in round 9, which will be coming up shortly. And on the other side, Jake's not out of it yet. Still has that win-in opportunity in the final round. I mean, it's a long climb up a hill if you want to get to that top 8 from 19 points, but you got to be in it to win it.
And after seeing how potent Raymond's strategy was, taking out those Archeops, just immediately hunting them down, I thought it was just going to be a very, very just one-sided game. But to go all the way to game 3, Jake Abrams was really sticking to his guns and finding these lines, finding these attacks, and this was the key break point. The Archeops just getting hunted, and then Jake Abrams being able to respond and take out the Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, Jake figured it out in game 2, but game 1, you see the scenario once more. Energies placed onto the Archeops that are irrelevant. And you're not loading up that Minccino or Chinchino to have an ability to take a big knockout on a Pokemon, and it just leads to your complete downfall. You see Boss's orders, counter catchers, everything going the other way. Completely flipped on its head this time, where Jake was able to put on a ton of pressure, and we saw the ability to knock out that Pidgeot was all the difference. Remove the ability to find these Boss's orders, and it's a new game.
And I loved him sneaking in those energy attachments onto the Chinchino, saying, I know this Archeops wants to go down, so either this goes down, you stop me from accelerating energy, or you take this attacker out of the running, and I retain access to this ability instead.
We got down to 1-1 after an interesting exchange in the end of game 2, but sure enough, we had a few minutes left, tried to find a resolution, and the players had an agreement lined up. See the knockout there on the Radiant Charizard. It's enough to keep Jake in it.
Yeah.
But at this point, Raymond
has the counter catcher for the Lumineon, and going to pull ahead in prizes there right at the end. And we don't have an interview with Raymond long. That match did go pretty long, so the players are already going to be focusing on the the next stage of play, the next round, so to speak. But we can take a quick look now at some other information that we can scope out. If we have standings or what's going on here. But for the most part, that was a very exciting match when I thought it was going to be one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth in that matchup, it's really difficult to maneuver through. We saw the importance of double turbo energies being played onto Lugia's could be all the difference when you have to incorporate the math of a Hero's Cape. And Raymond was flying around back and forth, going in the deck, trying to find the resources to keep up. I mean, a lot of things had to go wrong in game 2 to not find those resources, but Jake just stuck to his guns and was able to find just enough to get a game 3 out of it.
And with one more round, there is still that opportunity to get into day 2. You want as many wins as possible, as many match points as possible, but sometimes all you need is to break through that threshold and just go on a tear, make top 8, and hope the matchups continue to be in your favor.
Yep. It was, I mean, we've seen 2 Dialgas, we've seen 2 Lugias. These are decks that we were expecting to be at the highest level, but definitely we thought they'd be in the mix. Don't know if it's indicative of how the tournament is going as a whole, but it's certainly been interesting to see, and I'm sure we'll have another great deck lined up for our conclusion in round 9 to see which player will make it through, and hopefully we'll get a win there to see a 19-pointer, which, I mean, what, there's going to be 250 players in day 2? What's it going to look like this time, Skarzig?
250 players fighting tooth and nail. It's just going to be a big pile of optimal Pokemon play. But there is one other thing that we need to sort out. The next round of our community poll.
All right.
The best tool card in this format. Previously, Devolution had one, and Choice Belt is taking the win over Defiance Vest. What do you think about that one?
I agree. It seems pretty good. I mean, Choice Belt has shown that it's just a very useful card, regardless of the fact that, yeah, we're playing into EXs now. it can be so pivotal to maybe a Charizard into a control deck. Just having that opportunity to remove the Rotom and just put a lot of pressure on. So I think it still has a good opportunity. Maybe we just haven't seen very much of the Defiant Fest just yet. But we're going to be taking a look at Forest Sealstone against TM Evolution. Oh, I think you should be on the Evolution.
I love TM Evolution. I think that the ability to get those Pokemon in play immediately allows you to jump out ahead of your opponent, especially in this current format. We've seen on stream especially how slow the early game can be. So if you get your stage 1 Pokemon engines ready to go, then you are taking advantage of those abilities sooner, and it's just a great card you can search out with Arven and use in the early game very consistently. And versus Forest Sealstone, which is very difficult to use optimally because Lumineon V and Rotom V are kind of the only wielders of that in the current format.
Yeah, I mean, it's a debate of, do you want to go fast or do you want to go slow? I want to go fast. Ricky Bobby. We're going as fast as we can out here. And I think that you see that in the decks that are able to use the Forest Sealstone, it is so pivotal to their strategy. Having that Arven to search that out and to find those initial resources. TM Evolution does nothing if you don't have Buddy Poffin. What are you doing? You got to find that. You got to find all these basic Pokemon and get the ball rolling.
Yeah,
we saw
Arven for the Buddy Poffin and the Evolution.
How did you find that Arven? Did you have a Lumineon? Because I did.
You got me there, Kyle. You got me there.
I mean, we've seen TM Evolution in some decks, but I don't think it hasn't made its way onto the stream that often. But there were early iterations of New Age Gardevoir that thought that this was going to be the new way to just load up these Kirlias and start drawing all the cards again. You fall in love and you see 12 cards and you're right back to Tord Rekloff in the finals of the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean,
but it doesn't work. It wasn't happening. Dialga players, they thought it was going to work, and then Andrew Kennett just shows you this great way to go about it without it.
And I gotta still give him his recognition there to say that we think that this might be core, this might be a staple for the deck, but I don't need it. I'm gonna innovate even further. And hopefully our audience at home will continue to innovate. And don't forget to vote and give us your thoughts on, is it going to be Forest Sealstone or Technical Machine Evolution? And also, you can vote on our next community choice match for round 9 of Swiss to bring it all home. So we're going to go to a quick break, give you a chance to rest up and place your votes. And when we come back, we're going to reap those benefits and bring it all home. So see you then.
Welcome in, everybody. I am sitting here with Nick and Dustin, and I have been told they're on a very interesting journey throughout this entire 2024 season. Nick, do you want to tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Dustin and I have been racing for play points this whole season, and for those of you who don't know, a play point you get for participating in a tournament. Depending on the type of tournament, you'll get more play points. For example, a regional, you'll get 3. For an international, you'll get 5. For locals, like challenges and cups, you'll get 1. And Dustin and I have just been racing to see who can get the most play points. It started early out in the season when him and I were consistently going back and forth. And now we're kind of rivals.
Okay, so who's winning right now?
Currently I am. I have, I think, a 6-point lead. But I think Dustin can overthrow me by the end of the season.
How close are you behind Dustin?
It's only a few points. I know Nick has a few large trip planned, like to Africa, so that gives me a couple weeks to catch up. So I figured I'll let him get a few points now, let him think he has a chance, and come from behind.
I love it. Well, we're all very familiar with championship points. You know, the more you get, if you get to 600 as a master, you get a Worlds invite. What do you get from play points?
At the moment, there's nothing. There used to be something for play points. They used to give the top players a promo card. And it seems like they're trying to make them relevant again by letting the Masters under 18 get early access to NAIC registration. But at the moment, there's nothing really. Just a leaderboard there that has no purpose, so we decided to make it have a purpose.
I love that. So, Dustin, y'all are competing for who can get the most play points. You've already said there's really nothing awarded to you. So what was the enticing reason to compete for play points and have fun playing Pokemon?
Well, when I started gathering play points, I was just showing up to like league challenges, league cups. I'm still relatively new to the game, so I was trying to learn. I live in the GTA, so there's plenty of talent all over the place, and the best way to pick up on a lot of that was just play games with them. And once Nick kind of made a deal of it that we were going to try and fight for who was going to be first, then that just kept the drive going to defeat my op.
The competition began. That is awesome. Well, where has this journey taken you? What are some of the lessons you've learned along the way? What are some of the places that you've been?
For me personally, I've been traveling a whole lot. Like I did Pokemon full time, so it's been a whole lot of traveling to event to event to event. This past week, I went from Iowa to Toronto, then Rochester to DC, and now to Indianapolis. And I'm just trying to get as many play points as possible. But sometimes I can't hit them all. Dustin has a lot of locals in his area, so it makes it a bit difficult to catch up.
So you're traveling to more of the larger events, and Dustin is locals all day, huh? That is awesome. So why would you encourage someone to do what you all are doing? Like, what are some awesome experiences you've had from doing this journey?
Honestly, the more playing Pokemon, the more you learn. So it's more about like trying to get the experience and trying to meet new people for me personally, and it just has been a blast. Like, the whole experience has allowed me to accelerate my skill because I've only been playing for about a year and a half, and I feel like I've learned so much, and now I'm super close to an invite due to all the events I've been to and all the mistakes I've learned along the way.
That is incredible, and I heard you're kind of setting a new high score in play points?
Yeah, the high score I think was set by Caleb Gedimer in 2018 with 154. I'm currently at 152, so I'm about to break that. I think I should end the season with about 170 plus.
Wow, well that is a huge feat. Congratulations to both of you all. This is a very unique journey, and you're doing it really out of just wanting to play Pokemon, and that is so wholesome. I love to see it. Is there any quick shout outs y'all want to give before we sign off and get back to the Pokemon action?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Kayfabe Cards and the Shuffle Squad. Thank you.
I'd like to shout out all my friends in the GTA who've helped me learn to play the game, and Kansas Games for helping me do this journey.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for the interview. I appreciate it. You guys should log in and check how many play points you have, and maybe you can jump on this journey next season as well. Thank you so much. Back to the Pokemon action.
Trading card game juniors and seniors.
I first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he like convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I like won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I like started being excited about the game. Like I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. I like Japanese culture, and that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I've started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you play.
And with that, Yuho Kalama.
So my favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My number one goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Well, the games have already begun here in Indianapolis. Just one final round remains before we determine which players will be continuing on to the second day of our regional championship competition. So many trading card game players out there with hopes of coming away as a champion. Ultimately, it will only be one person wearing the medal at the end of this event. Well over 2,500 players entered, and we're going to whittle it down to quite a bit less than that here in this last Swiss round. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Pablo Tablemon Meza. We're going to be taking you through Swiss round 9. And yeah, this is what it's all about, you know, last chance to keep fighting for many players. They're trying to earn just a couple more match points to make their day tomorrow a bit easier, but for a lot of players, it's winning in time. Last chance to get into day 2, otherwise your tournament run is over.
Winning in, however, if your day's over for today, there's plenty of Pokemon action happening tomorrow. I know there's so many different side events that you can participate in, whether your day's over today or you're just joining in us tomorrow. I think there's plenty of Pokemon to go around here, Chip.
Yeah, without a doubt. There's tons of side events, some GLC. I know there's another retro event happening tomorrow as well. Lots of opportunities and ways to enjoy the Pokemon TCG, more so than just the main event itself. And that's what I love about these regional championships these days. It feels more like a celebration of Pokemon than even just one single tournament.
Yeah, I remember back in 2006, right? The retro tournament, it was just like a small area, right? Nothing compared to what we have today. I mean, tournament, maybe a couple side events going, but that was pretty much it. And now it really feels like every aspect of Pokemon is happening at the same time here.
Yeah, I mean, we have side events happening that are larger than old regional championships used to be back then, right? I think at NAIC last year, there was like 300 players in the GLC side event.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's a whole massive tournament in and of itself.
That's bigger than some regionals we've had this season, too.
Yeah, in different parts of the world.
Let me ask you a question, Chip, all right? This is like when you go through a job interview and whatnot, there's some mental gymnastics for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
How many Pokemon cards do you think are in this room right now?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, each player, 2,500 plus, has 60 cards in their deck at minimum, right?
At minimum.
At minimum. People have trade binders, right? I know over at the First Steps area, they've got piles of cards for people to come try to build their first ever Pokemon deck. You've got the vendors over there that are selling cards to our players. Yeah, that's not a number I can even, I'd have to, you know, jot some things down, try to map it out.
I know.
Hundreds of thousands easily.
Yeah, I agree. I would venture saying 500,000 Pokemon cards are in this room with us right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair bet. Let us know what you think. And speaking of the audience letting us know what they think, we've got our community vote happening throughout the weekend. What is the best tool card in the format? And I think it's no surprise that in top 8, Forest Sealstone was able to take down Technical Machine Evolution. TM Evolution is great, but Forest Sealstone, I would say probably the favorite to win this event.
I would agree. Forest Sealstone, just so fantastic, right? Any card you need at any given moment, it's just too powerful. It's really, really good. And, I mean, we have a whole, like, if you want that sort of effect, you need to set up a whole stage 2 in order to accomplish it. So, Forest Sealstone, I would agree. I think between Forest Sealstone and Technical Machine Evolution, that's where the audience might be more divided.
Yeah, and that's the finals, I think, that is favored to happen, but we're not going to call it just yet. We got one more top 8 community vote to happen. We'll have the semifinals as well. We'll figure out what the 4 best tools in the format are, and eventually tomorrow, not only will we crown a regional champion, we will crown a best tool card in the format champion as well. Let's take a look at our tournament at hand, the standings going into Swiss round 9. We've got a pair of players at 8-0. Andrew Mahone with his Chien Pao Baxcalibur deck. Mr. Tricky Jim himself is going to be playing up against Andrew Hedrick in this final round. We did see Andrew earlier on in the day playing his Origin form Dialga V-Star, and I think on paper I would probably favor Dialga a little bit in that matchup, but I actually watched the end of Swiss Round 8, and Mahone was able to defeat a player using Origin form Dialga, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I think a big thing in that matchup is whoever goes first has a possibility, if you're Dialga, to evolve your Beldums into Metang and protect them from Radiant Greninja, or as the Chien Pao player, you can snipe those Beldums before they let the Dialga player accelerate too many energies on the board. But yeah, a lot of really familiar names here. Jackson Ford as well up there. We have Michael Meal, Ethan Heggie, Kieran Farah as well. Caleb Rogerson, I know you're a big fan of him as well.
Yeah, Caleb's a player from my area. I've known him since he was a junior division player, so it's always really cool to see him succeeding in the Pokemon TCG, to see how much he has grown. He has continued to dominate in day one of these Masters regionals. You know, he's a younger player, just his second year in the Masters division. Hasn't really converted as many of those into top 8s as I think he would want, or I think that he knows he is capable of. But yet again, 7-1, an excellent start. Grant Shin, another great player there. The CEO of Chien Pao, many would say, showing that that deck is still really strong. And there, I mean, looking at this list, we recognize a lot of the players, but there's a bunch of them that are actually playing Chien Pao, a deck that seems like it's dominating this event.
Yeah, we've talked about how Charizard is at the center stage of the format, and Chien Pao is probably the best answer to it, along with being stable enough for the rest of the format. So no surprise that people are going out of their way to play decks that have a good matchup against Charizard here.
And this is just the top 16 players. There are going to be a couple hundred players in day 2, most likely here at this massive tournament. So still anyone has a chance to take this whole thing down, but these players have definitely put themselves in the best position thus far. They've all already locked up a spot into day 2, and every match point you get at this point is just trying to make it a little bit easier to get to that top 8.
Now, speaking of match points, Chip, if future Chip finds himself in a situation where he's 6-2,
sure,
going into the last round, what do you think future Chip would do at that point?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what future Chip is playing, what he's playing against. But, you know, if I don't know what I'm playing up against, it's such a tough call. It's really easy to sit back and say, I want to go for the win, get a win in this round, put myself in a better spot to win the whole event, to make top 8. But when you're in that situation, when you're sitting at 6-2, it feels really tempting to just take the tie, chill a little bit to end the night, and then play some more Pokemon in the next day, tomorrow. I will say, in a regional championships a long time ago, in Greensboro back in 2018, I think it was, maybe it was 2019, I ID'd the last round at 6-2. This was before events were quite as large as they are now, so it was a little bit more commonplace to just ID the last round. I did think about playing it. That discussion was still prevalent at the time. I chose to take the ID, and then in the next day, I had an okay day, but ended up losing a couple matches. And I finished bubbling at 33rd.
Oh,
so
no.
right under the 32nd place player, meaning I walked away with no money and 18 packs as opposed to a booster box, and at the time $250. So maybe a future Chip would remember past Chip's poor experience and just go for the win.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's many factors that go into it, but overall, if you want to have the best chance at getting into the prizes, into the big prizes, want to play it out. But I think there's also a big mental threshold that you can bypass, especially if it's your first time making it into day 2. It's like you're able to get that check mark, get past that threshold, and then you get to play a little bit more confidently, if you will, in future events. So there's definitely merit to both, but with the sizes these tournaments are growing into, it's really harder and harder to justify, which begs the question.
If it is your main goal to win, right?
Yes,
yeah, for some players, it's like they just want to play more Pokemon tomorrow. They also, some people just want to get top 64 to give themselves a better shot at their invite. So everyone's situation is definitely different.
There's also stipends, and as you said, if day 2 guarantees your invite, right, then why not go for it?
Well, this last Swiss round, we did a community choice vote. Let's take a look at our notable matches heading into this round and what the community chose as the matchup here for our Swiss round 9. We see our Orlando regional champion was in the mix here, Liam Halliburton, Jimmy O'Brien. That's an OG name, top 4 at a World Championships, I think all the way back in 2008.
Yep.
Colin Merley Matthews, a player we've seen plenty of times. And down at the bottom here, we see Ryan Sablehouse going up against Samuel Liggett. And I do believe that was the winning match and what our stream match will be here in Swiss Round 9.
You are correct, Chip. I believe our players are getting now ready to get this game underway, as we're in for a pretty interesting matchup, I would say.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. A deck we have not seen yet. And let's go ahead and get down to the stage. These players are ready to get into things here. This is a really exciting one, without a doubt.
Yep, some very unique strategies coming from Ryan. We're going to see some pretty unique Pokemon as we see Pidgeot and Heroescape. This is a control deck.
It is a control deck, and it is going to be going up against Control's probably worst matchup in the Giratina V-Star. And you may recognize that last name there. Ryan Sablehouse is the brother of our comrade Kyle Sablehouse. Ryan is a 6-time regional champion as well, looking to make another deep push here, maybe add a 7th regional title to his list of accolades. And fun fact about these two players as well, they were actually both in the top 4 of the 2013 U.S. National Tournament. Ryan got 2nd place of the tournament. Sam finished at 3rd place at that event. And Sam, for this tournament, is playing the Giratina V-Star deck.
Do you remember how many players were at that national tournament?
Not nearly as many as are at this tournament. It looks like it was less than 1,000, most likely, I would have to guess. So, yeah, quite a big difference from then to now. But yeah, 2 veterans of the game, people have been playing for forever. I mean, Ryan's been playing since like 2005. I don't quite know how long Sam has been playing, but it's definitely quite a while.
Yeah, both very well acquainted with being on the big stage as well, as we see the prize cards, Technical Machine Devolution, 1 Rashgate being prized, and a whole Giratina line being prized as well.
Yeah, not too bad for Sam. He actually does play a 4/4 Giratina V-Star line. That's the thickest Giratina V-Star line I think I've ever seen in any deck. Big deal, though, in this matchup potentially could be the pair of Jet Energies in the prize cards for Sam. That can be a big way to get out of a potential Mawile lock. There's no Snorlax in Ryan's list here. Really similar, I think, to Alessandro Cremascoli's list from top 4 at EUIC.
Yeah, it does feature that Noivern EX, which unfortunately will not be too useful at this point in time. I think Ryan's best answer to the current situation will be having a Mist Energy on a Pidgeot EX along with a Heroescape to try and bypass some of the damage that Giratina V-Star can do. And that Iron Leaf start could be a little problematic for Samuel, as that Pokemon's probably going to get trapped often in the active spot.
Yeah, that's one that could be pretty nice to put down to get out of a trap situation as well, because of its excellent ability. It would allow it to move into the active spots. Not going to be an option since Sam has started with it. And Sam is also starting off our game. He will be going first. Drew his card for turn, starting that Iron Leaves, and immediately leading with a Nest Ball, allowing him to search the deck for any basic Pokemon to put it directly onto the bench. So you, Pablo, have played plenty of Giratina V-Star. I know mostly in the last format, but you're obviously very familiar with this deck. If you're in Sam's shoes, you sit down, you see your opponent's playing Mimikyu, probably a control deck. It could be Gardevoir as well. Yeah. But these players know each other. I have a feeling that Sam probably knows what he's up against here. How do you approach this matchup? How does it differ from your usual strategy?
So a Beast Seeking is basically your best friend. You're able to build up your Lost Zone, activate the Rashgate, and also get some of the Pokemon that could potentially be trapped through an Ericaz, getting them into play into a Lost Zone. So using Giratina, which you know is not really threatened until perhaps the very end by a Radiant Charizard, is the ideal. Now, any other Pokemon you end up benching, any Comfey, any Greninja, to try and get more cards is or becomes a liability. So focusing on the Giratina, conserving your resources in terms of energy, the Jet Energies especially, and your switching cards becomes very, very key.
Yeah, and Ryan is not pumped, if you can hear the players here. Ryan saw Sam Nest Ball for the Giratina and immediately was like, oh man, like really hoping that was not what we were going to be seeing here. He knows that he is going to be having a tough time more than likely. On Ryan's side, he is going to kick things off, has a Nest Ball, has some options. We'll probably see the Rotom come down in order to draw some cards with the Instant Charge. That's the name of the game in the early stages for Ryan Sablehouse. On his side of the field, you're up against possibly your worst matchup in Giratina V-Star. What do you have to do as Ryan to try to find a way to win this game? What is his main strategy going to be?
Now, trapping something in the active, of course, with Mawile could be very key, but Bouffalant. Bouffalant is the name of the game, using its attack to Lost Zone even more energies. Each time you attack with it is going to be very important, and you can Thornton into it as well. So anytime your opponent chooses to Lost Impact your Pidgeot, for example, you can then Lost Headbutt away an extra energy and hopefully run them out of energies that way. So I'm sure Ryan knows that as a control deck, this is your worst matchup, but certainly should have a plan against it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that separates the best players from mediocre ones. Some people would just see a bad matchup and immediately write it off and think, oh, I just have no way to win. Ryan is going to play to his outs as best as he can. He knows it's a tough uphill battle to fight, but he's going to do everything he can to come away the victor in this last round. Both of these players at 5-2-1. It is win now or your tournament run is done. A pair of Nest Ball will be played. It is indeed that Rotom hitting the field alongside a Pidgey, hoping to find a rare candy, along with a Pidgeot EX next turn, almost certainly. And I don't think there's much else here for Ryan in the current hand. Has that Chi EUIC. That can be an option later on. Potentially, if Sam only has a couple cards left in deck, you could use that a couple times to get through the end of the game.
Yeah, that's another option. And one final option Ryan has as well is trying to use Radiant Charizard, like lure Samuel into a false sense of confidence where Samuel's taking prizes left and right, and then Ryan can potentially use a Radiant Charizard with a Defiance Band to be able to increase the damage by 30, combined with an Iono to take away Sam's resources, and then be able to actually take 6 prizes to win the game through the use of the Radiant Charizard. So that's going to be a pretty interesting choice if we see it.
And we are going to see the aggressive benching of the Chi Yu, which is pretty interesting. It does have that Flame Surge attack, so there's a chance Ryan's plan here is just going to be to take a couple prize cards on that Iron Leaves, force Sam's hand, force a Lost Impact, and then from there go with the Bouffalant, from there go with Radiant Charizard. I think Ryan's strategy in this game may actually be to take all 6 prize cards.
Yeah, that might be his best path to victory. Doesn't know exactly how many Jet Energies and switching cards Samuel plays. And the standard had been in this format 3 Jet Energies, but Samuel is playing 4, 2 of which are prized. But unless Ryan has the exact information on the 60 cards, I think you would assume between 3 and 4. So all of this factors into each player's decision-making as we go along.
We are going to see that Radiant Greninja being put into play aggressively. Sam, while it might be a little bit of a liability, something that could get stuck, Sam does kind of want to put on the pressure a little bit. You don't want to just sit back and give Ryan forever to set up. So I think that's the reason we're seeing that Pokemon be put into play, using concealed cards, drawing a couple more, but doesn't look like there's a way for Sam to pull off the Abyss Seeking. No energy attachment at all, and he will just pass over to Ryan.
No energy attachment, no switching card, and that is the problem with starting that Iron Leaves, possibly the worst starter that Samuel could have gotten, because now you can't take advantage of the ability, right?
We are going to see Ryan have a pretty solid turn here using that Pokegear 3.0. He was able to look at the top 7 cards of the deck, found an Arven, which is going to allow him to search the deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool card, adding them to his hand. With that Rotom V already in play, it makes sense for Forest Sealstone to be one of the choices, and Rare Candy immediately being played as the item grabbed into Pidgeot EX. Quick Search is online. Ryan has access to any card in his deck.
Now, one weakness that Giratina has is you build up your hand with Colress and Abyss Seeking. You know, as the control player, you know your opponent is keeping the good cards, right, that they need, and that's when Airy can come and hit those Mirage Gates, hit those Super Outs, which are so, so crucial.
Yeah, maybe Ryan's strategy is going to just to be aggressive with Eerie next turn, maybe just start hitting Sam with the Jealousy Singe, hope to hit some good cards. If you mill a couple of energy cards, that could be pretty strong, and I think we're going to see that quick Chi Yu attack. If he had a Fire Energy, he could take the knockout, but this is going to be the strategy. Let's get rid of a few cards, and a Jet Energy is hit.
2 energies, one of the 2 remaining Jets as well. That's a really big deal.
Sam not pumped to see that. The draw for turn is the counter catcher. That's not something that's useful. Colress's Experiment allowing him now to look at the top 5 cards. Does find a couple of energy and a switch, but another Colress. Not great to find right now. This is looking pretty awkward, honestly, for Sam. He does have the Abyss Seeking lined up, but he is going to have to lose a couple of good cards here, one of those being the Psychic Energy.
Yeah, that is the last Colress available. There's one in the Lost Zone, 2 have been played, and this switch is being utilized to a B-Seeking, not to take a prize card and not to attack. So combined with the Jet Energy in the discard pile, immediately Sam down 2 very valuable resources that Ryan will surely take advantage of.
We will see one of those Giratina V be evolved up into the V-Star. Abyss Seeking now will be used from Sam. Looking at the top 4 cards, we'll send 2 to the Lost Zone. Iono and Cramorant going down in favor of keeping a switch, and I think it was an energy card. I think the Iono is something that, it's actually the Sableye.
Sableye, yeah.
I think Sam probably would have liked to have kept the Iono hanging around, but just was forced to hang on to the Sableye here. What do you think of that?
I mean, Sableye can be important in some situations, but I'm not a big fan of like that Iono to replenish your deck.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, to replenish your deck, to attack your opponent's huge hand size, most likely that's going to be building through the use of Rotom and Pidgeot continually. Yeah, I really value that Iono a lot in this particular matchup.
Ryan does use Quick Search on Pidgeot, searching for any card, and it looks like Eerie was the choice. Also using that Forest Sealstone, Star Alchemy, V-Star Power in order to get an additional card here, and I believe that was the Hero's Cape.
Now, Sam, because he's trying to fit that 4-4 Giratina line, right? Those 4 Jet Energies, there isn't a copy of Lost Vacuum. And that means this Hero's Cape will stay throughout the whole game and actually puts the Chi-Yu out of range of a Lost Impact.
And Ryan says just hand it over. That's a large hand to be working with. A pair of Super Rod being found, and those are the cards that Ryan is going to discard immediately. We see yet another Super Rod in this hand, also a switch. And I think this is going to be Ryan's strategy. No prize cards being taken. He can't use Counter Catcher to try to stall something active with the Mawile. He's going in with Chi-Yu, being aggressive and forcing Sam to find an answer.
Indeed. 2 more cards hitting the discard pile. 2 more energy, Chip.
The 4th and final Jet Energy as well, with 2 of them being in the prize cards. That's bad. That's really, really bad
That's
here
really
for Sam.
Bad. Now,
he's done nothing this game.
Yeah.
He's Abyss Seeking'd once. He's put on no pressure. This is where Control can just kind of jump ahead in a game without even ever having done anything. Usually as Control, you hope for your opponent to jump ahead, and then you try to fight back from there, use your come from behind cards, the Defiance Vest, you know, your Counter Catchers, whatever you may need at any given time. But Ryan has found a way to be really aggressive with this Chi-Yu, and it's really paying off.
more energies found, and a second Iono hits the Lost Zone. No Mirage Gate, so even though we're at 8 in the Lost Zone, there's no way to take advantage of that. This concealed cards needs to be really, really big, and no double Comfey.
That's not helpful at all. Those two Pokemon are pretty useless, to be honest, at this point. Is it going to be Abyss Seeking again? Do you even want to Abyss Seeking whenever your deck just has good cards left in it?
Now, Ryan does have the information that there's still a switch, a Super Rod available in Sam's hand. I guess that's another switching card being utilized. But if Ryan can recycle that area that's in his discard pile, he can get 2 more valuable resources. And I don't know, if I'm Sam, I think I would like to just be like, okay, this is a good matchup. I just need a better start. Let's go to the next game as we see the third Iono hit the Lost Zone.
Yeah, this is a very unique list from Sam. There are 4 Iono in this list. He's definitely got a unique build of Giratina here, and it's gotten him to this point to be at the win end. But it is a really, really tough position he finds himself in now. Using that third copy of Super Rod, I mean, you might as well use it right now. You know your opponent has access to Eerie if they want it. So use it now to ensure that you are not going to lose that card and not get any value from it at all.
Yeah, better to have 3 energies in the deck.
And he actually does play 4 Super Rod as well.
4 Super Rod.
Look at this list, Pablo. It is 4, 4, 4, 4, like so many 4-ofs. Way more than you're used to seeing in a Giratina V-Star deck.
Yeah, which obviously helps with consistency. However, does it hurt in the utility, right? In those situations where you need to Lost Vacuum. Yeah, that Hero Escape, the versatility that you have. is it worth it, the consistency over the versatility? I think it's a very fine balance.
Sam is trying to use Star Requiem, and he only has 9 cards in his Lost Zone.
Yep. 9 cards, can't V-Star. So... Uh-oh.
Yep.
Need to flip back over. Yep.
Yeah, can't. It's not even a legal attack to announce. Yep. Cannot use it unless you have the 10 cards in your Lost Zone.
And now Ryan could search for that mist energy, attach it to the Chi-Yu, and essentially make it invincible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it doesn't ever go down in one hit in that instance. That seems pretty solid, honestly, for Ryan. He does just play the 1 copy of mist energy, so I guess there is a risk where if you're putting it on your Chi-Yu, that means it's not going on your Pidgeot.
I mean, with 3 pennies, I think you're feeling pretty good. And yeah, I mean, that guarantees at least 4 more cards into a discard pile with your Chi-Yu before you can penny and then do it all over again, right? I think Samuel really needs to find a boss's orders or his prime catcher to chase down this Pidgeot and then combine that with a potential Iono into a knockout of the Chi-Yu. But if that Chi-Yu gets the mist energy, it's going to be really hard for Samuel to take it down.
Ryan's actually going to go grab the Bouffalant here. It is a pretty solid option. You mentioned it earlier on in this game with its Lost Headbutt attack. That attack does cost 3 energy, however, so if you find yourself in a matchup that you want to use the card, you have to bench it preemptively, which is not usually a great strategy for Control. You usually want to, you know, bench something and use it right away.
Yep.
But it's just not an option for Bouffalant. You have to have it in play for a turn to try to power it up, and Ryan thinks that's the play right now.
Yeah, the only way you can accomplish that is through Thornton, that is played in this deck list, but of course then you need to discard the Bouffalant first, so it's not very straightforward. But I think Ryan's pretty fine. Like, if Samuel dedicates a whole Lost Impact or the Star Requiem to knock out a single prize Bouffalant, which then you can bring back with Superrod, I think you're pretty fine with that trade.
Jealousy Singe coming in once again. 2 more cards from the top. Another 2 energy cards. Ryan's hit rate on energy in this game is just disgusting, to be honest.
That's 6 out of 6 energies discarded. That is crazy, along with the 3 super outs gone. Like, the one resource that you want to hit and get rid of is energies, and Ryan is doing that perfectly.
What a game this is. This is, I mean, you could play this matchup 100 times, and I don't think it would go this way twice.
I agree, Chip. The odds of that happening so often are minimal, and I really think Sam just needs to say, you know what, on to the next one. There's no way he has enough resources. He did top deck the boss's orders to chase down the Pidgeot, right? Which is step 1, possibly, but that's 2 more energies that will be gone, or the V-Star gone.
Yeah, and actually can't even use the V-Star. He doesn't have a way to get. He doesn't have any way to get another card in his Lost Zone. He's, I think, down all his Colress right at this point. It's going to be 2 Grass Energy now being Lost Zoned as well. Let's see how Ryan approaches the situation. Now, this is a scary spot to be in as a Control player. Pidgeot is pretty important to the deck's strategy, so Ryan will probably want to try to establish another one if he can. What does he have here? We know he put that Eerie on top of the deck last turn with Silene.
Now, the knockout does activate Counter Catcher as well to potentially trap the Iron Leaves once again, as you Jealousy Singe. Now, another important thing to mention is both of these Giratinas are evolved, and the Cramorant is right here. Therefore, the Mimikyu could also be a potential hurdle for Samuel to have to get through, as long as there's no more V-Star left, which I think Ryan is probably going to encourage.
Yeah, that is absolutely a very good point here. That Thornton is found off the Pokegear. That's a way that we could see Pidgeot come back into play at some point as well. Swap that Rotom for a Pidgey. Looks like Eerie will be the move. Sam's going to lay the hand out here. Counter Catcher, Mirage Gate, and Nest Ball are the choices. Mirage Gate's definitely the one going down. Counter Catcher doesn't seem super strong, so Ryan's happy to leave that in Sam's hand.
Well, if you ever end up at taking knockouts with Radiant Charizard, I feel like there's more value to the Counter Catcher than the Nest Ball, but it's probably pretty limited at this point, and Ryan is more than likely trying to just deck Samuel out at this point. Now, I am puzzled by bringing up this Giratina instead of the Iron Leaves right here.
Yeah, Ryan does know that there was a Jet Energy in the hand, so he knows Sam is probably going to be utilizing that this turn regardless. But yeah, I think that's a good point. The Iron Leaves is definitely much less threatening, especially since there is still that potential now with a couple cards being added to the Lost Zone. There is that potential of Star Requiem. And Sam is actually going to use concealed cards to discard the Jet Energy.
Did find a Mirage Gate, but does Sam have enough energies in the deck? Needs a Psychic available.
Has a Grass in hand, so all he needs is a Psychic from deck.
There is a
right.
Water and a Psychic, so that counter catcher onto the Giratina instead of the Iron Leaves could prove a little costly for Ryan here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's pretty interesting to see that was the case. Well, Sam's thinking about where to place the energy cards. Looks like it will be both onto the active, and we can see the Grass Energy be attached from the hand as well.
Yep, the Prime Catcher is available as well for Sam. I do think there's like one switch left over, so if Sam is able to chase down this Rotom next turn, that could be how he ends up winning this match.
Yeah, I mean, he is just a couple of knockouts away from being able to close things out here.
Nope, and this is where Ryan's searching for that Buffaland. Ooh, pairing this with that Iono, that's so huge here.
The fourth Iono coming in so clutch. The other 3-1 already in the Lost Zone. Ryan will still have 6 cards to work with. Sam only gets 4, but he will be combining this with a KO for 2 prize cards.
No Prime Catcher, but it's getting very close. There's that last switch left as well, so could potentially find the pieces, and now the Thornton is at the bottom of the deck chip. Ryan needs to penny up this Rotom, otherwise it could be game over.
Now that Mimikyu is also an option, like you mentioned earlier. Now that all those Giratinas have evolved, now that the Cramorant is in the Lost Zone, there is still the Sableye hanging around, so that's something to potentially consider. And you can see here, I mean, Ryan's had a pretty solid start to this game, but he's still not in a great spot, to be honest. We were kind of talking about should Sam concede, but now at this point, Sam feels like he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think Ryan opened up the door when he didn't attach that Mist Energy to the Chiyu. Now, you could attach the Mist Energy now to the Mimikyu to prevent Sableye from taking you down, and it can only scratch then. And Ryan does have the Mist Energy and the Penny to pick up the Rotom. So we could see that as the play that Ryan goes in order to try and squeeze the most resources out of Sam this turn.
Yeah, and does Ryan play the Defiance Vest? I actually don't see it in his list, so
no Defiance Vest.
He would have to find an answer to the scratch eventually, which is kind of funny, but and he is going to identify that Rotom is his immediate lose condition. I was thinking about it at least.
Yep, reconsidering. Probably thinking about establishing another Pidgeot as well, but then that becomes a 2-prize liability. So Ryan went from a very commanding lead to now this awkward situation here.
Does play the Hisuian Heavy Ball. There were no Pokemon in the prize cards, so nothing that Ryan has to worry about there. We know that he has the Artisan in hand. He was debating playing that. Could maybe grab out the Mimikyu if he thinks that's a good option, but I think Sam still has enough outs to that tempting trap that's not a great play right now.
Agreed. I wonder what the plan is here for Ryan, and I'm gonna make a wager chip that this top card is the Prime Catcher.
Oh man, that would be a pretty crazy call, Pablo. We'll see if that is the case. Ryan is hoping that even if it is, that getting this Rotom out of play will mean that he doesn't have to worry about that too much. And yeah, the Mist Energy on the Mimikyu could be a good option. We're gonna see Artisan being utilized now, probably to grab a Pidgey out of the deck.
Yep. That will, if we don't see the Mist Energy attached, that does open up the door for Sableye, right? To take 2 prizes on the Mimikyu and the incoming Pidgey, or not.
The debate is happening right now in Ryan's head, and he actually is going to go with the Mawile, setting up to try to lock the Greninja active potentially, or that Iron Leaves EX.
That missed energy chip. Does that ever get played at this point?
It's going to be a pass. Oh, no, he's asking how many cards are in hand. He's thinking through it, and it will be the pass. And you were right, Pablo. The top card was indeed
I know my
the prime
chip.
catcher.
I know my Ionos.
I think that was a pretty good odds bet, to be honest. We knew it was in the deck, and we know the bottom cards were from the Iono. There wasn't a prime catcher, but it's okay. You know, we'll let you have this moment.
Or I'm a psychic Pokemon. One of the two.
Artisan being used now for Sam. He'll search the deck for any basic Pokemon that does not have a rule box to put it directly onto the bench.
No Super Rod available, though. I believe that is still prized. Therefore, Sableye is actually not an option at this point in time. So there's no way to bypass this Mimikyu. And there are 2 Ghost effects left for Samuel. The Prime Catcher and a Boss's Orders, which I think is also prized. So this is going to be a difficult game to close out after that penny on the Rotom for Ryan.
Yeah, I think what Sam probably has to do here is Prime Catcher, one of the Bouffalant or the Mawile. Jet Energy, this Giratina back to the active that has all the energies on it. Lost Impact, discarding, or Lost Zoning the Jet Energy, and then also the Psychic Energy on that benched Giratina, and then set up to Lost Impact for the win on the next turn. That probably is going to be Sam's best play.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty reasonable. And then you know your last 2 prizes are Boss or Super Rod. So as long as, no matter which one you get, right, you can most certainly win with either or. Because then you can use Sableye to KO whichever Pokemon doesn't have the missed energy, or you can Boss the remaining Pokemon. And Sam does have that last switch as well available. So just enough resources to close out this game. There's the Jet Energy that we were mentioning, Chip.
Now, I think for Ryan, the question is going to be, can you maybe like penny so that only the Mimikyu is in play and make it work from there, hoping that Sam maybe doesn't play a 4th Super Rod or prize the 4th and final Super Rod. And we see actually Boss's Orders in the last prizes, and I think it was a Giratina V taking off the prizes.
Where's the last Super Rod?
Yeah, it may. Oh, it's here in the Lost Zone. One of the very first cards Lost Zoned.
So without grabbing that Boss's Orders, I think Sam's only option now is hoping, exactly, that the Mawil's in the active, that there's no more switching cards, that Ryan thinks there's no more switching cards, and Sam is able to use the last switch to win the game.
Ryan does have Arven for counter catcher. And yeah, he's just going to cross his fingers that switch is not available. Here we go, Arven. This is going to be Ryan's play, and I think he's going to get some bad news next turn.
Bad news indeed. That Mimikyu could have become so clutch, right? Which is not usually what you expect when there's a Shred attack, when there's the Star Requiem available, when there's Cramorant and Sableye as well. But Mimikyu seems like could have been the hero, but I don't think Ryan is going to go for that play.
Yeah, with this Mawile being sent to the active spot, it seems unlikely. We're just going to try to Tempting Trap and cross our fingers that there's no switch available anymore. And I think Sam's got everything he needs in the hand. That Giratina's already powered up. It's just got to be a switch, and that is all. Just waiting for Ryan to announce the attack, and right away we'll show switch available. Lost Impact with Giratina. Sam Liggett goes up game 1.
Yeah, Sam definitely had both the switch and the boss. If Ryan had promoted that Mimikyu, then we would be talking about a different winner, Chip. But barely getting there. What a game.
Yeah, what a game indeed. Something that I don't think we could have predicted going into this one. The aggro Chi-Yu. You don't see that happen too often.
The 6 energies hit. Like, I definitely gave up on Sam's chances after I saw 6 energies, including the 2 jets.
And honestly, as Ryan, that's got to feel so tough. You already are up against such a tough matchup on paper. You have a great start. Your opponent doesn't have the aggressive start that you dread as this archetype. Your opponent starts a bad Pokemon for themselves. They take forever to get up to the Abyss Seeking, and you just start hitting the best cards possible off Jealousy Singe, and yet somehow you still are unable to close out the game.
Yeah, we even saw the failed V-Star, right, with only 9 cards in the lock zone instead of 10. And I think this speaks volumes as to how powerful Giratina is and how good of a matchup it has against Control. It just has all the tool cards, right? Single price Pokemon to deal with Mimikyu.
So many switches.
Bypassing effects, so many switching cards. A self-sustaining attack that you can use with your attacker that's very safe. So it's just a recipe for disaster for Control usually.
We'll see if Ryan can make some adjustments here. Try to find a way to win here in this last game. The second to last game, he's hoping at least, right? Get a win here in game 2, send it to game 3. But with the amount of time remaining, I have to think it's pretty unlikely that that he's going to be able to fight back here. We see brother Kyle Sablehouse watching along in the audience. Not a fan of how game number 1 went. Let's see if Ryan can fight back here for game 2 and hope to force a game 3.
Yep, 21 minutes left on the clock. I think as a Control player, like playing 3 games is very rare, right? So being down 1 game, round 9, I don't think, like I wouldn't want to be in Ryan's shoes at this point in time, or Kyle's in the crowd.
Prize cards going out for both of the players. One of the fire energies in the prizes for Ryan, not super great. We do see a pair of Super Rod for Sam. But like we've already mentioned, he plays 4 copies of that card, so
yeah, no biggie, no big deal.
No big deal at all.
The boss being prized once again, but now we see a Giratina start, which is the dream start.
Yeah, worst case scenario for Ryan Sablehouse.
Yep, worst case scenario for Ryan Sablehouse. As we're gonna see, I mean, at this point you also know there isn't like a big threat of Snorlax, so realistically switching around and having Comphase, it's not that big of a deal as long as you're able to conserve some of your switching cards to not get trapped in that late game situation.
Sam's just going to do a quick check of the prize cards. It's always important to know what prize cards you have, know what deck cards are available in your deck so that you can make the most informed decision when you're lost zoning energy cards, whatever you end up drawing into, but especially against Control as well, where your opponent is trying to throw everything at you and you're forced to respond. You want to make sure you know exactly what you have access to so you can make the best play every single turn.
Yeah, and overall it's a very good thing to do in any of your games, but especially with Mirage Gate-based decks, right? It feels awful. It's like the worst feeling ever when you go Mirage Gate and you realize you didn't have the energy in your deck that you needed to pull off whatever play you were trying to do. So especially the Lost Zone decks, they really need to be thorough with their prize checking, especially the energies.
We will see Sam is going to put that Radiant Greninja in play. Doesn't even have a basic energy that he would probably want to utilize right now. I have to imagine you want to hang on to the Jet. You want to make sure you have an energy to start using Abyss Seeking as well, right?
Yeah, I think the Comfey is a much better choice because if you had a basic energy, sure, but the Jet energies are way too valuable, and rotation did take away the 1 card, Sydney, that could attack your energies in your hand. So every special energy is pretty safe. You haven't seen any sort of Temple of Sinnoh from Ryan so far. So those Jet energies are worth their weight in gold at this point.
Yeah, and I wonder if we would see Sam ever go in with the Jet energy on the Comfey right away. I don't know how strong his hand was, if he has a Colress or not.
He does.
Okay.
He does have a Colress. He also
probably
has a
want to
switch.
hang on to this, yeah.
Now, he also has 2 Super Rods in his hand, so the Airy hitting here for Ryan could actually spell trouble for Sam because his other 2 Super Rods are prized.
Flower Selecting will send the Giratina V-Star to the Lost Zone. Not too big of a deal when you play 4 copies of the card. And Ryan Sablehouse immediately drawing for turn. Going to play that Hisuian Heavy Ball, save your mental power as much as possible. And no Pokemon prize, but now he knows exactly what is in those prize cards.
Yeah, I think the biggest card you would miss from this is the Fire Energy, right, that you mentioned. But nothing else is too major. Definitely nothing compared to Sam's prizes.
We will see Ryan use the Nest Ball to search any basic Pokemon out of the deck. Right away, it will be that Rotom V. Very important card for this deck in order to draw cards every single turn in the early stages of the game. And Pidgey will be benched from the hand as well. Instant charge to end the turn, drawing 3 cards from the top. Back over to Sam. Liggett does have Flower Selecting in the active. We know that that Jet energy can bring Giratina back into the active spot, so we can see Abyss Seeking come out. He will start things off with the Nest Ball, getting any basic Pokemon from the deck directly to the bench, and now it will be Radiant Greninja being found.
Yep, I know that Raiden Greninja to add cards to your hand at the cost of energies. I think Sam might be trying to get some of the energies into a discard pile to use the Super Rod as soon as he can before they get hit by the Aerie so that he gets the most out of the card draw and the Super Rods. There was merit, I think, to getting another Comfy to accelerate your Lost Zone, but when you have Colress and the Jet Energy to a Beast Seeking, you're going to have 6 cards in the Lost Zone by the end of your turn. That's a pretty good place to be in if you're a Giratina player.
Flower selecting most likely coming up for Sam. I'm trying to figure out if it's possible for him to get to 7 next turn so we can use Mirage Gate and start using Shred, start taking some prize cards. And it definitely could be, especially with that Colress's Experiment being played right now. That'll add 2 more to this Lost Zone. A bunch of energy cards.
Energies at the top, along with a switching card, along with an Iono. So I think Iono is destined to live in the Lost Zone in this round.
You're just going to find a bunch of Ionos when you play 4 copies of the card, right?
Now, a bunch of switching cards available for Sam, which is definitely very good for him, as we see another switch into hand, which, once again, can be discarded by Aerie. So you're happy, but you're also sad that you keep finding these resources.
That's what happens when you draw a bunch of cards. You find good ones, and sometimes you don't want them in your hand when your opponent has a way to attack them aggressively with that Aerie, for example. Jet Energy will be played to the Giratina V, bringing it into the active spot. Abyss Seeking ready to be used this turn. Looking at the top 4 cards, Sam will get to add 2 of these to the hand, and we'll send 2 to the Lost Zone. Yet another Iono, and a Comfey being the choice card.
Now, interesting decision to bring out the Greninja, but didn't get used, right? So perhaps if that had been a Comfey, then you would already have 7 cards in the Lost Zone with your extra switching cards, and Mirage Gate would be available already without having to switch, and you could start shredding away against that poor Noibat.
Ryan is going to play an Ultra Ball here to search the deck for any Pokemon, adding it to the hand at the cost of discarding 2 cards. I do already see a rare candy, so I have to imagine Ultra Ball here will fetch the Pidgeot EX, get that quick search online, right away putting it onto that Pidgey before even playing the rare candy. There it is. And now quick search will be used. Actually not going to be used just yet.
Yeah, we have a Pokegear that will be played, hopefully finding an Arven, for example. I don't know if Ryan will be able to do the aggressive Chi-Yu this turn, or what he could possibly do at this point. I guess if there's an Arven found, then he can get Nest Ball plus 4 Seal Stone. But no, then he still needs a switching card and a Fire Energy as well to pull it off. So, oof, not the best spot for Ryan as we see the whiffed Pokegear.
Well, at least you can still go get any supporter you want with the quick search, but it would have been nice to get one with the Pokegear and then quick search for something else.
Yep, yeah. There was a shuffle. We're going to see the Pidgeot. And yeah, if you're Ryan, you definitely want to shortcut those shuffles, right? Especially when you're pressed on time.
Yeah, 14 minutes left. Ryan's got to get a tie here. I guess at this point, honestly, Ryan probably is recognizing the situation, knows he probably cannot win, more than likely, but he's going to give us a show here, at least try to play things out. A tie really doesn't benefit either of these players unless they're playing for some championship points. Of course, if you do get the tie, maybe there's a chance you earn yourself some points, get you closer to your Worlds invite. And it will be that Aerie being played. Tons of item card choices. What is Ryan going to get rid of here? A pair of Switch, a pair of Super Odd. What are the choices going to be?
Yeah, I think the Mirage Gate has got to be it, right? Like, that's the one card that Samuel will be able to use. Oh, wow, yeah, that's 2 Mirage Gate. I missed the second one. There we go.
Yeah, normally you want to target those switches, but in this exact situation, getting rid of Mirage Gate is going to mean that it's less likely you're going to be attacked this coming turn.
As Samuel just top decks that Mirage Gate, Ryan's not going to be happy.
Yeah.
I'm sure, like, he's very animated, so I'm sure we're going to see some sort of reaction from him when Sam plays that Mirage Gate.
Yeah, Sam is going to have to switch, so get one more card in the Lost Zone with Flower Selecting. So there's always a chance that he found it off the Flower Selecting.
True.
And it's actually a Colress here as well, and a Psychic Energy. Honestly, I think I'm keeping the energy here as Sam.
I disagree. I think I'm keeping the call risk just to get closer to 10 so you don't have to continually switch and have the Star Requiem available as soon as possible. But hey, there we have it.
That's what Sam is deciding to go with. We'll see if it pays off. 7 cards now in the Lost Zone. That Mirage Gate is a live card to be played. I think we're going to see that come down. There are still energy cards in the deck for Sam to pull out here. Ryan's saying, hey, I thought I discarded that.
Yeah, as we can see, there are 2 right here, but this one will allow Shred to start happening, take down this Noibat, and with no real threat or response from Ryan, you can follow that up with a Lost Impact on the Pidgeot or a Star Requiem on something else. Even a Mimikyu isn't safe, so Samuel in a much better spot than the previous game, and he's already up 1 game chip.
Yes, yeah, this is really lining up pretty nicely here for Sam. Now, I mean, it is a fair point what you mentioned with the Colress being sent to the Lost Zone now. Sam may have a hard time getting into the 10 cards necessary in order to reach for the Star Requiem V-Star power. So we'll have to keep track of that, see if he can get there in a couple turns. He does still have Radiant Greninja available. He went and got that card pretty aggressively. And actually here we're going to see a boss's orders.
Right.
All right, what do we think of this?
All right, denying the Pidgeot, which is what Ryan relies on to pretty much do anything, right? Outside of the Pidgeot, then whatever Ryan can do is limited to the hand, as we see the 2 Jet Energies very smartly sent to a Lost Zone. And now we are at 9 cards once again.
Yeah, this means that Sam just needs 1 more flower selecting. He's got a switch in hand as well.
Yep.
Honestly, this is a pretty solid play, I think, here for Sam. Not something we had quite identified, but he's going with it. It is a little bit more resource intensive. You're down a few more energy cards, but you target down your opponent's most important piece in their entire deck in that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, I most certainly missed that boss's orders in Sam's hand. And Ryan did have the Hero Escape, I believe, that he could have attached to a Pidgeot to prevent this exact situation. Would have given 380 HP to the Pidgeot at that point.
Yeah, he was, playing the odds, thinking he was safe with the couple of Mirage Gate being discarded. And we are going to see the Force Seal Stone counter catcher does bring Greninja to the active. Are we going to see Ryan have to pivot to a Mawile strategy potentially? Where, I mean, we're so early in this game, I don't think that's going to work. Ryan actually has the information that a switch is in Sam's hand currently.
Yeah, and even then, this is where you kind of wish you had a Snorlax available, right? Because then you force the switch or the Jet Energy. Right now, Sam can just attach Retreat, which with 3 Mirage Gates gone, Sam's energy advantage will be severely limited, right, to an energy per turn. But at this point, you're ahead in the prizes, you're up 1 game, you know the clock's running down. You're fine with the Greninja being in the active, honestly.
We do see the Forest Seal Stone being used, Star Alchemy, to find the Arven. This will get 2 cards out of the deck for Ryan, 1 item and 1 tool card. Defiance Band, not going to be super useful. It could be nice for Radiant Charizard to eventually 1-hit KO a Giratina V-Star with that card, but we are pretty far away from that happening. I guess Sam could just take 2 more prizes to get to that point, but to be honest, Ryan here needs a lot of help, and it's going to be Pidgey. He's going to need to establish another Pidgeot more than likely pretty soon.
Yeah, and that Pidgeot could also be taken down after this Rotom for 2 more prize cards and the game, so... Yeah, I think Ryan does have a small opening with that Radiant Charizard being able to take down Giratina, which is the only threat that Samuel has. But I generally think if you recognize that, right, you're in no rush. You don't need to take prizes as Sam in this spot. You can just drop paths, attach energies, get energies on the board, as we see the 4th Mirage Gate being top-decked.
We could see Greninja get in with the attack here, potentially.
Yeah, knocking out Noibat and Pidgey. I like that.
I don't think Sam has the water energy in hand. That would be the one thing that he would need here. And he didn't find it off concealed cards.
Yeah.
That is the 4th and final Mirage Gate as well, so something else to consider.
Yeah, do you want to power up the Greninja? Do you want to power up a backup Giratina as well? Because once those energies hit the board until there's a Bouffalant, right, they're pretty safe. So if Samuel recognizes that this Radiant Charizard is the main threat, is the one way Ryan could run away with this match in particular, then you don't need to attack. And then Charizard's attack costs 3 energies at this point instead of 1, and that's fine, right?
I actually think Sam can get to Sableye here. That's another way you could target down both the Noibat and the Pidgey. He's got a switch in hand. He has Mirage Gate. Nestball can find the Sableye, so we could see switch into the Comfey. Nestball here gets the Sableye. Mirage Gate onto those 2 Pokemon, so you can then retreat into the Sableye. I think that's what Sam's going for.
Yep, you're right, Chip. That Sableye, much more efficient, right, than the Greninja, or less resource intensive, if you will end up using that last Mirage Gate to accomplish it, but that's completely fine. Now, this will open up the possibility for Radiant Charizard to take down the Giratina, as we mentioned, but then you can just place 12 damage counters on the Sableye as well. Now, energy going on to the Greninja, then we can retreat into the Comfey and then use the switch to bring this guy up after we get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. All good.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a minor thing, right? You're more than likely going to have to retreat the energy anyway, but I guess in theory, you know, as Sam, if you use the switch into the Comfey, you know, you Mirage Get the energy to the Comfey. If you Flower Selecting into a switch card, you have the option to use that and leave the energy in play.
Yeah.
But either way, it's going to work out. That's a pretty minor thing, and more than likely, you'd even want to save that energy, I think, or the switch card, I think.
Yeah, and then denying or getting those 2 prize cards, having the Rotom still in play, which can be sniped by the Giratina V-Star. Looking pretty good, but I do have to question, yeah? In a normal game, if you're trying to win, if this was top 4, absolutely you need to do this. But realistically, there's no need for Sam to do this at this point in time.
Yeah, it's maybe a little unnecessarily aggressive, but I mean, you got to take prize cards to win the game, right? And
True.
You know, cutting off Pidgeot is pretty strong.
Yeah.
It worked out last turn for Sam. Ryan didn't have the best turn, and that Rotom is already active, so you don't even necessarily have to boss his orders or something in order to bring it back up next turn.
And now once again, Ryan had both the Heroescape and the Mist Energy to potentially prevent this from happening. So Ryan just not really considering all the risks at this point, or not going out of his way to play extra safe.
Super Rod will put a couple of energy cards from the discard pile back into the deck. Sam trying to ward off any potential Eries incoming, play around that as much as possible. And Lost Mine will be used in order to KO both Noibat and Pidgey here, leaving Sam with just 2 prize cards remaining. There they go. That Noibat being started for Ryan Sablehouse, really hurting him here. And what a prize card to take here for Sam. Boss's orders.
Yeah. Everything was done pretty properly. The attachment was fine. The Mirage Kits was fine. And now Sam does have that boss's orders to chase down this Rotom if necessary. Can Ryan pull off a counter catcher, Fire Energy, Defiance Band, Penny, KO? I think the Fire Energy is the missing piece here.
Yeah, it doesn't have that. One being prized, maybe hurting Ryan a little bit. Seems like there was maybe a disagreement there about if the energy had been attached for turn already, but Ryan was on top of it, you know, really good at keeping track of the amount of energy cards in play. So he knew that Sam had not attached just yet. All was well.
Yep.
Ryan is finding himself in kind of a tough spot here. It looks like it's going to be riding on the back of Mimikyu. It's going to get a Mighty Cape. But is that going to be enough? He does have the Mist Energy.
Yeah, to protect it from Star Requiem, right? And Lost Mine.
Sableye, yep. Now, Sam does still have Cramorant hanging around this game, but actually was that one of the last couple prize cards? Was Cramorant?
Yeah, it's at the very top.
Yeah.
Indeed. But does have Shred, right? Shred is the key thing here. No more Mirage Gates, right? So it's going to take a couple turns to be able to pull off the Shred, but I think you're fine. Once again, Sam doesn't even need to win this game at this point.
Yeah, Sam just needs to make sure this game does not complete, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think there's a pretty decent shot of that happening. Ryan is going to just throw that Mist Energy onto Charizard. And I think that we may see Sam just Star Requiem this Mimikyu this coming turn.
Yeah. Or just plays the 12 damage counters.
Yeah,
right?
that works too.
No rush. No pressure on your resources either, though with the Jet Energy, you can definitely Jet Energy KO. But you do know Ryan has that Defiance Band, right? Your Giratina V-Star could potentially risk. So I would prefer to attach to his Giratina, have both Giratinas available with 2 energies each, and just place 12 damage counters right here. What's the rush?
Yeah, you got plenty of time for sure. Even if this game was to go to +3 turns, like it's at this point unlikely Ryan's going to be able to piece together those prize cards, no Pidgeot being put into play. It really honestly feels like it's all but a formality at this point.
I agree, Chip, as we see an energy hit the discard pile, which with 4 Super Odds, you're perfectly fine with that happening. Yeah, I mean, you get to attach energy to the Giratina, but you have all these options. You can even Iono. Nah, probably not. I mean, if you're desperate to get the grass energy to shred at some point, but
if you want to dig for it in a future turn, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, lost mine, 12 on the active, pretty decent.
I don't like not attaching though. That I think is a big missed opportunity. Not getting the water energy right here, I think would have been pretty good. Yeah.
Ryan just said that's not what I wanted. Drew the double turbo energy for turn.
Yeah, I think as Ryan, you would have really liked to see the missed energy right here, because then you force something out of Samuel, right? Either you get scratched for 20, which like that buys you time, or you force Samuel to power up the Giratina, but it won't happen, so you would be pretty protected.
Now, Ryan does have the penny in hand. He could heal the Mimikyu, but you just send up the Radiant Charizard. Sure, it can take a hit from the Sableye. I guess it can't even be damaged by the Sableye with the missed energy, right? We're going to see Arvin actually is the supporter of choice right now. Does have Counter Catcher potentially available. See the Bravery Charm. All but a hope and a prayer at this point for Ryan Sablehouse.
Yeah, I think even buying some time on the Greninja, there's plenty of energy. There's no Snorlax to trap that Greninja whatsoever, so I think the writing is on the wall here, Chip.
If you are 9th through 64,
he's got the Counter Catcher. Could utilize that, try to force Sam's hand a little bit. They actually will just pass. Sam draws for turn. It is that grass energy.
It is that grass, so could have that Giratina ready to go.
I think at this point for Sam, you just want to put the energy on this Giratina, maybe evolve it as well. Use Lost Mine, KO this Mimikyu, and then either of your 2 Pokemon can knock out the Charizard to close out the game. And it looks like time is being called, and Ryan recognizes the situation. Sam Liggett wins in this win-and-in match to move into day 2.
I think with a Bravery Charm attached to a Charizard, knocking out the Giratina V-Star was not even an option anymore.
That's true as well,
so just have 3 energies on the Giratina V-Star, you're good to go, and you're able to take the last prize card as soon as you knock out the active Mimikyu. So I would have liked to see Ryan do like some more powerful walls, with both the missed energy and the Hero Escape, either on the Pidgeot or on the Mimikyu. I think that would have been a little bit more impactful, especially on that first game where there was no more V-Star. Yeah, you just force more out of your opponent.
I have to wonder what would have happened if Ryan had put the missed energy on the Chi-Yu in game number 1,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. It becomes essentially invincible at that point.
Well, Sam is going to feel pretty good about this, getting the victory, especially after a rocky start here in game number 1. We were thinking this looked pretty tough for Sam to find a way to win. The Chi-Yu just kept discarding energy cards.
Yeah, I think that was some resilient play from Sam. I'm pretty sure I would have picked up my cards way sooner at that point, not playing into that smaller chance. But then the doors started opening up, right, for Sam, and Ryan also allowed Sam to potentially make this comeback by not utilizing that missed energy, not utilizing that Hero Escape, perhaps in the right moment.
Yeah, I think Ryan did not prep himself well enough for his Pidgeot to be potentially KO'd in game number 1. You know, he could have been using Quick Search to maybe find pieces to establish another Pidgeot, right? The Thornton Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX. Add those cards to hand, so if that happens, you can establish and get Quick Search online once more. Ryan did not do that. And then in game number 2, that Noibat start ends up biting Ryan as well. It's an extra prize card there for Sam in 1 turn with the Sableye. And after time was called, Ryan knew he couldn't win. You see the fist bump, and Sam moves in to day 2.
Yeah, Gonna feel pretty good when you make day 2 on stream in the last round.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
Yeah, without a doubt. Congratulations to Sam for making that happen with a really unique build of Giratina. We didn't spend that much time talking about what our opinions on this list, but yeah, what do you think about it? We talked about the uniqueness there with the 4-4 Giratina, the 4 Iono. Definitely some unconventional choices. What are your opinions?
I mean, I love the 4 Giratina V as the basic, and I love the games, especially now that we don't have Battle VIP Pass anymore. Most of the time you want at least 2 Giratina V down, and now you only can nest ball for them. So if you play 4, you maximize your chance of being able to bench 2 at once, which is so crucial against Charizard, so crucial in the mirror match, so crucial against pretty much anything. So I really, really like that. And then 4 Giratina V-Star with no way to directly search for them. Like, you don't need all 4, but by playing 4, you're more likely to have it at the right time.
Yeah, finding it early can be really nice to be aggressive with those fast lost impacts, really put the pressure on your opponent. 4 Iono as well is pretty interesting. It just gives you more options whenever you're having kind of slower starts, which Giratina definitely can have, right? Can combine it with a turner. You know you're going to go for an Abyss Seeking, especially with Rotom being such a powerful card in the format, you know, slowing your opponent down. If they were to Rotom up to like a 7-8 card hand, you limit them a little bit, right?
Yeah. Something that I really like is like this standard so far for Giratina is 0 to 1 Iono. So then people can be greedy against Lost Zone decks as well, where they just assume that their hand's gonna stay the same pretty much the whole game until Roxanne is activated, and then I'm sure Sam has been able to surprise a bunch of people with that Iono.
Yeah, and there's definitely a huge benefit to playing unexpected cards in your list, right? So your opponent's making plays based on what the norm is, and then all of a sudden you play the 4th Iono.
Yeah.
They never saw it coming.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like after the 2nd Iono, people would be like, wait, what is happening here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and Sam getting the win over Ryan as well. Kind of a cool story there because Sam actually lost a mirror match in top 4 of the 2013 U.S. Nationals Finals. It was that Aselgor deck that Ryan's Plasma deck did not have a good matchup against.
Okay, okay.
Sam lost the mirror match in top 4 to Edwin, who ended up winning that U.S. National Tournament. If Sam had won that mirror match, he's the one who plays against Ryan in that favorable matchup. Maybe he comes away the U.S. National Champion. Didn't work out for him in that instance, but he's going to have a chance to make a name for himself and really fight through in day 2 tomorrow here in Indy.
Yeah, and why don't we go ahead and hear from Sam himself as we have an interview lined up with him.
Thank you so much, Chip and Pablo. What a great match. I'm here with the winner now into day 2 with a 6-2-1 record here. Sam Liggett, how are you feeling after that match? That was quite an interesting one, huh?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty relieved. Would have loved to have played against a Charizard in the final round. However, it was kind of poetic to play against Ryan. We've had some battles through the years from dating back to, like, gosh, I don't even know, 2010, 2011. So it was special for sure.
Yeah, they were kind of talking about that over the cast, so that's really cool. I wish we could have tuned into those player mics, you know?
There's some interesting commentary for sure.
Well, how did you feel about the matchup? Did you prepare at all for Control?
So I had no idea what Ryan was playing going into it. I'm playing a pretty unique Giratina list. The 60 that I decided on includes 4 Super Rod, which was definitely helpful against Ryan. But I'd never played that matchup before. It was pretty interesting. And whenever you're going against a player at the level that Ryan Tablehouse is, you don't really know what to expect. So I was on my toes the entire match, but I was able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, did you have fun?
I did have fun. Like I said, as long as Ryan and I have been playing Pokemon, like, it really is special when you get to play against someone you've grown up with and, like, played games against so many times throughout the years. So it was good for sure.
That is really cool. Well, you showcased off on stream, was able to take out the win there. You are playing a very interesting list. I saw so many, like, 4 of copies. It seems ultra consistent. Why this list, bringing it to Indianapolis?
So this season, I hadn't played since 2018. I played 2018 Worlds with Volcanion. And then a year ago, I came back and I played Mew for an entire year.
I was about to say, I checked out your page and I saw you're a Mew gamer.
I played Mew for an entire year. I felt really good with it. Obviously, Mew rotated. I really like decks that have a 50-50 chance, give you a chance to outplay your opponent. I felt like Giratina had a pretty 50-50 matchup spread across the board. So I picked up Giratina back when the format rotated. Started with a rough list. Everybody else was on the 3-3 Tina.
Yeah.
I found that I always wanted to start Giratina, and it was a lot easier to find the V-Star. So I went to a 4-4, and I also started with the 2 Roxanne, 2 Pokegear, and I'm pretty confident in the 4 Iono, no Roxanne, no gear. But I've always led more towards just 4 ofs, straight up consistency. Give me a chance to play the game, and we'll see what happens.
Hey, I mean, it got you this far. You're in day 2 now. How do you feel about that? What were your goals for the tournament itself? And now you're in day 2. You're going to celebrate? You're going to go chill? You're going to sleep?
I'm definitely going to have some fun tonight. I'm pretty relieved. Going into the season, I wasn't trying for the Worlds invite. I played 3 regionals. I got 3 finishes. So I'm a little bit late to the game. But I'm in a position where if I have some big finishes here, Los Angeles, and in EUIC, I could go back to Hawaii, and I haven't played in Hawaii Worlds since 2012. So that would be kind of nice to go back. So I'm gonna see if we can get there.
Wow, so you are kind of on a run right now. You're going to try to do your best here in these upcoming tournaments.
That's the goal. Hopefully tomorrow I play some riveting matches. I played against some great players today. Took some wins, some losses. So I really do love the game, so I'm excited to be here and hopefully come out with more wins than losses tomorrow. I'll say that.
That is sweet. So are you going to balance the partying with the prepping then?
Yeah, more so. Here and there. We'll see.
We'll see.
I feel confident.
Well, it was great chatting with you, Sam. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we close out the show here today?
Shout out all my guys. I have a pretty big network. I haven't been playing Pokemon since 2008. So anybody and everybody that's been a part of the journey, all the real ones, you know who you are. Off the top of my head, Dean Nizam, Mike Diaz, Mike Bergerac, Clay Mitchell for letting me stay in his room, Squeaky Marking, we go way back. Anybody from Tennessee, Nashville area, Memphis, Knoxville. It's a pretty long list. I've been around a while, but shout out to all the real ones.
Yeah, that is awesome. What a roster there. Well, I'm sure they're all going to be cheering you on. Awesome interview here, Sam. Hopefully good luck in day 2 tomorrow and have fun tonight as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we are going to throw things back to our casters, but we also have to close out the show and prep for day 2, so stick with us.
Thanks a bunch, Boo. Great to hear from our most recent Day 2 competitor, Sam Liggett, getting in with his Giratina V-Star build. And we'll see if we can take him the distance tomorrow.
Yeah, the distance and get him closer to that invite that he's chasing. I think it's pretty ambitious to get an invite or get like in such a short time frame, but if his play is an indication, I think he can get there.
A couple more regional championships. You've got the international championships that pay out so many championship points. And Sam's someone who's made a deep run at U.S. Nationals in the past. Perhaps he can repeat that at the U.S. International Championships, the North American Internationals later this year. Well, let's recap our meta share from today. If you're just now joining us, it has been a day filled with Charizard EX. We only saw a couple on the stream, but our players in the field certainly faced their fair share of Burning Darkness. Massive 330 HP Darkness type Charizard EX. No surprise that this deck has continued to be so popular.
Indeed, Charizard EX, just such a powerful deck, can take on anything, and it feels like it can adapt to whatever it tends to lose to. We've seen double technical machine devolution to deal with Chien-Pao, along with the Airy. Airy is also useful against Lost Zone Giratina, and you have Heroescape to put yourself out of range of the Cinccino against Lugia. So just overall, it can really do it all, Chip. So I would not be surprised if the meta share for tomorrow looks something very similar to what we're looking at right now.
Well, you know what I don't see on the meta share? Origin Form Dialga V-Star. And you know what went 9-0 today in the hands of Andrew Hedrick? Origin Form Dialga V-Star. Andrew did get the win in the Andrew mirror match over Andrew Mahone with his Chien-Pao EX deck. And it's going to be him leading the way into day number 2. Andrew is a player who has dominated regional championships in the past with 9-0 starts multiple times. I think, I believe this will be his 3rd time ever doing a 9-0 start. I mean, in both of those times that he started 9-0 in day 1, he won the tournament. So we'll have to see. Maybe this is Andrew Hedrick's tournament to take down once again.
I mean, I know Skarsig is a Dialga lever. I'm also a Dialga lever. I didn't predict it for this time around, but I'm rooting for Dialga.
Well, we'll have to see what ends up happening tomorrow. Pablo and I have had a great time taking you through this final Swiss match. Let's get to the lounge with Vu, Kyle, and Skarsig to close out the show.
Juniors and seniors, once again.
Well, Chip, I've definitely had a great time listening to you all, as well as Kyle and Skarsig here with me in the lounge today. You guys have done a fantastic job of casting these matches today.
I appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun.
Thank you. And also, you did a great job with the interviews and talking to some of the other people out on the floor here in Indianapolis.
Who's turning off the lights?
They turned them
We've
on.
been
Now
here.
they're
We've been
off.
here all day. It's been a long day of Pokemon, so we got to skedaddle.
They want us to go home. I'm not done. No, actually, we are done. We've got a couple more minutes for you.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a tireless day here for all of our competitors out in the field. Let's take a quick look at our Swiss standings. You know, we're wrapping up our day 1 here for these players, and this is how things shaped up. As Chip mentioned over on the desk, Andrew Hedrick at that 9-0 undefeated record here on top with Dialga.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressive. We saw Andrew was one of the first matches on stream and was really just running through opponents. You can imagine what it's like when you test so much with the Dialga deck. You're playing with a lot of great players as well to try to make sure that every single card in the list is running perfectly. And I mean, when it works, it works. And you're taking extra turns a lot to get to 9-0.
Oh yeah, that
players
is
are
for sure.
not prepared at all, and to pilot it to such heights means I'm looking forward to seeing him do even more tomorrow.
Well, I'm definitely going to be excited to see how our players, now knowing that's out in the field and what they're going to be going against, choose to prepare for it, or if they even have the cards to counteract a deck like that. So it's definitely going to be a great show tomorrow for our day 2. All of our players on this list here are going to be trying to get through day 2 here in Indianapolis. Speaking of Indianapolis, we're here right at the end of our season in Indiana. Next up is going to be Los Angeles, and there's also several other events all around the globe leading up to New Orleans, where we will have our North American International Championships. And that is going to be one you will not want to miss. But that is just before our World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And I am so excited for those events. But hey, we got to wrap things up this weekend, starting with our day 2 tomorrow in Indianapolis. So make sure you tune in at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Nice, bright, and early for our Pokemon action. Anything else y'all want to say before we close out this show?
I mean, we got a lot of great players there on that list we saw, and of course, upwards of 200 more of them that are going to be trying to fight for the top 8. We're going to be excited to see which decks and which players are going to make it to the top.
Yep, may your Dialga Star Chronos be strong, and we'll take those extra turns when we get back tomorrow for more Pokemon action. I'm excited.
I'll tell you what, if Dialga wins this, Skarsig, you're going to feel real bad not having to put it on your predictions.
It's a reverse caster curse.
Well, definitely make sure to follow along with us in all of our social media platforms. Keep #playing Pokemon, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow.
I hope I top deck something really good.
I need something.
And I will draw for turn, and then Metal Blast for the knockout, and that's game.
Yep, you got it. Good game.
Yep, good game. It is a basic. Dude, I've been playing this deck for ever.
Give it a nice little shuffle there, cutie. No? Okay.
Let's see what you got.
What are these cards?
I can say the same thing about whatever 60 you got over there. Yeah, dude, you got 2 energy every time.
I know. I'm not complaining. But stop cutting me into crap, man. Come on, give me a chance.
I don't know what. I mean, I was, yeah, like.